Good morning. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Ji.
Babu, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, others are not there. It shows only 4 persons.
Yes, sir. First talk, sir. Video talk. So some time. Dr. Somsekhar, sir. Please welcome.
Yeah, Namaste, Ji. Somashekhar, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Welcome, Bhuvan, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar.
बाबू जी सर आ गए हैं और
Yeah, the earlier talk is over.
आज अर्लियर टॉक नहीं थी सर रफीउल्लाह खान का एक्चुअली रफीउल्लाह खान फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान हिज टॉक कैंसिल्ड
Okay.
so welcome all of you and now today first our eminent speaker Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, project director
Speaker.
Director Temple Project, Archaeological Survey of India, Bhopal. Welcome, sir. And our eminent speaker, Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu, managing partner, Techno Banker, Tamil Heritage Trust, Chennai. His eminent talk on Vijayanagara sculpture. So, first, welcome both of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu.
Thank you, Mr. Ji.
Welcome, Professor K.M. Suresh, sir. Welcome. Eminent personality for Vijayanagara and Mr. Som Sekhar also. Yes, sir. Yes, Bhuvan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ji. It's a pleasure to start this day with 65th session of this international conference. The first talk of this session is by Shiv Shankar Babu. Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu is basically a techno-functional banker with more than 39 years of experience in financial service industry, and after now he is following his passion for Indian history, art, ancient commerce, temple architecture, epigraphy, iconography, and he has got also been part of Tamil Heritage Trust, from where he is also a trained docent and handles many activities around there. And as a passionate Indic lover, he has his views on various sculptures of Hampi, Vijayanagara. So it's all welcome once again, Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu, and it's all yours. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me one more opportunity to spread the heritage awareness and also to talk and experiment in what I have learned and understood so far, and then explain it to others in a simple way. So this is my third presentation in MSGC, and it has been always be a pleasure. And I thank the management and organizer for giving us an operation. Let me go into the presentation. There is some problem in loading. Give me a minute. I will just load it and then update. Please wait for a minute. Please bear with me for a minute. The PowerPoint is not loading. It seems to be some memory issue. I'm just rebooting the machine. Give me a minute.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time. Yeah, please. Uh, Gentlemen, there is some problem with the speaker. He has left and he will be joining soon to deliver the lecture. Mishra ji.
जस्ट बता रहे थे मशीन कुछ वो क्रस्ट हमने अपना मेल भी शेयर कर दिया है उनको कि हमारे मेल में भेज दीजिए। और उन्होंने बताया कि मशीन वो फुल हो गई है शायद, तो उसको थोड़ा सा वो कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो उनसे मंगवा लीजिए, फिर आप यहाँ से रन कर दीजिएगा।
हाँ ये
जी, ठीक। Welcome back, Mr. Babu.
Yeah.
I hope the topic
I'm
is
audible now. I'm audible now.
Yes.
You are.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. The presentation crashed and I had to reboot the machine for memory. So I just reopened it and sharing it. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all again, once again, and I apologize for the interruptions and in PC due to a presentation crash in the last moment. Murphy's Law happens. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my small learnings in the international seminar organized by MSGC College. And the today's subject, what I'm going to talk is in the Vijayanagara and the Nayaka sculptures. Predominantly, the focus is on how the artwork and the granite and the sculptures proceeded from earlier times, and then how it attained into Vijayanagara period, and what was the progression, and how we changed so many things, how the political structure in Vijayanagara dynasty made this happen in doing in multiple things in terms of temple and in terms of sculptures. So most of the content is based on what I have understood from various sources and books like George Mitchell's book on architecture of South India and other related books, and of course Google Endeavor for related content and pictures, and Wikipedia Pujari primarily for the purpose of the picture and the references it gives in terms of detail. And instead of relying on the Wikipedia content as it is very useful to go into the references and do it. And a lot of blogs like Kevin Standage and others who are useful to give excellent pictures, and some more pictures by Kongala and others from IATM. And also pronouns to my guru, Professor Swaminathan, who did the initial presentation and pushed to present it for me internally. And then this is a revision and a detailed version which I am attempting in public forums. The objective is to look for progression of sculptures and art and architecture in South India. When I see it from the early times in Chalukyas in the 4th, 5th, 6th centuries, this was how it was looking like a grand 12 feet kind of a structure of Nataraja, but that was very complex and beautiful for a period of that time. But from there, how over a period of 10 centuries, how the art and architecture has progressed from this to a sculpture just half size of the Ganapati. This is the size of the sculpture, and this is the details that is being given in that sculpture. Tirukurukudi near Kanyakumari. This is a later Naka period sculpture. It is a wonderful temple where it is well known for its miniatures work. How we are just revisiting a brief path of how we progressed from here to the changes and the technology which enabled them to go and play frequently with sharper images and excellent iconographical details in the hardest stone that is available, granite. We start our the story with Chalukyas who were there from 6th century to greater part of 9th, 7th, 8th centuries. And this is so they were one of the earlier innovators of the sculptures of the Brahminic theme. So their Badami caves and how they expanded and how they visualized the various panels in the Badami caves of the Brahminic theme was a very good trendsetters in the south for this. And then, even though the earlier art were there, it was not so beautiful and aesthetic and the body proportion. This is one of the first well-known depictions of sculptures where the form and features are coming into excellent play. Not only the entrances, the side beautiful panels and other things, even in the roof of the caves, they had fantastic things. In particular, the Badami cave numbers 1, 2, 3 are a delight to watch, and you need to literally lie down and enjoy the show on the top. Imagine how difficult it is to do the carving in the rooftop and how things are handled there. Then comes the artwork in the roof. Even, this continued even in the temples. Unlike the other temples, the Chalukyas went into a great height. One of the best features of them is the Surya temple in the Patadakal, Virupaksha temple. When you enter on the top, on the Mukhamandapa, when you see this, this is one of the fantastic sculptures in detail, which talks about a very great, fine craftsmanship par excellence. And then their sculptures were life size and very realistic with the relevant ornaments and such a beautiful thing as though they are having real life. That is one of the characteristics of Chalukyas. And a lot of panel uh, sculptures and icons around the entire prakaram or outer wall of the temple. Very good examples, and the way they have visualized the same iconography, they have twisted it in so many different ways and do it. Normally, Ravana is depicted on the face forward straight one, but it is not a practical way of lifting it. Only weightlifters in the public show lift like that, but in a practical way, people turn and face it towards the weight and then lift it with the body bending backwards. So this is the practical pose which they have applied here and then presented in a different way. And if you see many of the features in this particular segment, the way it is explained, the details is very practical and differs in a wide variety from the normal iconography present in these days. So Chalukyas are a class apart in terms of this one. The next one is Pallavas. So even though they are almost at the same time, the art and other transitions happens slightly in later period in Pallavas, but their sculptures have beautiful body language, uh, which cannot be seen anywhere else in the South India, even till now. The way the sculptures are done, very dynamic and very fantastic structures. The way the Vishnu has a comedian with his Vahana, Garuda, or Shiva with his Vahana, Nandi. It is something which you cannot see in any of the later day sculptures, Cholas or even Vijayanagara. They had very minimal ornamentation, but very realistic, lean, and very light, like modern day heroes. And they excelled in monolithic sculptures. Where Vijayanagara were having monolithic sculptures, here they excelled also in bas reliefs. And Arjuna Parans is a very classic example. And then other characteristics of Pallavas is that they were doing a lot of uh, panel stories which abound in their temples, right from Mahabalipuram, Kanchipuram, and all the way to other centers. In particular, this is one of the classic um, panels of Pallava, where the body language of victory from the Mahishasuramartini and the body language of the vanquished, and he has lost it. The body language shows it. Such a beautiful composition is one of the hallmarks of Pallavas, where they have used the space to the maximum. The other interesting activity and then the style is the Dwarapalakas. Nowhere else you can see such a stylish Dwarapalakas. Even in the three-quarter pose, they excel in the way they stand, and uh, and they are stylish, and then they are not like your local gundas. They are like a princess or a royal charm that has got like your modern day heroes. And then they also created a style of having the central panel and then the surrounding story around the panel as a one full-fledged story which covers all the aspects. There is one of the hallmarks which was tried out extensively in Kailasanath temple, and that is also one great monument. And this style was later also followed by Cholas to a certain extent in their grand temples. After Pallavas and during the same period, Pandyas were also ruling in South India. But the challenge for them is most of the early Pandya work from the 7th, 6th century up to 8th century is very small and then not identifiable, modifiable. Much of the work has been reworked or restructured by later Cholas and Vijayanagara, and it is very difficult to identify and attribute original Pandya work. But some of them are there and then they are excellent. Like the lower Trichy Rockford caves, where a series of gods are depicted in detail, Surya and then Brahma, Ganapati. That shows fantastic maturity and proportions and the right amount of detailing, though a little bulky. Their sculptures followed the same design of lesser ornament and simple ornament, and some more detail to the paneling. Their masterpiece and their out of the ordinary kind of structure is trying to attempt what the Rashtrakutas and Pallavas did, monolithic temple. They did one in Kadagumalai, which is near south, near Tirunelveli. They did a similar rocket temple of the same design, but somehow around the 8th century, halfway it was stopped. Only from Shikara all the way up to the top of the temple is carved. The left is the rest of the temple is unfinished. But what is completed is fantastic in terms of composition, detail, the kind of iconography and other things, which is out of the ordinary. They didn't focus only on Brahminical. They also had a lot of Jaina sculptures. And then it boasts one of the largest collection of Jaina sculptures in the same Tirumala Kadagumalai temple. And then there is in Tirupurankundram near Madurai, there is a beautiful carving where they have converted the earlier Jaina temple into a Shiva temple with a beautiful Nadaraja and other details are mentioned. This gives the flavor of Pandyas. They have not been consistent, and we have not seen very beautiful lineage of development of sculptures like how Pallavas did mature in this from the early days up to Rajasimha period. And they also followed it with the Cholas. Here, suddenly there are some sparks, some inspiration, and then it stops at that point. Sculptures who could have done this could have continued and could have done a lot of other temples or sculptures that is missing. That is a mystery of Pandyas. Now, after Pandyas, around 9th century, the Chola became the dominant force. And then initially they continued the lingering Pallava grace in early Cholas, Paradaka Chola, Aditya, and others. And then this Kalari Murti in Mover Temple in Kodumbadur is an excellent example of grace, ratio, and other things like Pallava, lean, and then grace, body language perfect. And they also excelled in miniatures. This is the actual size of the miniature, where it is 1 finger by 1 finger or around 3-4 centimeters, maximum 5 centimeters by 5 centimeters area. In that, they have sculptured an entire series of Ramayana panels and Mahabharata panels all around the temple in the Kantam portion of the Adhisthana Pattika. So that is another way of experimentation where Pulamangai was an unique experimentation in Chola sculptures. So life-size sculptures and then miniatures and then beautiful body language sculptures in a later period is one of the Gajantika where the way the body is twisted and how it is dancing. It's a very dynamic pose, and see Parvati moving away upright and pushing and covering the sun. And this is something which is Chola hallmark. The other thing is grand sculptures with beautiful or fierce expressions. And it is difficult. This is a big sculpture, which is around 20 feet. Um, this is in Gangakonda Chodapuram. And also, there is one similar large statue of Nataraja. The smile of the Nataraja and the pose, body language is something seen to be lingered, even though it is not having the grace of Pallavas, but to handle these ratios on a sheer size, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet, is an achievement by itself, and that too in granite. Next, in addition to having very simple sculptures, they are also known for their gigantic and fierce Dwarapalakas. This is an Dwarapalaka, which is on the outer Gopuram of Tanjavur Big Temple. This is one of the largest Dwarapalakas available in India. Here, the Dwarapalaka itself is big, but again, they convey the meaning of hugeness. If you see the image here, basically, a snake is swallowing an elephant, and this elephant, the snake is coiled, and this is being put under the thumb of the Dwarapalaka. This is just to interpolate the size 1,000 times, so that just by projection and by relative comparison of sizing, they're projecting the hugeness. This is something unique in depiction in terms of sculptures and conveying grandness. And again, in terms of bas relief, this is one of the largest. Not many people would have seen this. This is one of the largest bas reliefs atop Vimana. If you see the Hoysalas, they have the Sukanasi, the front projection in the Vimana. Here, in the front projection, instead of a Sukanasi, they got a huge image of a Kailasa where Shiva, Parvati, and this is like a group family photograph. All the deities are available as though they are living in Kailasa. This is in the third, fourth, fifth floor. It occupies 3-floor site in the big temple, and it is visible from a distance because if you get close, it will be covered by the hugeness of the temple. This is something which they also achieved. So if you see Chola, they tried engineering in sculptures. They did some elegant work. They did some pillar-related miniature sculptures. And the medallion work in their ornamented pillars are something to be mentioned, particularly in Dharasuram. From Cholas, we are moving over to the next Hoysalas from the 11th to 12th centuries. Here, their operation is from Karnataka, but they're using predominantly soapstone, which is abundantly available there. So the advantage of soapstone was that when it is freshly minted, it is easy to sculpture and then very malleable, and you can get very fine work. And then slowly, once the water dries out, it hardens, and it is very convenient. Like heating a beeswax or a metal and then shipping, it's very easy to do it. So they freaked out, almost freaked out, like in terms of ornamentation, if compared to any of the previous guys, where he used to have only one ornament. Now the entire dress is an ornament, unlike the current day Kerala braids, where they wear jewelry all the way up to the knee. These are covered fully with embellishment. See the embellishment for the bow, the chanka and chakra, and even for the the other areas. So this is possible primarily because of soapstone, and then people are willing to go the extra mile for the ornamentation. And their temple walls are filled with the friezes of animals in the logical sequence. That too in a logical sequence, from the heaviest elephant, and then horses, and then warrior scenes, and then yadis, and then finally hamsas, and then the human figures. So this standard frieze of 6 to 7 levels is one of the beautiful portions, and in many of this we see extensive Mahabharata and Ramayana scenery beautifully depicted in detail here. The other fantastic stuff is the bracket figures, where in all pillars on the side, the Madhanika pillars of Madhanika statues are etched in detail with very, very fine beauty, and no two in a similar portion. That is another hallmark. Then the next one is when you go to the Rangamandapa, if you look up, you see this Bhuvaneshwari, which is the ornamental dome, which is a separate piece done inverted and then finally put on top of the mandapa. That is done like a banana flower with so many designs and so many intricate designs that this is a separate trend which was done, and we can see this trend predominantly in the Hoysalas and in Rajasthani temples. The other interesting portion of Hoysalas is in terms of the pillars. Since they are malleable, they were first ones to be known to use something equivalent to modern day lathes in preparing their pillars, and then in a rotary one, and we have seen some of the remnants of the lathe like activities, and then shafts with holes and other things, and then even with the lathe, which reduced their work to a great extent, they didn't stop. So they took it to the next level. By doing this lathing work, they created fantastic circular and symmetrical forms. Normally, others would have stopped there. So they started this as a base work and then created projections and badras and leaves on this, and then finally transformed this into this form where there is a fine vertical lining to the base. This one. So it is taken to the next level of three-dimensional sculptural pillars. So this is possible only in soapstone, and we can't do it in granite to a great extent. This is the unique signature of Hoysalas. The other one, when you talk about the Vimanas, normally the middle portion of the Vimana is called the Shala Shikara, the small Shala Shikara, where it is a rectangular piece of structure. This rectangular piece of temple normally was one piece, and then Cholas brought it into three-level projection, Bhadra, Ubhadra, like that. That is projected. Hoysalas took it to a great level of up to 10 levels of Bhadras, where you have continuous projection, and it looks like a totally different, like lotus floor, and then this leaf-like motif. This is another hallmark in sculptures. Even though it is an architectural element, without sculpturing, this cannot be done. So this is again Hoysalas, who have done an excellent development in terms of making the large work done in granite. They put it in different dimension with the same granite, and without going in for the granite and other things, by using the local stones, they went for the fineness, details, and variety in their temples. So, with this context, when it comes to the next and the last known artistic and Brahminical artistic and the activities in the initially were doing in whatever way the Andhra and Karnataka were doing, but they shifted over to a totally different way. And then, if you look at the Vijayanagara capital, you can see the reason. The Vijayanagara capital is a hilly area with abundant granite and lot of work. And then they have converted most of the hill areas into temples. Imagine if Pallavas would have stayed there for one century, they would have transformed that entire place into a totally different magic world. This is something which you can fantasize in history. What would have happened if Pallavas were ruling in Hampi? And what kind of monuments we would have got from them? But they made very good use of the location. A lot of beautiful things. Cholas attempted large monuments, but to a certain level and the scale. Vijayanagara went into another speciality of monolithic icons and chariots. Some of them are there. That's a huge list, and then we can't cover it in this presentation. So some of the representative ones is the beautiful Yoga Narasimha statue and the other lingas that are available in Hampi, Lepakshi. There are so many examples abound. And the other one, monuments like chariots. This has been attempted earlier in mostly in Gujarat and in in Odisha in the Konark temple. To a certain extent, it was tried in Cholas where they had Rathakara temples, one in Melakadambur, which is like the entire temple is shaped like a proper Ratha with wheels and other things. Later, Cholas also did a lot of mandabas, the outside mandabas, which had the look of a chariot with wheels and the vahanas. But this is a standalone chariot which they tried it for their Garuda temples. And like this, there are in many places in the outer Garuda temple, wherever is there, from the mandapa, if you see Tadipatri and then other areas, this has been extended from the regular mandapa, and the later period, a chariot like mandapa has been built. This has been a standard hallmark of Vijayanagara. The other interesting thing is the pillars. The pillars no longer remained pillars. They expanded. They expanded into a huge size. One, to give the width from the architectural perspective, so that instead of having the normal 10 feet path, now you have a 30 feet path open space available between two pillars. This is possible because of this extension and the load bearing capacity. But to support this, instead of a single one, slowly they did some composite and finally it landed in complete full-fledged figures in each of this. So technically, each pillar becomes a sculptural museum by itself. And again, in many of the earlier temples in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, where there were no prakarams for security reason and to avoid a future Muslim invasion and other things. Grand prakaram walls. This is 20 feet height granite walls and other things were built around the temple. And in many of the temples, they have done the kind of work which Hoysalas did in the Bada portion of the temple, like in the temple first level prakara walls. They did it in the large scale in the prakaram outer walls throughout this. This is a huge work. It covers 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers kind of a perimeter. And there also they got a standard way of elephants, horses, people, and hamsas. The sequence is there. And again, it is interspersed by very frequent frequent display of Vijayanagara royal emblem. So that is another unique way of presenting sculptures during Vijayanagara period. Again, till now, particularly we don't know about Karnataka or Andhra. Maybe almost to a great extent, the kings who built their statues are always not visible. In very, very rare cases, we get very small statues, or sometimes we doubt whether it is a king or a saint or somebody else. There is no documentation. But come to Vijayanagara, the projection and marketing is very clear. And then we have very good plump figures of realistic Rajas who enjoy their life, their fun, their food and everything. It is visible in the punch and visible in the way the body and other things. And then not only their family, full family of several wives and other things, ministers, everybody is presented as sculptures. And also to avoid no confusion, there is inscriptional mention of who the king is. So that gives a fairly good idea of the character and the physique of Vijayanagara kings. That is one hallmark of Vijayanagara later period temples. And the pillars. Pillars with the patika and other things, they have become favorite place for Vijayanagara sculptors to play around. They got so many themes, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and then secular themes, and then birds, animals, mythical beings, rishis. Everything is played around in excellent detail. One of the very, very interesting thing is the Melukote. When you go to Melukote, first book your Puliyodare because it gets over very fast, and then go into Salonarayana temple. And then once you finish the darshan, you come to the 1,000 pillar mandapa, which is on, I think it is on the north side. You can spend 2 hours, 2.5 hours there and looking in each and every pillar and the amount of detail it has got increases. So to give in a nutshell, this is what is the very interesting characters or variations of Vijayanagara from the earlier sculptures and how the way it has been progressed. So they're able to play around in granite, like how Hoysalas played in soapstone. To a great extent, they played around in granite in finer details. That is possible due to the advanced technology and the maturity and the skills they have evolved over a period in Tamil Nadu and in the Hampi region. So it extended into very fine architecture in granite. So they reached the pinnacle in granite in terms of very, very fine sculptures. Again, however, this trend was continued by their Nayakas, their generals, for another 150 years. And then they continued the same trend with the kind of sculptures they had. Again, in Tamil Nadu, in particular, there is a business community called Natakote Chettiars or Nagaratas. They base out of Karakudi near Madurai, and they are very rich Chettiars who do business all over Southeast Asia, even from the days of Cholas. So they, as a business community, have invested heavily in the 18th, 19th centuries pre-independence, and even now they are doing it. And then they had done a lot of renovation to the mandabas and temples in Tamil Nadu. And the kind of work they do with the modern tools and other things is phenomenal. And then they take it to the next level. But again, this is with little modern tools and then advanced facilities. So this is the state. This is where the Vijayanagara took its pinnacle. Now we are taking a step back and then seeing how that is possible in a country like Vijayanagara, where they were doing a different kind of a rule. And see how this is possible to nurture and restructure the devastation. So before Vijayanagara came in, this entire country was in fragments with so many kings ruling bits and pieces. And the Mohammedan invasion from the Ganges heartland came in very frequently, and then it has destroyed most of the temples in this area, and particularly North India, almost everything is erased. And in South India, to a great extent, if you see any major temples in South India, we should thank Vijayanagara dynasty for recovering and restoring many of the temples and then protecting the further damage. So if you see the objective, it was formed as a Hindu dynasty to protect against the incursion. To a great extent, if you see this, they did achieve. They blocked the Islamic group, the sultans, and then incursions from top on this one. But again, they did invasion into all Hindu countries down south, and from Hampi all the way down to Kanyakumari, they raised everything and then they owned in a different way. But the primary objective of pushing back was never achieved. So they stopped the sultanates here itself, and then they never pushed them beyond Godavari into the sun. So primarily, somewhere around Krishna was a core area, and after that, the holdings was keep on changing. So one hand, it stopped the Mohammedans from invasion and then destroying many of the temples here, but the hold was precarious. Let us see how this dynasty was structured and how it contributed to a unique situation of temple building, revenue system, and a different kind of an art and architecture. Basically, unlike the other dynasties, Vijayanagara is a warrior-based dynasty where warriors grouped together and then formed their first dynasty. And the succession was by generals. Let us see one by one. The first Sangama dynasty was created by Harihara and Bukka, and then who were working under Veeraballala of Hoysala. And then they started, they were manning their initial fort in Hosadurga, and then later on, when Vijayanagara was established, it was turned as a capital and converted into an extensive stuff. So the key kings were Harihara, Bukka, and Harihara, who ruled for a long period and did some amount of stabilization. Devaraya I and Devaraya II, to a great extent, continued the work and expanded. And predominantly their strength is their generals, where they have put it into various ones. And then the generals ruled the faraway regions of Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka, and other things. So to a certain extent, the generals were powerful. So the other character of Vijayanagara is that when one dynasty becomes weak and not very aggressive, its general who is powerful took over. So Saruva Narasimha, who was the general under the earlier kings, revolted and then took over control, and he is formed the next Saluva dynasty. And he ruled for 5 years, and then his son followed Imadi Narasimha. But again, there is a threat forming by his number two general. So the second general, Narsanayaka, who was trained and then brought up by Saluva Narasimha, then he took over and then started the next Thuluva dynasty. But the core set of ministers, the structure and everything, to a great extent, it was followed. So he did for a short while, and after that, his first son ruled. And one of the greatest emperors of Vijayanagara is Krishnadevaraya, who did the thing. Primarily, his way of expansion was to have a lot of Brahmins and others who were well versed in management and others. They were put in as regional governors, and then they ruled. They were loyal to the central unit, and then they ruled the various far-flung regions of the country. And later on, it was continued by Rachudaraya to a great extent, and then uh, the son Sadashivrao was young. At the time, there is tumultuous issues in the hierarchy, and then his Krishnadevaraya's son-in-law Aliya Ramaraya, he took control and became a regent of Sadashiva since he was a young age. So over a period, slowly, till his entire life, Aliya Ramaraya was in control, and then he was ruling on behalf of Sadashiva till his death. And in the latest debacle in 1560s, in the war with the combined Bahmani sultans, he lost his life, and then the control moved over to his brother Venkadatri, Tirumala, and Sriranga. So they moved over from Hampi. It became a deserted place, and then they moved over to Penukonda, and from Penukonda they moved over to Chandragiri, which is on the foothills of Tirupati. And from there, the next Aravidi dynasty and all the descendants of Aliya Ramaraja ruled up. So again, the key kings were Venkata, who ruled for a long period, again without much thing, and then Ramadevaraya, who survived somehow for 12 years, and then Venkatatri for another 12 years, and slowly it went into oblivion. Even before this period, the generals under the regions have taken, many of them have declared independence when the debacle happened in the war with combined Bahmani sultans. So from that time, the generals did their own Nayaka independent kingdoms. So the challenge here is that the central kingdom is in a dry land where it gets revenues from various wetlands around in Kaveri belt and in Tamrabarani belt in Tirunelveli and in Kerala and in fertile Karnataka ruled by a group, and then and then upper Karnataka by the Keladi group. So they were the predominant generals who controlled their local army. They collected the amount and gave around 30% of their revenue to the central unit. But again, like I said earlier, this was designed for a Hindu protectorate, but south-based kingdoms. So, so this is an unique character where, as we see, whenever a dynasty goes into disuse or not strong enough, the next in line, the general or somebody who is the strongest general, takes over and creates the next dynasty and then continue till his line becomes um, uh, not so aggressive and taken over by somebody else. So they were able to easily withstand with the same kind of an infrastructure and setup for 300 plus years on a consistent way. And then at the peak, they were ruling the entire South India up to a great extent. And this helped in rebuilding the Hindu temple sculptures and art to a great extent, and with their own brand of architecture and sculptures. If you see this, the work of Vijayanagara kings was continued even though they went up to 1630. The work was continued by the Nayaka families, three major Nayaka groups, way up to 1750 till Hyder Ali and Marathas took over and then did the next level of fighting. So the one of the major branch was Madurai Nayakas. The other one was Tanjore Nayakas and Jinji Nayakas who lost independence very early. The Kelide Nayakas continued all the way up to Hyder Ali. The same with Mysore Udayas. Mysore Udayas, the initial five ones in italics are under Vijayanagara, and later they become independent and they followed and they ruled in their own style. But the common structure, the design, or the methods were almost followed in the same way in all the Nayakas or the generals under them. So they also brought their own style of temple architecture, their own style of sculptures and designs in their own regions. So even though it was a single country, the culture, the art, and the architecture was grown in 5 or 6 different styles, depending on the local variation and the local pattern. Now let us see a little bit on the art and architecture part. First, let us see the temples and what kind of an architecture we have for this. So this was how it looked like the Krishna temple when it was seen in 1868 photograph. And ASA has done a fairly excellent job in restoring it to the current level of
Sorry,
cleanliness.
Mr. Babu, you'll have to conclude in 5 minutes or so.
Oh my God. Okay, I will rush in. Can you give me another 5 minutes? I will rush it in another 5 minutes. I will rush it in cover in part. Okay, right. So if you see the type of temples and structures we have in early Vijayanagara temple during the Harihara Bukka period, the temples were of the standard Kadamanagara style, square and other things. And then the same style was followed in the Sampike, Madhavraya, Mallikarjuna, Sri Salem temples in Penukunta. And this was a style. Later on, during the late Saluvas and the Sangamas period, the earlier style of open mandabas and balconies, they were stopped. And then Hazara Rama temple is a good example for that. And then pilastered walls, kutas, round shikaras, or square shikaras from Tamil Nadu were imported with a huge wall. Then when it comes to the Tuluva period in the 15th, 16th century, the design from Tamil Nadu, like open mandapa, closed mandapas, grand prakaram walls become the standard. And then most of the old temples got renovated with add-on features. And the sculpture started becoming very, very abundant in the Gopuram base and then also on the Twaras. So this This style is very, 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 very clear in 1534 Tiruvenkaranatha temple, Kalagasti, Chintala Venkatramana temple, Veerabhadra temple, Lepakshi. All these were expanded in this style from the Tamil Nadu Dravida style. But the ratios are different. Tamil Nadu, the gopurams are broader and then not so tall, but the same using the Kashyapa and other agamas, but they took a different ratio and made it lean and tall. That is a variation in Vijayanagara. And when it comes to Aravidu, there is a next level of, so the operation is from Chandragiri. The focus is more on Tirupati area like Govindaraja temple, Varadaraja temple, Jalaganteshwara for the Janji Nayakas, Sarangabani temple for Tanjavur Nayakas, Madurai Meenakshi temple for Nayakas, where all hallmark temples of Aravidu, where they expanded and then they structured it in like a temple city. Not only Brahminical temples, even Jain temples were built extensively and expanded extensively by Vijayanagara period. Some of the examples are Chandramukh Basadi, Front Hall, and the Gomateshwara temple in Karkala, and the front hall of the Moduvidri Chandranatha temple, Basadi. So this is all some of the various things. Now coming to the sculptures, the Vijayanagara specialization is like I said earlier, their unique royal emblem containing the boar, the sword, the changa and the chakra, and it says that this empire will last till the Surya and Chandra are there. So this is a very complex emblem, but this is predominantly displayed in many of these. And that propensity for large monolithic idols, and they introduced new iconography elements and excellent monolithic chariots, and the composite pillars turned into sculptural pieces. And sculptures and mandabas were excellent, and even though the body was not so plastic, but they had the right kind of ornaments, unlike the Hoysalas. And their friezes in outer prakara walls were something to mention. In terms of iconography, they were marketing and popularizing five major deities. Tirumala Venkateswara, very popular. Ahabalibharam Narasimha was very popular. And to a great extent, Varadaraja of Kanchipuram was very revered. Srivangam Ranganatha and Bandarpur Pittala from Maharashtra region was also revered to a great extent here. In addition, to move the dull spirits and include fighting spirit, they created new icons like Vyasaraja, created Veeranjaneya, Veerabhadra, Veera Narasimha, Bhadragali, all aggressive and fighting spirit. This is the predominant deities pushed in many of the iconography and prevalent in large temples. When you see monolithic temples, everybody is famous for this Yoga Narasimha Hampi temple. And then this is another Patala Linga in Hampi, one of the largest lingams. This is one of the famous puja here who, despite his very old age, he used to come every day and to do puja for his temple. Very recently, last year, he passed away. And then the grand Garuda chariot. This is a visualization by IITM Ramakrishna Kongarla on how it would have viewed when you complete with the actual Gopara available. Shikara available, I'm sorry. And then they excelled in monolithic in Nandis, their favorite. Even Tanjavur Big Temple has got one. And this is the one in Lepakshi, which is the largest monolithic after Gomateshwara. And special mention should be done about in iconography about Vyasa Raja Anjaneya, who defined a different form of Anjaneya and then ensured that it is progressed and then installed all over India in his reach. And it has got some unique characteristics like the bell and then face forward, both the eyes view, and then Abhaya Mutra, and then the Shankh Chakra. Like that, These are very common features which are very, very, very unique form of Vyasaraja Anjaneya, which we can see all over Tamil Nadu and in many places in Karnataka also. And royal images started appearing in gopurams and corridors in a grand way. This is Krishna Deva Raya in Chidambaram. And this is a very famous bronze with Krishna Deva Raya and concerts in Tirupati as you enter. And they were also very practical. They did some very real life practical images in mortar or in stone or with the colors. This is the Rameshwaram Sethupathi and this is the Madurai Tirumala Nayakar and this one. See the way the ponchos and the unwieldy dress and things. Still, they wanted to convey what is reality. This is another way of art. And friezes in Prakaram. This is Hazara Rama friezes in Prakara and in walls. And this is something which they wanted to take it to a great level. And even in Tamil Nadu, in many temples, in the outer walls like Tiruvannamalai or in Devikapuram, this kind of friezes are available. And pillars. What were pillars which were expanded, now converted into full-fledged sculptures? And in Tamil Nadu, in many of the places where the Dwajastambha is there, around Dwajastambha, in the all four corners, the pillars were adorned with the standard set of Radhi Manmada, Veerabhadra, Bhadragali, and then Arjuna and Kartavirya. This kind of combination sculptures were created by Vijayanagara, and that is their hallmark. And then they excelled in bronze. By look, you can say that this bronze is Chola period, but actually the plastic thing is missing, and experts evaluate this to be Vijayanagara period. And this is a final one interesting idol of Balakrishna, which was brought in from Udayagiri after defeating Gajapati kings, and then installed in the new Krishna temple, which Krishna Deva Raya built in. It was there, and after the sack of Hampi, it was scattered around. And finally, this was brought in and then stationed at Madras Museum, and it is available in Chennai Museum now. So with this, I stop this presentation at this point. I have some more slides, but due to lack of time, I am stopping at this point of time. Thank you. And then if you need any other things, you can see the videos in my YouTube channel, or you can connect at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babu, for this nice journey into art and architecture over the period, starting from early period to Nayakas and all. It's a great. It was a interesting journey, encompassing all aspects of art and architecture of that period. The session is open for questions or suggestions, if any.
Pranam sir, my gurus and seniors, Krishnamurthy sir is there, Suresh sir is there, Vishwanath Rao sir is there. All pranams to all the senior gurus. And if I mentioned any wrong things, it is my mistake in understanding. But the gurus have taught me so many things and so many research and documentation. And even with so many years, we can still learn a lot of interesting things from you. Pranam sir.
Any suggestions from any corner?
Sir, any suggestions to improve it further? Few words.
Yes, please. Please unmute your mic and then speak.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Regarding the Ratha, right in front of the Vittala temple.
Yes.
It is like a small chamber.
Yes.
Actually, Agama texts prescribe that the Vahana that is called the
Garuda
Garuda Mantapa, it should always be closed because
enclosed.
Garuda is a bird. Birds always actually live in nests, closed places.
Yes, sir.
So that is why Garuda Mantapas are actually built like a small cella. Whereas
Yes.
Nandi Mantapa, Nandi is an open pavilion because you know
Yes.
how these cow sheds are built. It
Yes.
is well ventilated, round, open all round. That is why a Nandi Mantapa is built always open. So that is the difference. That is the reason for building a Garuda Mantapa closed,
Yes.
enclosed like a small cell. So wherever you go, you get same thing.
The same logic. I remembered your talk on earlier 2 or 3 occasions where you have mentioned this also. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I remember that
You can
in Bangalore.
categorically state that because Agamas prescribe like that.
Okay.
Good. It is
Thank
a
you,
good talk, a good survey of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu temples, right from Pallavas to the end of Vijayanagara style. It's good. Congratulations to you. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the blessings.
Yes, sir. Once sir, please conclude the
Yes.
session.
With the blessings of your gurus, it certainly was a very illuminating kind of talk, introducing from the Pallavas to the end of the Vijayanagara in the up to the Nayaka period. It was and it could have continued for more because it was such an interesting talk to listen to. But due to the time constraint, I think you deserve a lot of thanks, good wishes for future endeavor, and we would certainly like to hear more from you on a different aspect sometimes later. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Mishra for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is a privilege to present in front of all the August seniors and get the feedback and some amount of validation for my presentation. Definitely, I am really blessed for that. And again, talking about Vijayanagara architecture or sculptures, it is very challenging to convey everything in 1 hour. So I took a slightly different route on how it got convoluted into the pinnacle as a theme rather than going into. Even if I talk for 2 hours, then anybody can say that you did not cover this, you did not cover that. That is such a vast subject by itself. So instead of doing it, I thought a different route of how it culminated and then what was the different ways in which the people were progressing. I thought that is a different flow. Hope it got validated by the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
Thank
feedback.
you.
Any
Thank
feedback
you.
from Somasekhar, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram sir, for given time and chair the session, and Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu given a nice talk for our audience. When time is available, I am arrange your next talk for this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Pranams to all the gurus.
So now next very important session, our chairperson, Professor M.S. Krishnamurthy sir, former professor and head Ancient History and Archaeology, University of Mysore. Eminent speaker, Professor V.H. Sonawani sir, former professor and director, Department of Ancient History and Archaeology, MS University, Vadodara, India. Welcome, Professor M.S. Krishnamurthy sir and Professor V.H. Sonawani sir. So, first, I will present the a brief CV of Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy sir, and then Professor Krishnamurthy sir introduce our eminent speaker. Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy sir, uh, former professor and chairperson in Ancient History and Archaeology, University of Mysore. Publication 10 books published हैं sir, or over 100 research paper. Area of civilization, area of specialization, Indian temple architecture and sculpture, archaeological excavations, epigraphical study, equation in Talakad, excavations on Krishnapura, excavation on Rajgatta, excavation on Anjeri. Professional experience, chairman, member of board study in various university, chairman, member of the board examination of various university and public service commission of different state, member of the board of appointment of various university and the UPSC, member of the peer team of the NAEC, member Central Advisory Board of Archaeology, honorary visiting professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Countries visited: USA, Canada, Cambodia, and Mexico. So, welcome, sir, and please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor V.H. Sonawani.
Thank you very much for inviting me to international webinar on socio-cultural, archaeological, natural, geo-heritage sites, monuments, museums. They were organized by the Rewa University MP. The convener, I thank Professor Skand Kumar Mishra, the organizer and convener of this seminar, for giving me an opportunity to preside over a talk given by the illustrious Professor Vishwas Rao Sonavane, who also happens to be my friend since about 10 years. We have been in close association with each other whenever we meet at Bangalore for the meeting of the writing of advanced history of India by the celebrated Mythic Society from Bangalore. So I know Vishwasrao Sonavane as a great scholar, a veteran in the field of archaeology. He is well known throughout India for his research contributions, for his excavations, and also for the awards he has received, various awards he has received from various organizations. So Vishwasrao Sonavane is almost well known to everyone, and I think I don't need any. Actually, I don't have to give introduce to the scholarly world the contributions of Sonavane. But as a matter of fact, it's an obligation. It is actually a requirement, a statutory requirement of the conference to introduce to everyone the speaker, the learned speaker of today, or particularly for this session. He is going to talk on excavations at Champaner, one of the World Heritage Sites in Gujarat. So that will be the theme of his paper. But before going to that, I think I should say a few words about Vishwasrao Sonavane. He was actually he was a professor. He was retired professor of ancient history and archaeology from the University of Baroda, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Mysore and Baroda are actually like twins. They are very close with each other because of the Maharaja's contributions to education. There, Mysore, this university was established, Sayajirao University, And like that, Mysore University was established by the Mysore king of those days. He was the professor, director of field archaeology, and he has done extensive field work in prehistoric, protohistoric archaeology besides rock art. He is associated with various governing bodies of the country. If, to name a few, he was a member of the standing committee of by virtue of his Central Advisory Board of Archaeology. He was also a member of KABA, then by World Heritage Committee constituted by Archaeological Survey of India. Then, and he was also he was the vice chairman of Indian Archaeological Society, the IAS, and representative on the Management Council of the Deccan College, Pune, and National Institute of Oceanography, and so many other esteemed institutions, academic bodies of India. He has carried out extensive research in Gujarat region, and he has guided about 7 students. And particularly his excavations at Champaner is noteworthy. And he has also contributed, particularly his contribution to archaeology is one thing which we have to remember is the discovery of an engraved fluted chert core of the Mesolithic upper Paleolithic period. This is a very, very interesting actually object. Antiquity, which is first of its kind. We have got only chert blades and chert cores, but it is an engraved chert core. That means it is very significant and the rarest of the rare antiquities found in India so far. And he has also excavated and discovered the intact zinc furnaces from where it is zinc technology. We think it is in Rajasthan. So that is one of his important contributions, and he has identified over 100 sites connected with Harappan culture in the Gujarat, Rajasthan areas. So we had Harappan culture doesn't belong only to Pakistan now and Sindh region, but it has a widespread application throughout northwest India. So that is the contribution of our scholar, Professor Sonavane, and he has presented his researches in national and international seminars, conferences, and workshops. He has also published number of research papers running up to over 100, 3 monographs and different aspects of Indian archaeology. He has organized many symposiums, seminars, workshops pertaining to archaeology during the course of his service. And apart from that, he has actually he has received many laurels from different famed organizations of India, and some of them are I should mention. They are Hari Om Ashram Award and Vijay Ratna Award for the contribution in Indian archaeology, Dr. Wakankar Award instituted by Indian Archaeological Society, the Vishnuvakar National Award, Baba Saheb Apte Smarak Samiti Award, and also he has received Parik Gold Medal for Lifetime Achievement by Gujarat Itihas Parishad, and also Mr. Vishnu Sridhar Wakankar Memorial Lecture organized by Indira Gandhi Center for the Arts, New Delhi. And also the last one he has received is Vishnu Sridhar National Award for the year 1617. This is only a gist, a very very small gist summary of his achievements I have given. He has lot more actually to be added to his biodata, and his excavation. In fact, we are more interested in listening to his discoveries made at Champaner. And Champaner, as all of you know, is a World Heritage Site. Is recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site and it's in Gujarat now. And Dr. Sonavane is going to give you an elaborate, detailed picture. I mean, as far as possible within within the time limits, and he is going to deliver that. We will listen to that, the illustrious lecture, and I have heard. I think. Mm, uh, it has been excavated by several scholars, but Professor Sonavane was also one of the archaeologists who excavated that, and he is going to give you a complete history of the excavations and also the discoveries made there and their implications for the reconstruction of Indian history. I welcome Professor Sonavane for this lecture, and you please listen to him very carefully, because what we know about Gujarat archaeology is very less, and he is a scholar, a profound scholar, deeply delved into the archaeology of Gujarat. And let us listen to all those details from his own words. I welcome Professor Sonavane. Over to Professor Sonavane. Sir, please switch on the mic.
सर आपका माइक बंद हो गया है सोनावाने साहब
Please switch on the mic.
बंद थोड़ी आता है बोलना बोलने का नहीं हो सकता पिछली बार सर माइक खोलिए अपना सोनावाने सर
I am trying to make a call. Sir, please switch on the mic.
I'm trying to do that.
It's not working? No, switch on the mic. It is there at the bottom, last one. You can see you press your that. Click on that. You please click on that. Please click on the mic symbol. Please click on the mic symbol at the bottom line. Please go there.
Yes. Okay. Now am I audible?
Okay. Start from the beginning.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Respected today's chairperson, Professor M.S. Krishnamurthy, for a introduction. I don't think I deserve all that praise what he has made, but he just explained me this as we are good friends, and it is a precise introduction by a good friend. I don't know how I deserve to that, but then as he said a lot of things to me, and you are all looking forward my present talk, and you will be hopefully I will be able to satisfy the introduction which he has given and the other members. Before I talk on this particular topic, I would like to thank especially Professor Skanda Kumar Mishra of the government MSGS College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, who is the organizer and convener of this international webinar, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Now, this is the second series starting from 5th to 25th of November, and today is the 13th, on 13th, which was the program was announced much earlier, and I am extremely thankful for the widespread coverage, making it more international, because we could see the people from different countries, from Asia or other parts, particularly neighboring countries. So, and the topic which are given to them by Professor Mishra are quietly interesting, and hopefully everyone is enjoying. So without going much into that details, I will concentrate on going to talk on the topic which is uh, I, assigned to me, that is, as Professor Krishnamurthy has already told, that is, I am going to talk on excavations at Champaner, one of the World Heritage Sites in Gujarat. Now, this particular topic, as he said, it's the work that was carried out by the Department of Archaeology and Ancient History of the MS University of Baroda uh, during the time of Professor R.N. Mehta, when he was the head. I was just a student that time. I completed my MA degree in archaeology in 1970. But before that, the department had already started explorations or preliminary survey at Chapaner from 1969 onwards. And then after completing my MA, I joined the regular excavation or exploration program of Chapaner as a student, because at the same time I was also working on the archaeology of Panchmals for my PhD dissertation. And since Panchmal, this Pavagadh Chapaner comes under Panchmal district, so I used to survey surrounding area or sites for understanding the history and culture of Panchmal district. So next one, please. Now, just a brief introduction. That is Champaner, is a small village located in Halol Taluka of Panchmal district of Gujarat state, situated about 45 kilometers to northeast of Baroda. The ruins of this capital of medieval Gujarat are spread over 6 square kilometers at the foothills of Chapaner. Can you go to slide, please? Go to screen, please.
सर कोई प्रॉब्लम है?
Can I don't see the screen.
ये स्क्रीन तो है सर. आगे चलो. फर्स्ट स्क्रीन देखो, पहला. हाँ, तब ये दिखाई दे रही है आपको?
स्क्रीन नहीं दिखा, फुल स्क्रीन नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है.
Sir, you go to the list of participants and you see your presentation and click on the 3 dots. You will find pin and unpin. If you pin, then screen will appear. Otherwise, your photograph will appear on the screen.
हाँ, सोमेश जी आराम से एक स्टेप बताइए. हाँ
सर, नीचे आप देखिए, ये पार्टिसिपेंट्स का नंबर दिख रहा होगा लाइन से आपको स्क्रीन में. कौन कौन पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है? 7, जैसे मेरे में दिख रहा है 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 टोटल दिख रहे हैं. 12. तो सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स की लिस्ट आपको दिखाई दे रही है क्या?
Raise hands.
जैसे ये गवर्नमेंट MSGC रीवा दिख रहा है।
हाँ वो तो दिख रहा है, लेकिन ये जो यहाँ है ना, ये
अब इसमें आप देखिए कृष्णा मूर्ति, मतलब आपके नाम से सर मतलब दो स्लाइड दिख रही होंगी, एक में आपका प्रेजेंटेशन और एक में आपका जिसमें वीडियो कैमरा चालू है।
नहीं, मुझे प्रेजेंटेशन चाहिए मेन बोर्ड पर।
Professor Sonavane, you go to a stamp size image of yourself. First, you go there. Take this cursor to that place like this.
Okay. Now, can I go to the next slide, please? I will skip this writing part. Next one. Now, this is the general view of Pavagadh Hill, which is about 45 kilometers northeast of Baroda. And even during the clear sky, one can view this rhyolite mountain from a long distance. Next one. Now this same Pavagadh hillock, it is a reflection in a tank, what is known as Vada Talav there. Now the tank, that is the major source of water for the settlement, for the entire settlement, which was the medieval capital of Gujarat during the Sultanate period. Now, next one. Now this is the conjectural view or the artist view or a bird eye view prepared by the artist on the basis of archaeological or structural remains surveyed during our explorations and excavations. And so this could be the nature of the capital during the 15th, 16th century at the foothills of Pavagadh. Now you can see the outer fortification here. Before going into the details, I would like to show that, as Professor Krishnamurthy has already said, that up till now the medieval methods of archaeology were used for understanding prehistoric, protohistoric, and even early historic sites, but it was never employed or applied for understanding of medieval settlements, because for the medieval settlements, most of the available source was in the form of Persian or Arabic literature, or even the contemporary Indian literature. But then that was just talking about the dynasties or the royalties or the kings and all that. But the entire nature or the lifestyle of the common man was not there, and therefore for understanding the lifestyle of common people or average people, Professor R.N. Mehta for the first time employed archaeological methods, and so this became the first UGC sponsored national program. And after the success of that, subsequently Fatehpur Sikri and Hampi were also declared as UGC national programs. So the first efforts were made to understand medieval settlement by employing archaeological methods by Professor R.N. Mehta, and this was the result of that. So I will just go on further details about the sites which we have excavated. Since I was working for my PhD there during those days, I was practically involved in all these season excavations there. I started actually initial survey was started in 69, preparing the road maps or the planning of the town and the settlement. And then after getting clear roads and grids, we have decided to excavate some of the important areas reflecting the style of the people or the habitation particularly where areas were living, the elites were living, or amirs were living, where the mosques were distributed, and the lifestyle or the nature of the structural remains of the lower middle class, or even shopping center. Next one, please. Now, I would like to have the, can we see the enlarged form of it?
ये फुल स्क्रीन है सर, नहीं हो पा रहा बड़ा।
Full screen. I would like to have full screen.
नहीं हो पा रहा सर, नहीं हो पा रहा।
How to do that?
कोशिश।
That you have to do. I think we can't do that. We are only just, we can only just see the screen, that's all. Select zoom. On the right side top, you will be square, two squares say, one inside the other. You click that.
Where?
On the right side top of the screen, there will be two squares, one over the other. Right top, on the symbol where you close the computer, red symbol, red X, on its side there will be there is two squares, one inside the other. For enlarging the screen, you have to press there.
Okay.
Right side top, topmost corner, two symbols, one inside the two squares, one inside the other.
Now it's okay. Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
Try that.
Yes, sir. It is
Yeah.
okay. We can see it.
Now, okay. Next one. Yeah, next one.
Same thing.
Now, this is the area the survey carried out by the department, and it shows the location of Champaner Pavagadh along with other neighboring settlements, contemporary settlements. Next one. Now, basically, this is most important part of the work carried out by the department. Now, here you can see this outer fortification. That is the first fortification constructed after conquering of the Pavagadh Champaner by Gujarat Sultans, particularly Sultan Muhammad Begda. And here on this we have the Pavagadh and the extension of smaller hillocks, which is the natural defense or natural fortifications. And so the left out slight area which was open, and that was for defense purposes, was constructed by Sultan Muhammad Begda. Now,
Sir,
here,
can you use your arrow to point out?
okay, now
Can you use your arrow, please?
this is the outer fortification
See,
which
we
was
can't see
open
your arrow.
before it was. This is the Pavagadh hillock here, and this open area was fortified, strongly fortified during the Sultanate period. Now here there are regular 9 gates at regular intervals. This is gate number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. And so, and inside the medieval Champaner, this is located here inside. Now, this is the royal enclosure or the Jahapana, which was occupied by this Sultan. And outside here is we have the Jami Masjid or Jummah Masjid, that is for Friday namaz. But then you can see here small dots. These are all dots indicating there are regional mosques or regional masjids. And so that was interesting point. So apart from the Juma Masjid, which is outside the Champaner village, why so many villages mosques are there, and that suggests that when these mosques were there, that means there must have been some areas occupied by other people in the same community there. And this is the tank, what is known as what Vada Talao, which was the main source of supply of water for the entire settlement, both for irrigation as well as for various needs of uh, people and animals. This is the cantonment area of the army area of medieval period. Next one, please. Now, before going talking about the actual excavations, I would like to give some background for this settlement. This is one of the most earliest temple remains, what is known as Pashupatinath temple, situated at the there is a small tank known as Chhasia Talao, just below the Kalika Mata temple, which is at the peak. And this is the most interesting temple so far, architecture, temple architecture, as well as sculptural art is concerned. Now, this is 9th, 10th, 11th century Parmar temple, and this is the oldest Hindu temple in this area. But before that, as just the background, the Chapaner, why it is called World Heritage Site or declared as a World Heritage Site in 2004 by the UNESCO, because of its continuous history, long history, right from prehistoric period to present day, with a gap of proto-historic cultures. Now, so far prehistoric cultures are concerned, there is a small stream behind the bus stand there, that hillock, what is known as Jorwan, which starts from Pavagadh hill itself and joins. But then the four phases, cultural periods like Lower Paleolithic, Middle Paleolithic, Upper Paleolithic, and Mesolithic, we have the tools there. And the one special monograph was prepared and published on prehistoric Chapaner, but I am not going to give much details about that. Then subsequently, when I was exploring this area for my MA dissertation, I could find some structural remains of Kshatrapa period at the Bhadrakali Khind, and then some evidences of Maitraka period, because Maitrakas ruled over Gujarat and from Vallabhi, and I have collected some coins from that area. And then we have a complete history of this Parmar style of the temples. Next one, please. Now, there are some group of 3 Jain temples there. So it was a pilgrimage for Jain, Jains also. So Kumarpal and Jain, these are, well, they constructed some of the temples here. Next one. And then we come to the foothills of Pavagadh. This is that famous Jami Masjid or the Jumma Masjid. Now you can see the construction, particularly this type of mosque, which was most important building, one example of, best example of most Sultanate architecture. Next one. Now this is the entrance of, close-up of the entrance of that Jumma Masjid. Now you can see this one side entrance, and this is the, from here one can go, and the entire work or in the entire fortification was constructed by using a sandstone, local sandstone, particularly quarried from an area called Nathkua, which is very close to Chapaner. Next one. Now this is the front view of this Jumma Masjid with a very tall minarets, 2 central minarets in the center and 2 on the sides. Next one. Now, as soon as you entered into this mosque, you'll on the ceiling you will find this very quite intricate geometric design there. It's quite unique of its type. Next one. Now, this is actually the dome, the inner. You can see the ceiling of the dome, which is the three-storied structure. It looks as if it is a we can looking for a Hindu ceiling, a Hindu temple ceiling. Next one. Now this is just in front of this mihrab, and the central mihrab. In front of that, you have this ceiling part, and this is known as Kalpataru, means it's a or Kalparuksha, or it's a like desire yielding tree like motif. Now the same motif is there at Mount Abu in Delwada temples. You don't find any difference there, but that was still much earlier and belonging to uh, Jaina, and this is of medieval period. But it seems the architecture or the stone cutters were the same people, and they have copied the same design at here also. Now, particularly the same pattern I have seen in some of the churches at Goa also. So there is a continuity of some of the patterns or the motifs. Next one. Now this is the central mihrab, completely made of marble. Now the most interesting part of central mihrab, or all the mihrab in that case, is the flower or the uh, sunflower like this, and then there is a pot, Purnagata or Kalasha, and this Kalasha is hanging by chains from this. So it is exactly like a Hindu motif. And so that was a tradition continued. Some of the Hindu elements are continued in this medieval architecture also. Next one. Beside this is the corridor, one of the corridors on the northern side of the Juma Masjid. Similar corridor on the southern side also. Next one. And then this is the octagonal tank, what is known as Mushroom Kund, or particularly this tank was used by the silk weavers, and Champaner was known for its silk trade. Silk was manufactured and traded on a large scale from this particular place, and therefore it is known as Mushroom Kund. Next. Now, this is another mosque, what is known as Kevada Mosque, on the same pattern but on a smaller scale. And this is one of the area mosques of that area. Now, there are more than 10 such mosques are there. So, this is one of them. So, you can see the similarity between the Juma Masjid and this particular mosque. Of course, the minarets are not there now, but it's just a single storied building. Next one. Next one, please. Now, this is the Maqbara or mausoleum in front of that. And because of this particular mosque is known as Nagina Masjid. Nagina, that means jewel. And jewel in the sense, because if you see this pillar and pilasters, the details of the carving which is carved out, that is excellent, and you don't find a single repetition there. In all the pillars and pilasters are intricately, minutely carved, and so it's called as a jewel. As if jewel means that is something like precious one. So it is one of the important or marvels of architecture of this particular building. Next one. Now this is another mosque known as, this is uh, Kevda and Baradari in front of that. This Kevda mosque, just like Nagida mosque, but the Baradari in front of this is a particularly means where the people used to assemble or gather at some special occasions, maybe for some religious discourses or so. And these are quite common feature for the architecture or buildings of the medieval period. Next one. Now this is the close-up of that Kevada mosque. Next one. Now, when you go up, when you're trying to climb the Pavagad hill, on the midway, you get this another interesting structure, what we have called, or it is in the literature as Sat Kaman. Means there are 7 arches, and these are also constructed during the medieval period when it was established as a capital by Muhammad Begda as the second capital of the medieval period. Next one. Now, what I was trying to tell you that in the outer fortification which runs in the form of horseshoe, so there are regular intervals 9 gates. This is one of the gates, means ancient or medieval period gate, and it is still active. The people are still using it for in communication, either for coming or going, and such 9 gates are there. So most of the gates are quite inactive, and on the basis of this ruins of the gates or partly ruined gates, we could identify the road pattern used during the medieval period of this, understanding this settlement. Next one. Yes, now this is quite interesting. When you entered from the gate inside the settlement, you will find straight, broad depression, and then on either side there are structural fallout or the debris of various residential buildings. So that certainly suggests that this broad broad straight depression acted as a road, and there must have been residential buildings or other buildings on either side of the road. But when the settlement was deserted, so all the structures, this debris are fall down, and then they have formed the kind of debris or small raised ground here. So if you look at this on either side, on this part of this area, you will find either the walls or the entrances of the buildings. This gave us the clue to identify or mark the roads or even the sub lanes and the gullies, and the mark the layout of the plan of the structural remains, either residential buildings or some of the religious buildings or some of the even other type of buildings. Next one. Now, after identifying the roads and sub roads and the gullies, we have identified certain areas to conduct the excavations to understand the pattern of living there. Now, this area, in the background, you can see this Pavagad hill, and then there is another mosque here, what is known as Iteri Masjid. So this is the only mosque which is made with the help of bricks. Otherwise, rest of the mosque or the buildings are made of local sandstone there. And in the entire area between road number 1 and this small stream which goes other side, so there are huge or large blocks of the residential areas, and they have occupied the large constructions, and on the basis of that we have identified this building as a Amir Manjil. Maybe one of the Sultan's Amir or Wazir must have been living there. So I will be talking about in details about this particular structure which is exposed. Next one. Now this is the plan of the that excavated structure. Now here this is the road number 1 which comes from road number grade number 1, and it straight goes to the royal enclosure or Jahapana, and then this Nagina Masjid was somewhere on this side, and the Kevada and Eatery, they are there. And this entire complex is occupied by a residential building of one person. And on the basis of material remains recovered or unearthed from the excavations, we have comparatively called as one of the Amir's Manjil, means the building, residential building of one of the rich person. Now here you can, the main entrance is from here, and outside this wall, compound wall, there are a series of small shops here as well as here, and then there are guard rooms on either side, and there is also one tower like structure which may be used as a control tower or observation tower. And then we have this open area, and then here we have the horse stable. Series of stone capitals are placed there for tying the horses. And then this is actually the main wall from where this is main source of water for the entire construction structure here. And you can see the large number of water channels moving from this well to other parts of the building. Now this is the main area which probably is a two-storied structure, maybe occupied by the main person or maybe the Amir. And then these are some of the rooms for the subordinate or other family members. And there are series of water tanks inside this. Next one, please. Next one. Yeah, this is the that main central part of that structure. Here you can see this. Now, some of the pillar bases are still in situ, but then apart from this in situ pillar bases, we have, while excavating, we have found some pillar bases are falling down and uh, spread out somewhere here. So that certainly suggests they are must be the part of the second floor, which might have been constructed in those days. So it was a two-storied building of the main building of the Amir, and there is a open space. It's a well lime plastered corridor, and in front of there are a series of at least 2-3 rooms there to control the passage of the people going into the inside the main structure. Next one, please. Now, here you can see that this is the main two-storied building here. This is that passage in between corridor, and then there are some rooms here, almost identical rooms on either side. This is the garden area. So you can see this circular pit-like structures, and they are all connected with water channel. So this Muslim or Sultanate period, they are known for their love for gardens, and even the individual persons had their own gardens. So because of some pressure or something, this area has slightly sunk down here. But then you can see the one water channel which comes here, and also it goes like this. But because of this gate, this channel is coming down again and coming here. Like that, the channels which we constructed during the irrigation system today. Next one. Now, in one of the rooms of that two-storied building at the ground floor, you can see this remains of the cupboard, which must have been compartmented with wooden slabs. But then each one is decorated with some mural paintings within a red color. Now, after the exposure, at least you can see those now, the remains, and how beautifully the each cupboard has been must have been decorated. So that shows the luxury they have uh, had in those days in their residential buildings. Next one. Similarly, at other areas, you can see the same mural paintings like this. Uh, Now, particularly, this shows some royal affinities like this chhatra or and the chamars or the chauri. So, certainly shows the dignity of a person who must have been living there. And this is another painting now, which is exactly similar to one of the uh, terracotta tablet reported from one of the early historic sites, which was involved in glass making. So there is a continuity. Some of the motifs are still continued in the tradition. Next one, please. Now, again, in the same locality, you can see this is one of the uh, uh, Gavaksha or niche, where you have what you call that one object like gulab dani or attar dani, like that, for sprinkling of water. And then here another tree where we have the two peacocks or parrots are there. So local means that time, whatever the situation there, that has become the subject matter of decoration, the animals or the birds or the objects which are in use. Next one. Now, apart from this mural paintings, sometime at the corners of some of the buildings, you can see the inlays of various interesting color combination. So that shows the sophistication adopted by people in their construction of the houses. Next one. Now, then, apart from this, here instead of the mural painting, the entire this, part of the house, this particular part has been engraved with a very this lattice design, means carved design there. So that reflect the taste of the people. Next one. Now, when we come to the main construction of that excavated area, here it is a combination of several residential units as well as garden part and the tanks. Now, here this is the close-up of one of the tanks. Here you have that octagonal tank here, a small octagonal tank, and on four sides of this there are this stone uh, bases with a socket here or with a hole here as well as. And then this is the main water channel is coming from down here and comes here. So it's just like a spiral form. The water trickles, comes in again center and goes out and just entered here. And the same way it goes here in the similar spiral like fountain here, and then goes out. Now, my main intention to show this, now here in the octagonal tank there are steps on either side, on this side as well as on this side. And then these sockets, which are pillar sockets based here, maybe some artificial or temporary cloth screen must have been raised or prepared, and this is particularly for when the janana or special, the lady of the family must be taking bath or so. So it is something like hammam. I think similar things are there at Mandu also. So, and this is just one example of one of the residential areas of the Amirs at Champaner. Next one. This is the close-up of the same, but from a different angle. You can see the original water channel comes here. It has in the spiral form. It goes and then again comes here and goes out. And now there is an outlet, a small stream passing through. So this channel gets the water up connect to that area. Next one. Now, by the side of that, just near what I said, that tank or a garden, and here is that main two-story building. Now, you can see some of the remains of this channel, water channel here, and here it is a rectangular tank, much more bigger than what we have seen earlier, and then that was for the janana, or this may be for the male, for the Purush or for male members. And so there are steps to get in from both the sides, from western side as well as from eastern side. And the floor was well plastered. You can see it was originally, it is very well colored one or with a painting. Next one. When it was excavated, you can see the floor, the nature of the floor, and this painting, the red painting, mural painting there. Next one. So with our artist, we could prepare this particular floor of the tank. So you can now see what could have been the original nature of the painting in that particular rectangular tank there. The combination of red and white, and very artistically, that reflects the sense of aesthetic sense of the people living there. Next one. Now this is after that main open space here, you entered in this main building, and this water channel which comes from that well, it comes here and then it goes out. There is a provision that there is a water chamber here. The water goes down below this entrance and then again comes out, and then like that. So there is no abstraction for this water channel from this side. So yes, I'm forgetting the name of that particular system, which is nowadays used during for the irrigational channels whenever we come across roads or other things. Next one, please. So this is the close-up of that. So the water goes into that, and then it is taken to other side underground, and like that. On either side of the entrance, you have this system. Next one. Now I was talking about the pillars which are arranged in a row here, and this has been identified as a horse stable. So that indicates the position of the person who was occupying this entire unit. Next one. Now we can now go, because this is a single culture period sites, and so the maximum cultural habitational deposit is not more than 1 meter or 1.5 meter. So just 15th 16th century cultural period deposit, and here these are some of the antiquities which we have come across. So this is that famous dragon, that is what we call this Chinese dragon, this porcelain, very interesting piece of porcelain, having a picture of a dragon. Now that shows the commercial contacts or the trade contacts of this settlement, particularly with China, so far the ceramics are concerned. Next one. Now this is Celadon. Now it's a slightly light greenish color one. So without any decoration or painting. But then this is most common in the sense for this. This could have been used as a particularly as a vessels which are used for dining or preparing or eating food. Now, it appears that it was told that if some poisonous thing is mixed in the food, it changes its color, and so it is an indication as a precaution. And so most of the food plates or food is served in this type of plates. Next one. No, so this, you can see the better colored example of the slate celadon type of. So this if it is some poison is mixed here in the food preparation, it changes its color. Next one. Now, these are some of the Chinese porcelains. You can see the nature of the Chinese script there also. So, this would somebody has identified us for us. This is a Tang Min Chan Su. So, Ming Dynasty of 15th century was a main production center or dynasty there. And so during the Ming dynasty of 15th century, most of this Japan was connected with China, and therefore we have large number of such ceramic vessels, pots. Next one. Now this has been again somebody identified us or helped us to identify this particular motif here. This has been identified as Fu, means good luck. It stands for good luck. Next one. Then another interesting part of this here, instead of Chinese letters or the Chinese scripts, here you have something like Nagari letters like Ti, La, Wa. Or here also some more something like that. Then certainly they are Nagari letters. Now one has to appreciate that the trade strategy of the tactics of the Chinese. They know certain that apart from this Chinese letters or Chinese script, if you could make some of the letters in the Nagari script, there could have been more demand in India or similar places in that, and therefore that shows that the Chinese how they were shrewd in making their business to make their business uh, more profitable, and so this is one of the example of that. Next one. Now these are various types of roof tiles we have. The half cuts circular roof tiles. Now, and these are all glazed ones. Now that is the difference, because the roof tiles which we have recovered from this Amir Manjil complex, they are glazed ones. And the roof tiles found from the other residential areas, they are simply without any glazing. And so that shows the status of a person who was living and the antiquities or the objects they were using in their lifestyle. Not only glazed ones, but then there are some decorative glaze tiles also. So the roof tiles. So you can see the nature of particularly half circular glaze tile with beautiful painting combination of blue and white. Next one. Now, the other one which we have seen earlier, they are much of fine quality, but then here maybe these are the local copied or the borrowed varieties or the indigenous type of vessels, but they are quite inferior in quality, or that means not good in quality, but then the subject matter of the depiction or the color combination is more or less the same. Next one. Now, these are other varieties of objects or the pans recovered during the excavations, complete as well as broken one. Now, these are with handles here, so that can be used as a transportation vessel. Means one could carry this vessel from one place to another with the help of taking some rope or some thread from here, and then varieties of smaller or bigger vessels, other varieties, the plates and jars and pots like that. Next one. Besides, there are quite interesting ceramic pieces, like so interesting or ornate one or intricate carvings, quite that shows that now this could have been some of the part of the tableware which was used at a rare occasions, or some special occasions. If, for example, some guest or some other people come, they could have been served during that with this. So very rarely we found such interesting or stamped or engraved uh, pottery from this particular period, that is 15th 16th centuries, and most of these are coming from that Amir's complex. So that again shows the nature of the person, or uh, the status of the person who was who occupied that particular area. Next one. Now, these are most common ceramics, but still again, there are some of the stamp wares or inside wares like that. And these are, of course, you find commonly in most of the medieval settlements. Next one. So again, some decorative ceramic types, incised ones or embossed ones. Next one. Now, some of the vessels like this sprinklers or the knobs or some pots, the common day-to-day use like vessels for cooking and for serving and some other purposes. Next one. These are different varieties of the leads to cover the bigger pots. Next. Now, some of this stone of semi-precious stone objects like beads. Now, this is particularly finger rings. Now, these two, or even this one, they are the broken part of the finger rings. And this is particularly, the stone is known as carnelian. And this Gujarat is known for uh, rich deposits of semi-precious stones, and particularly these carnelian ones. And so you can have this different ornamental objects or beads or pendants and finger rings. Next. Now, these are some of the terracotta objects, particularly horses or elephants, maybe, or use as a toys. As usual, you get this type of objects in large number from any settlement areas. Next one. Now, these are some of the stone object, sorry, iron objects, the arrowheads, knives, and this is a lamp stand. Or this is something like a small, it's a lock-like system. Next one. Now, of course, these are some of the smaller weapons like sword or even scissor, arrowhead, some clamp, knives with a um, ivory handle. Next. Then these are some of the copper vessels. Now, these are particularly identified, particularly this circular one. Now, particularly when the Muslim or they go for Hajj, and when they come back, they carry water, what you call Abe Zamzam, and they stored in their house and you use for some particular occasion. Just like the Hindus go to religious place, particularly at the places or Kumbh Mela or that, and they carry the Ganga Jal. So the same type they carry the uh, uh, water of this Abe Zamzam when go to the Makkah and used. So this is a cylindrical or flat bottom with a very narrow mouth, and so you can store water that re- religious water there. So these are the two vessels. Uh, of course, this is for maybe washing hands. Next one. Now, after seeing this variety of antiquities or structural remains, luckily we were wondering who could have been this person. And so this signet, silver signet ring we have found, and uh, and somebody I missed it. It has been uh, the name of the person, the Ghulam Ali, something like that. I'm forgetting this name, but it has been certainly identified. And considering this, the entire structure has been identified as a Amis Manjil. Next one. Now, apart from that, Amir Manjil, the another area which was excavated by the department was this shopping uh, complex. Now, this was the road coming from road number 1, and this is the connecting the mosque like this Kevda and this Nagina here, and this is the sub lane here, and then and the crossing of this uh, roads, we have this shopping complex. So we have a series of shops here as well as here, and there is a uh, ramped one. One could go on the top of this floor of the houses here, and these are some of the graves, or maybe for some resting place for the people uh, to spend their time. Next one. Now, this is the actual excavated part of that shopping complex. You can see this one road is coming from all these roads are well paved. Then, and this is the ramp floor here. And now, mostly there are two room structures. One for the display of the object which are made for sale, and the other for the storage of the objects. Next one. Now this is the inner part of that shopping complex. You can see this uh, storage jars buried underneath the house floor, maybe keeping some antiquities, maybe the grains or some other things. Next. Now you can see the nature, how deep these big jars, storage jars are buried underneath the house floors. Next one. Now, sometime we have, particularly this is the shop which we have found just in outside the compound wall of the Amir Manjil. So it is made of bricks, and one could go down there. Next one. Then beside this, another interesting object was of the excavation was to understand the life or the structural remains of the lower middle class people. So relatively it occupies very small area, and you can see the nature of the houses constructed there. Even very, they have not used the dress stones or well cut blocks. Simple ordinary stone blocks were used uh, for the construction of the walls or the houses, and then just maybe just single or 1 2 room structures with a open area in between. So at least we can see the number of houses here in the small complex. So that shows the areas occupied by different people, economically or financially different people living in different areas as per their status or as per their occupation. Next one, please. Now, I was talking about this early antiquity of this site. So these are the coins I have recovered or come across while I was exploring this. So these are the Maitraka coins. Now the main object, one could identify the Maitrakas with this trishul here, and this is the bust of a king. But then certainly we know this Maitrakas ruled all over Gujarat and with Walbipur as their capital. And there one of the Vishaya was Shivbhagpur Vishaya, which is present day Shivraj town, which is very close to Pavagadh or Chapaner. So Pavagadh or Chapaner was a part of Shivbhagpur Vishaya during Maitraka period, and we have some Maitraka settlement also found at the foothills of Pavagadh. So before that, we have some evidences about the Kshatrapa period also, as I told earlier, that particularly in Bhadrakali Gorge, there are some residence buildings where they have used typical bricks of the Kshatrapa period. Then after Kshatrapas, it was inhabited by the Maitrakas, and then later on by the Rajputs and then Sultan. Next one. Now, while exploring, particularly, this was a stone slab found in one of the houses, which was kept upside down and used as a step. But because of some curious nature of this, we thought it is quite interesting. And when we just turned it upside down, we can found some again Nagari inscription. So this see. Uh, this is the broken inscription of a. Now there is a site. Now there are 13 this Chauhan rulers, and near Pavagadh there is a site called there is the there is an inscription found from that site, and that gives the genealogy of 13 Chauhan rulers, claiming they are the descendants from Prithviraj Chauhan, and this Gangadas was one of them, means the 12th ruler. And here there is a clear indication of that particular name, Sri Gangadas. So, and this is the Nagari inscription of the Chauhan period. Next one. And then this is the another interesting inscription found at Chapaner, particularly in one of the step wells from a place called Mandvi, which is the suburb of Pavagadh, Chapaner. And in that inscription, you can see this plotting of this inscription: Om Sri Ganeshaya Namah, Sri Shardai Namah. Then it also gives the importance of water, like एकांगो पदमात्रेण उदकम धारेण मणि षष्ठी वर्ष सहस्रानि समलोकस्य गच्छति. So that shows how they are mis preserving or the conservation of water is most important ones. And the inscription says, means even if you could store the water which is in one footstep of cow, you can get a place in heaven for several thousand years. Then the Sanskrit calendar, complete Sanskrit calendar, and it talks about uh, Champaner or Ahmedabad and Sri Sultan. See, it's a kind of a donation of some land for the welfare of the step well, or for maintenance of the step well, or the mosque and hajira which is there. And then the Malik Sandal Sultani was the person who donated this land. And then it talks about Sultan Muhammad Begdad. There are 7 times Sri. So I could find out that he was 7th person in their genealogical list. And then there is a some threat also miss for the people, those who try to destroy or damage either to the step well or mosque or hajira. This Kalika Mata would shrap him or curse him. And uh, quite interesting data is given in this inscription. The style of the Anket to Halabi means the land which is plowed by 2 bullocks is given for donation, and this soil is as black as the color of the Kalika Mata. And so it is an example, excellent example of water harvesting. And the most important is that in this inscription, this is the first inscription in the Nagari here. Quite possibly another niche, the another inscription may be the translation of this same one in the Persian or Arabic, but which is not there. I think that is the last one. Thank you. So I'm extremely thankful for all of you, and uh, for the organizers for asking me to give this lecture on the first World Heritage Site in Gujarat, that is Chapaner, Pavagadh. Thank you so much.
I think now the paper is open for questions.
I shall be happy to clarify any kind of clarification or justification, or even the identification of the object. Whatever, I shall be happy to.
I have one suggestion.
Please.
You showed some spiral spirals on both the flanking
Okay.
and octagonal.
Yeah.
An octagonal tank. The purpose of making those spirals on 2 sides, the water running through which is stored in the tank built inside a mantapa, a pavilion.
No, there was open pavilion is there. There was no pavilion as such. Only the pillars were there, and temporary screen must have been prepared, as we do often today.
No, the
that
pedestals.
Okay.
The pedestals suggest that there were pillars. Pedestals suggest that they supported pillars.
Pillars means wooden pillars, not the
whatever it is, pillars.
Yeah, okay.
4 pillars means it had a canopy also.
Yes.
So that means it is a octagonal tank built in the center of a 4-pillared pavilion.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And that is connected to the water that comes from the 2 spirals built on the left and right sides of the tank.
Yeah.
And those spirals, it appears, were built in, that is in my opinion. See, what it collects the rainwater, and that falls into that, and it comes from other side into the spiral, and gradually it moves in the direction and clockwise and anti-clockwise, then flows into the tank. That means the use of those spiral circles, beds on the 2 sides was for sedimentation of the rainwater that flows into the tank.
No, sir. It is not a rainwater. There is a regular water channel coming from the well. It is not a rainwater.
Even
Okay.
for sedimentation of the water, if muddy water, such things are built even now in a different way, because
No,
their water
question.
is made to flow in zigzag direction. Even in our Mysore city, we have got such a long channel
Yeah.
with obstructions in zigzag way manner, so that water flows like this and gradually it gets sedimented, then it goes into the tank and gets, that is certain amount of filtration of water.
Filtration, that could be possible, but
Ah,
basically it was the sprinkling noise it makes. The water goes in again, going out, and like that. So that shows more some music, say something like going on when somebody is bathing there. And this is
ah, ah, ah.
particularly for a royal lady or the janana, not for everyone. And
E- e-
therefore the screen was prepared there, maybe temporarily, but then as a pavilion, because it was, one has to take some precaution with somebody bathing there.
but the size of the water tank is too small for bathing.
No, for just single persons,
For a
just
sing- ah. That is why, by the way in which it is decorated, painted with murals, shows that it was for the nobles.
yeah.
Yeah.
और स्वयं स्त्री प्रसंग न करे, स्त्री प्रसंग में लिप्त न रहे.
Pardon? I didn't hear.
Please repeat. Please repeat the question or suggestion. Okay. Another thing is Chinese. The Chinese were with Nagari script.
Yeah.
They were not imported. Technology was known here and it was made. It was made here. Even Chinese roof tiles. See, those things probably were not imported because they are very heavy items. Bringing them in ship, it actually costs more. So probably technology, using the same technology with slightly inferior material or inferior technique, they were prepared in the site only.
No, the copy or inferiority, the local made copying from that one can very well identify which is imported or which is locally made using the Chinese techniques. That one can verify, sir. And even the later of the contact with China was very well established, not with Champaner Power,
Yeah,
but
that is
other
well
backward
known.
settlements. Yeah.
Thing is, with Chinese were with Nagari script.
The way we thought of giving explanations, saying that the tactics used by the Chinese to promote their trade or to sell their goods outside. Now, even today, you can see many Chinese things are coming with Indian motifs, with Indian gods and goddesses, and even all that.
See, now actually transportation is easier compared
Yeah.
to those days. traveling such a long distance
Yes.
with heavy items, of course, it was difficult. Now everything is so easy. Communication, transportation, everything is very easy. So that is why I asked probably they were locally made.
Yeah.
That is
What could be possible? Yes.
No,
No, there
that's
are indication of local preparation also.
yeah. Any other questions? Any more questions? I think we can. I think we can conclude. We can conclude the lecture.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for the
No,
nice.
it was my pleasure, sir, and you presided over, and then the feedback which I got from you, and certainly I will keep those things in mind for interpreting certain things. So I was so happy, and then I extremely thankful for Professor Skand Kumar Mishra for inviting me for this lecture, and especially my congratulations to him for organizing this. International webinar Rewa Madhya Pradesh series. Thank you very much. Thanks to all. for patience hearing. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much for the wonderful lecture, very well illustrated, and then an illustrious lecture too. It
My
was very
pleasure,
good.
sir. It's my pleasure.
It was very good, and we were very much actually benefited by the information you gave, because they are not well published, and the site is also not very well publicized in the sense,
Yeah.
because no report on the excavation has come so far in a solid form. So the information we got from the from your lecture was very helpful for all of us, and and also to the listeners. And when you were explaining certain things about Champaner, my memories went to Hampi site.
Yes.
Hampi is a similar site. It's a
Yes,
medieval
yes.
site, particularly the royal enclosure area, which it was established during the medieval times in 14th century, destroyed in the middle of 16th century, a sudden emergence and a sudden destruction. Afterwards, no habitation, only human and vandalism has taken place. So that is why it has retained some of its original features intact. So excavations there have revealed similar things: water supply system, building construction, and housing of particularly town planning into various types of colonies of the middle class people, rich noblemen's quarters, bazaars, roads, and all those shopping centers, and for fortifications, gateways, everything very much similar. But Hampi was on a larger scale, and
Certainly, yes.
was on a grander scale, because it was the capital seat. It was the capital seat of the Vijayanagara Empire. So we have got very much parallel actually instances, parallel types of monuments and antiquities, and it was very good that we actually heard all those information first hand from a person who has excavated and who has seen those sites, who has explored that site, and it was very interesting. So thank you very much for giving a wonderful lecture, and I also thank all those participants who have participated here in this. Oh, you have a question. Hello, Tripathi, welcome. Please come. Please ask. Sir, Professor, Dr.
No question. No question.
No,
No question.
no question. Then suggestions?
No, normally after chairman's comments, there should not be any question. No, he just says he's present. He is very much present there.
Ah, that's all. Thank you. Your presence itself is very precious
Yeah.
for us. Director General of Archaeology is interested in these things, and is listening to the lecture carefully. That itself is a pleasure for all of us, and I welcome, and also I thank you for coming here, and I also thank the organizers of the seminar, particularly Mr. Mishra ji, who has actually helped organize this seminar in a very neat manner, and he has actually requested me to be the chairman of this session, and actually it was my pleasure, and I consider it a great opportunity to meet many of the scholars whom we rarely meet or rarely see nowadays. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to preside over this function, and the lecture was very good. The seminar organized is in a very systematic manner. Everything is going on smoothly, and I congratulate the organizers of the seminar of the Rewa University and also the university authorities. Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Professor M.S. Krishnamurthy, sir, former professor and head ancient history and archaeology, University of Mysore, for given time and chair the session in this international webinar series. Thank you, Professor uh, V.H. Sonawane, sir, former professor and director, Department of Ancient History and Archaeology, MS University, Baroda, uh, for giving a nice talk and very important talk on this webinar series. Uh, this talk is useful for our audience. Thank you, both of you, sir. And I am request to Dr. Professor Krishnamurthy, sir. Some next talk of Dr. Professor Alok Tripathi, if possible, please give me time for as a special guest, Dr. Sonawane, chairperson, if possible. Uh, please give your time, sir, for as a special guest for next lecture. So now next session, our chairperson, Professor V.H. Sonawane, sir, former professor and director, Department of Ancient History and Archaeology, MS University, Baroda, and our eminent speaker, Professor Alok Tripathi, sir, Additional Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, Director General, National Research for Conservation of Cultural Property, Lucknow, India. Welcome, sir, and I am request to Dr. Sonawane, Professor Sonawane, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Alok Tripathi.
Thank you, Professor Skand Mishraji, for asking me to preside over this particularly session when Professor Alok Tripathi is going to talk about. Now, I was asked to give a small, brief introduction about Professor Alok Tripathi, and that is, in fact, there is no need for any kind of introduction for Professor Alok Tripathi, because he is very well known to the gathering and other people involved, particularly in this particular discipline, because of his scholarly work he has carried out so far for so many years. Now, but as a customary, since I was asked to introduce him, I would like to say that he was told, I was also we know, because he is at present is working in Archaeological Survey of India as a joint director of ADG in ASI, but before that, he has also worked as the director, Center for Archaeology and Museums of Assam University, Silchar. But before that also, he was in Archaeological Survey of India. He started his career as a assistant archaeologist. Then he shifted to Silchar, to Assam University, and again as a comeback to ASI and acting as an additional Director General of Archaeology. Now, that is the growth of a person who, in an academic career, and it's established by his constant serious research. He has established before earlier when he was in ASI, he established the underwater archaeology wing in ASI and conducted path-breaking underwater archaeological excavations in Indian Ocean, particularly off Dwarka at Mahabalipuram, Bangaram Island, and Elephanta. Since then, I know him because of our association. He was posted at Baroda for some time, and when he was there at Baroda, I am happy to say that he has worked for his PhD in archaeology, particularly on the topic archaeology of Indian shipping and shipbuilding technology. So, and that gave him, because very rarely people work on topics like this. And because of his first-hand experience, because he was head of the underwater wing in archaeology, and because of the the because underwater archaeology is considered as one of the most important source for understanding history, particularly offshore archaeology. And then the way he has worked on these various sites and gathered first-hand information, then uh, he has widely traveled in several countries in Europe, Africa, and Asia. He is a renowned authority in Asia Pacific region on underwater archaeology, author and editor of 14 monographs and over 80 research papers. He is the only social scientist listed among the 10 brightest young scientists in the country. Apart from this, I know him personally because, as Professor Krishnamurti was telling, that our recent association with the Mythic Society of Bangalore, because they have taken a tremendous job of writing on hand, particularly series of volumes on history and culture of Bharat. And Professor Alok and myself and Professor Krishnamurti, and there are other people also like Professor Meena Mani, Ken Dixit, Jain Pal, and others. So frequently we meet, and so we interacted with each other, and it is always pleasure to talk with Professor Alok Tripathi. And then she is holding a very important position in ASI, and he is a very good example of how academic work should be carried out, what was missing for some time in ASI. And I hope, and the topic which he is going to talk today is that was the most important one, and hardly we know about, though it is one of the most important source for understanding history and culture, but underwater hardly we go on. Of the excavations we carried out on the open areas, that is okay, but underwater how we do, and it is a very technical topic and very courageous one. Everyone cannot do that, and he has spent much of his time in that. So without taking much of your time, I would we all are eager to hear Professor Alok Tripathi what he is going to talk about, and to make it a means to throw fresh light on the work he has carried out. So I will request Professor Alok Tripathi to begin his talk. Professor Alok Tripathi.
Namaskar. Thank you, sir, for introducing me. And it's really a privilege for me to present in the presence of my guru, my supervisor. And I'm trying to share my screen. Net is a little slow. So if there is any disruption in between, please let me know, because I'm feeling some difficulties here. Can you see the screen?
No. Yeah.
Is there?
Yes.
I'm trying to make it full screen if it comes. Is it full screen?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not full screen.
Slide changing.
Slide is also not changing.
Okay, let me do it again.
Please make it the full screen, please.
Yeah, I'm trying that. On my screen, it is full screen, but probably it is not going on the Meet.
Okay, it's all right.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now it is all right. Clearly visible. Underwater archaeological investigation India.
It's changing there.
No. Yes, slide is changing. Another one is cultural.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
I'll manage with this.
Thank you.
In this form. Okay. So good morning to everyone. Would you like me to speak in English or Hindi, whatever is the format? I think it's an international series, so there must be a number of foreign participants also. So I'll speak in English.
Yes, it will be convenient.
So let's have just a very introduction of why we use the word underwater archaeology, because generally it is said archaeology is archaeology wherever you do it, whether you are doing on the mountain or in desert or in the coastal area or in the hills, wherever. But the reason for using this prefix underwater is because the process is same, but being the water a different medium, we need to use a different kind of tools and techniques. That makes a difference. Otherwise, if you talk about the process, it's absolutely the same what we do in archaeology. You discover a site, then you do the preliminary survey, and then you identify the sites, carry out systematic excavations, retrieve the antiquities, and then you analyze them, study them, and interpret them. The same process is followed. Only thing is, being it underwater where you can't walk, you can't breathe in a normal way as you do on the land, you have to use certain equipments. And when we talk about underwater cultural heritage, we are talking about the cultural heritage which is submerged for at least 100 years, and it generally involve all traces of human existence, except a few modern things like the cables or the pipelines, etc., which have been excluded from the underwater cultural heritage. So anything which is made by the man, what we call artifacts, which are submerged for 100 years, maybe periodically or maybe regularly, or partly or completely, which are submerged, they all comes under underwater cultural heritage. And it has been defined in the 2001 Convention of the UNESCO on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. I need not to tell you about the excavation. Only reason for being putting it here is that even in 1956, when the excavation was defined, it was mentioned very clearly that whether you do the searches on land or you do underwater, they all comes, means they are all uh, uh, called the excavation. So there is no difference in the activity, whether it is on land or whether it is underwater, it is one and the same. So only thing is that you need a different approach. When we talk about underwater archaeological investigations or the area or the scope of underwater archaeology, we have to see the location of India in Indian Ocean. We are most prominently placed in Indian Ocean. Half of the India, or you say the peninsular India, is protruding in the Indian Ocean, and because of it, the ocean has got the name. And then we have got a very large water area, which since we have a long coast, which is more than 7,500 kilometers. We have more than 1,000 islands. These are the Indian islands I am talking about. We have 2.1 million square kilometer water area. And then our history, everybody knows, is more than at least 5,000 years we know. That is the known history. Definitely it goes earlier. But when we talk about the maritime history, we have clear evidence at least up to 5,000 years. So just imagine 5,000 years old maritime history and 2.1 million square kilometer area. So it's a huge task, or there is a great scope for underwater archaeological investigation. Uh, this is how what we do on the land, what used to be called village to village survey, when you go to the site and see the evidence and then you report them. Same thing can be done underwater, but since the area is so long, the time which you spend underwater is very limited, and then area is also what you can see sometimes is very, very limited. Then it is not practically possible for archaeologists to go down or go underwater and explore the entire surface. Therefore, it becomes necessary in a way to use the modern techniques. This is one survey boat which is on the Indian naval ship using the different kind of sonars. Sonars are the equipment which use the sound waves. These waves travel down, they hit the surface or even in the subsurface deposits, and they return back. And the receiver receives them and then prepare certain graphs or charts, and these are interpreted to find out what is lying buried underwater, means under the surface or even on the surface. And therefore, by using these tools, you can see a larger area, sometimes up to few hundred meters on either side of the boat. So a large area can be surveyed using these techniques. Otherwise, if a person or a human is going down or a diver is going down, he can see only a few meter area at a time. So these are the faster way of exploring archaeological remains underwater. And this is one of the survey ship which we use for our investigations and survey. Again, it is from the Indian naval ship. It is a dedicated survey ship. We had a long association with Indian Navy, and we utilized naval facilities for doing our archaeological investigation in Indian water. Besides, this is an important point. Generally, when we talk about underwater archaeology, generally people are familiar with another term, that is marine archaeology. And it is this is a general impression that underwater archaeology is done only in the seas or in oceans. But that's not the case. Underwater archaeology can be done anywhere on the earth where you have a water bodies. When we talk about India, we are having a good number of perennial or navigable rivers. We have lakes and reservoirs, historical tanks, water bodies, wells, and numerous other structures where you have a water, you can do underwater archaeology. So right from Himalaya down to the Indian Ocean, you can do underwater archaeology in everywhere, and even from Rajasthan and Gujarat to the Arunachal Pradesh or Assam. And we did one project that was in the Manipur. That was the first and only project which we took in the freshwater lake. This is in inland water. In the state of Manipur, there is a large lake known as the Loktak Lake, which is very important from historical point of view also, because we find remains of human habitations in and around this lake right from the Neolithic period, because it was a major source of food and other products which were exploited by the early humans. So we worked in this lake also. That was in 2009. So it is not that One has to work only in the sea, but one can work anywhere nearby water body, and then you have a scope for underwater archaeology. This is one of the islands where habitation is there, and these islands have been inhabited for a long period. And whatever material which these habitants use, they have gone at the bottom of this lake and are preserved there. Means properly excavate and dig out those remains, one can understand about the human habitation in this area for last several thousand years. When we talk about the areas which are covered generally by underwater archaeologists are mainly focused on the maritime activities. When you talk about maritime activities, definitely you have to deal with the navigation. You have to have some sort of a boat or a raft or the ships. And then these were used for cultural interaction as well as for the trade from the distant lands. So these are the major areas of focus or the study in underwater archaeology. For that, you get different kind of evidence. They are in the form of paintings, they are in the form of models, sculptures, and at the best thing is the real evidence of these boats and the ships which have been preserved on the bottom of the sea, in the rivers, and even in the other reservoirs and water bodies. So these different means you have a direct, you can call them a direct evidence and indirect evidence. Also, you get a lot of information from ancient literature. But these are something which are described by someone else, so it depends on his or her observation and how he has produced them. But when you find the real evidence or real remains of these boats, ships, and other material, then you get the real material which you can interpret in your own, means in a real way. So that's a little difference in that how authentic they can be. It depends on the knowledge of the person who have been recording them. When I say recording, I'm talking about the writing as well as in the art form. So his understanding, his knowledge, his technical capability, they all play a major role, and one has to keep these all things in mind when you do such a study. Let me just touch in brief about the development of underwater archaeology, particularly in India. It was only in the second half of the last century that these activities started. First time in the ninth five-year plan, Government of India has proposed to have underwater archaeology in India, but that could not take place. And the Tamil Nadu state government, for the first time, carried out offshore survey that was done by geophysicists of the National Institute of Oceanography, which is located in Goa, of Pumpuhar. That was a first systematic attempt to find out archaeological remains in the sea or underwater. And then later on, Dr. S.R. Rao, who retired from the Archaeological Survey of India, started a project, marine archaeological studies in Indian Ocean, in Indian seas, Indian waters. And then he started from the eastern coast, and later on he shifted to the western coast, mainly on Dwarika. And that gave a lot of publicity to the underwater archaeology, and the subject became popular and from there. And it was for the first time in 1983 that archaeologists ventured in the sea of Dwarika. And for several years, the underwater excavations and investigations were carried out there. But this continued. Even Archaeological Survey of India sent its archaeologists. I was fortunate to be the first person from the SI to take part and training in the underwater archaeology. But those were at a very small scale kind of thing because our knowledge was limited. But all we were doing based on our experiments and whatever we were learning from our own experiences. The beginning of 21st century was a turning point. And in this, big changes came in India as well as on the international sphere. In 2001, you can call them from unorganized to things became more organized, nationally as well as internationally. In 2001, UNESCO adopted the Underwater Cultural Heritage Convention, and then where the things were formalized and certain rules were made. And similarly, in India also, Archaeological Survey of India started underwater archaeology wing. So in a very systematic manner, then underwater archaeological studies started, and then systematic excavations were carried out. They were a very planned excavation. I'll be talking about them at a later part of this. There is also one aspect which is important, and generally we archaeologists in India somehow ignore this because in our curriculum also we don't talk much about it. That is the legal aspect. Because when you're doing any study or any subject or any discipline, it needs to have a proper framework, and that framework comes from the legal, or you call it the rules and laws. Therefore, we have to be cautious about this part also. So we have to see the legal aspects of the subject, and then for that, as on date, we do not have any separate legislation dealing with underwater archaeology. At present, we regulate all the activities underwater also from the act which is in operation, that is called the Ancient Monuments, Archaeological Sites. And internationally now we have got a convention. There is also law of the sea, where also a very limited part, deals with the underwater cultural heritage. So we have to work on these aspects also and develop it more, so that all the activities in underwater can be regularized or can be organized and controlled, so that we can preserve the heritage which is lying underwater for thousands of years. So it will also help to have a collaboration with other countries, because national legislation can be useful in our country, but there are Indian heritage can be found in other countries, means the water of other countries, and even if certain things may extend in their waters also. So for such international projects or for the international collaboration, legal frameworks are required where both the countries can work under a uniform legislation or rules or laws. So therefore, this is also an important part of underwater archaeological investigations and studies. Let me just very briefly touch about 2001 convention. It came in 2001, but came in operation only in 2009, because there was a condition that 20 countries have to adopt it or ratify. So far, more than 65 countries have ratified it. India has not ratified it, but India voted in favor of this, and we have been practically using the guidelines or the rules which are annexed to it. So we have been we are in favor of this. We have been implementing the rules which are attached to the convention, but it has yet to be ratified. And this decade, from 2021 to 2030, has been declared as UN Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development. Then it becomes a major focus area for us to work on that, and then therefore right time that we pay due attention to this area, and then we work more systematically or more seriously. These are some of the UNESCO 2001 convention which was held, and the activities which are held under this convention in Asia Pacific region. We had a lot of regional experts meeting and conducted training programs in the Asia Pacific regions under the UNESCO field schools. When we talk about underwater archaeology, since it's a different area or different environment, one has to be trained. And when we say about training, first we are talking about the diving, because that is the first requirement if one has to enter the water and go down and work there. And then you have to do the different kind of work, that is the photography, the excavation, the survey, drawings, and other things. So for training, generally when we talk, that is what our general thinking is, that archaeologists alone have to work in the field. but that's not the case. Now the archaeology is becoming more and more popular, and it is not only that the trained archaeologists, but even many other professionals or the people from different walks of life are also interested, and they also contribute significantly. So we need to focus, or we need to train the professional, of course, because they have to do the major work. But at the same time, also the students, the scholars, the volunteers, and even enthusiasts who may be by profession a doctor or an engineer or a computer scientist, but interested in archaeology and want to participate in the fields work and can do a lot of contribution to this field. We conducted a lot of programs when we worked, and the first target group was the trained divers of Indian Navy when we were working in collaboration with them. They were trained in diving, but we had to train them how to work on an archaeological site, as we do even in the field. That when we engage the people, we have to train them how they should excavate, and when any antiquity comes, then how they have to clean it or report it, how much to excavate, what not to excavate. So we trained a lot of these divers, and we were fortunate to have different kind of diving gears for different operations, for different depths. So one has to get training in using that all. And when we worked, we had a good number of young students from universities and also from Archaeological Survey of India who got the training in the subject, and they worked with us successfully. Uh, this is our team which participated in the excavations off and onshore and offshore Mahabalipuram. And this is our means a small team of young archaeologists from Archaeological Survey of India, which participated in excavations of Dwarika. We also worked on the other side of the Indian Ocean in different other parts, and certain training programs have also been organized in the Institute of Archaeology, theoretical programs, and also in the universities. So we need to focus a lot on the training of professionals and the students. And this is a field school which was organized under the UNESCO at Sri Lanka, where a good number of archaeologists from India Pacific regions were trained. This is one of the group which got training in the field school, Sri Lanka. And then you also need good literature or sufficient literature which can give information about what you need is the handbooks, how to work underwater. Then you need information about the previous works have been done. So initially when we started, there was absolutely nothing. We had to read from somewhere else. But now we have got a good number of publications, and our expertise have also developed so that we can manage and handle projects of any nature. I can say with confidence that. Besides archaeologists, we also need to have means to engage public. Because one thing we should never forget that when we are talking about the heritage, whether on the land or underwater, we are talking about something which is directly related to the public. Because heritage always belongs to public; it doesn't belong to governments or the certain institutions or the departments. So, and we cannot rely only that they will take care of it. Unless the public is aware and public take interest and participate in the protection of cultural heritage, it becomes very difficult to manage the things. So now we need to have our that colonial mindset where everything was, the onus was put on the archaeology departments and on archaeologists that they have to do everything. Now we have to think in another direction that we have to engage people, because in a democratic country it is the public which means it's of the public, by the public, for the public. So the public has to be everywhere, and also for the preservation, study, search, and of the means cultural heritage, also underwater. And for that matter, we used to organize a number of conferences, brought out the proceedings so that the whatever work is being done by us, it is disseminated not only among the scholars of India and abroad, but also with the public. And that is a very important component because India has been blamed for this reason that many field works or excavations have been carried out, and for decades together, nobody come to know that what work was done. And this is not a scenario which is not a new one. Even in the, if you read the first annual report of Marshall, where in the introduction he writes the same thing, that whatever work is being done in India, it is not known to public for decades together. And that's the reason that people do not take much interest in this subject. So it is a very important thing that whatever work is being done, the information is disseminated. And we had a policy right from the very beginning, whatever work is being done was uh, told to people right from day one. These are some of the other publications which are brought out by Archaeological Survey of India, by the Society for Marine Archaeology. So now we have got a sufficient literature and information available on the works which are carried out in India. Another important factor is when we talk about underwater archaeology, that it cannot be, or it is not possible only by a few departments or organizations to do this work. As I have mentioned, that we have got a huge water area, and this age is the age of collaboration. We have to bring together all those who can be useful in the study or the preservation of this cultural heritage, which may include definitely archaeological departments have to take a lead, but the universities, the departments related with the oceans or water or underwater studies, institute, Navy, Coast Guard, maritime boards, port authority, coastal police, unless we utilize the facilities and manpower available with these all institutions, it will not be possible for us to work on a large scale. And it is not possible because now the technology is changing so fast that it is not practical for any institute to, to develop or buy all these equipments and maintain them and utilize them. Because by the time you buy them, you have a modern other developed tools and technologies, and then you need someone who is working day in and day out on that, and that can be done through collaboration only. And on that we have had a lot of international meetings also where we emphasize on these collaborative works, so that the study means it is not only the study which can be done properly, but also the preservation of this heritage. There is another aspect, that is the intangible heritage of maritime heritage. Other than the remains, we also have a lot of stories, the experience, or the traditional builders, and there are many associated things which also have importance when we study the maritime activities, and therefore that is also one field which is developing, that is the intangible heritage. Uh, One more aspect is what we call is the experimental archaeology. Once you find the remains, then it is not that you only analyze, study, and preserve them. But since they are in a fragmentary nature, and if you really want to understand them, then there is a way that you reconstruct them and do the experiment, what we call the experimental archaeology. And this is one project which was done. This was again a collaborative project where underwater archaeologists or maritime archaeologists of 8 countries worked together and constructed this reed boat of the Bronze Age, what is called the Magan boat project. And this boat had to sail from Oman to India. And this boat was traditionally built. We sailed also from Oman. Unfortunately, it could not complete its voyage, and because of certain natural factors and the technical factors, the boat sank on the way in the Arabian Sea. But that gave us a lot of information about how difficult maritime voyages would have been during that age. I was talking about the collaboration what we had with Indian Navy, and with that we worked on a number of sites. So we did not buy any boat or ship. We did not spend any money for that. So we utilized the naval ships, and this is one diving ship which is having a state of the art facilities for diving up to great depths, means up to hundreds of meters. and it has every facility what can be required while diving. So this is just an image when the underwater archaeology started. It was just the beginning. The professional divers going down, seeing and working, taking photographs, and then we moved to the phase where these specialized diving ships and survey ships were used for conducting survey on excavation and diving. So I will be now touching or showing you some of the excavations which are conducted by underwater archaeology wing. I am limiting it because of two reasons. Number one, they were the uh, proper systematic excavations conducted following the national legislation and international principle in view. We started from Bangaram Island. That was the first excavation. Later on, Bangaram Island, uh, that is one of the island in the Lakshadweep group of island in the Arabian Sea. Then we moved to the eastern coast of India, of Mahabalipuram. We carried out underwater investigations. And then the next major work was on the western coast of Gujarat, that is of Dwarika. And then the work which I have showed you some images earlier of the Loktak Lake that was in the Manipur, to just make people aware that it is not that one underwater archaeologist have to work only in the sea, but it can be done in any state. And then the last project which I had before I left ASI and joined Assam University was off Elephant Island. Bangaram Island, we carried out the project in 2003 and 4. That was in collaboration with Indian Navy. And that was the first systematic excavation. And so far, it is the deepest site excavated in Indian Ocean region. It is a shipwreck of, it's a European shipwreck, English probably, of 1798. It was a chance discovery by a German diver when he was diving on this coral reef. And then later on, it was the Lakshadweep administration approached Archaeological Survey of India to study this site. And then we carried out investigations there. So this site is a very interesting because it starts right from the top, because during the low water, the top of the reef get exposed, and then it goes down on a different terraces up to the 60 meter, and after that it falls, that depth falls to thousands of meters. We started from the top, that is around 9 meter, and then slowly when we walked on that, we moved down. This is the anchor of the ship, which is more than 5 meter in length. So we first explored the entire area. At the backside, if you can see a black line, that is the island. It's a small uninhabited island. It has a large lagoon all around, and then on the outer slope of that reef, of that wreck was found. So we explored the whole area with the help of a survey ships and these boats, documented every thing on the surface, and then started excavation. This is through underwater camera. All the features on the surface was recorded. We had one more challenge because it's a coral reef, and these are the living corals. So we had to take a great precaution so that because they are very sensitive to any change or any activity. So we had to take great efforts to ensure that no coral get damaged, and when we work, that all the sand or anything is coming should not destroy or damage these living corals. We followed the principles of archaeology. Everything which was exposed on the surface was in situ documented. Uh, After study, we left them there as they were, and only a very limited number of samples were picked up for the study. So this is one of a glazed pot. It's a huge jar. So all of them were numbered, they were plotted, they were documented in a different way. And at the end, we selected 3 trenches to find out what are the remains buried subsurface under this sand and coral. So we had to do a proper layout. You can see these yellow lines and this buoy marking the trench numbers. After that, all dead corals which are lying on the surface were cleaned and deposited, and then the excavation is started. For excavation, we used both manual as well as the mechanical method. And after excavation, we found a good number of potteries, a variety of potteries, even very small nails, shards, a variety of pottery, objects of copper, lead, iron, and from the below surface, we found even the mint fresh condition, these spores which were probably being transported from on this ship to Europe. Uh, this is one of the uh, cannon which is being excavated uh, manually because this ship was carrying many cannons, out of which three we found on the surface, and this one which was buried, it was excavated. These are other cannons which are lying there. And then when we did the archival research, we could find details of the ship also. And one of the cannon was lifted for our study. It's around 1.5 ton in weight. So the purpose of this excavation was more to test our capabilities of working underwater at different levels, and like the retrieval of the antiquities, excavation, documentation, and their conservation. So at the end, we can say we were quite successful in doing that, and that gives us a lot of confidence to take up the projects in different other parts of the Indian Ocean. The next project was of Mahabalipuram. As you may be knowing that for last few centuries, European travelers and mariners have been recording about this site. It is known as Seven Pagodas, that there were other temples on the sites, and many of them have got submerged. There was a settlement because of the sea level change or the coastal changes, the part of which has gone underwater. To check that, we carried out the exploration on the coast. And when the water recedes, you can find a lot of architectural fragments and members lying underwater, which clearly suggests that there were many more structures which have been destroyed and part of them have gone underwater. You also find this kind of box-like structures, that techniques which they used for constructing structures on the coast so that their foundation remain firm, and despite this uh, high energy wave zone and the waters, they are still there. Offshore, there are also two ridges which are running parallel to shore. During the low tide, their tops get exposed. So we explored that area also, and when we walked there, we could find some indications that certain human activities were there. This is a ship which we used for our studies because this area is rocky and very close to the shore, which is very shallow. So bringing a big ship is not possible here. So this is an amphibious ship which can come up to the shore and which is used by Navy and Army for landing the troops. So depending on the nature of the sea, you have to use the equipments, and therefore collaboration becomes important because it is not possible for any institution to have all kind of material only just for doing the archaeological studies. So things which are already available with the government institutions, they can be very well utilized for archaeological studies as well. So when we dived near these submerged rocks, we could find this structure, means step-like cuttings on these rocks. And when we studied onshore features or the rocks, we could find the similar activities on the shore, which confirmed that these rocks were utilized for constructing, means certain structures. There would have been superstructure on these rocks, which have been now destroyed, and their remains are lying close by. We could also find remains of a large stone temple that was a structural temple, and this was a much bigger, almost 1.5 time bigger than the shore temple, which is still existing there. And when we excavated deep down, we could also understand the reasons for its collapse. So that gave us a lot of information about the ancient structures which were constructed near, means on the shore of means at Mahabalipuram, and then their remains which are lying underwater. The one which is the most famous or popular site of underwater related to underwater archaeology is Dwarika. As I had told, the work at Dwarika started long back. That was in 80s, and first the Indian uh, National Institute of Oceanography carried out investigation there for around 20 years. In 2005, Archaeological Survey of India started investigation here. So first we explored this whole area in a great detail. This is a image from the sea. You can see this famous temple of Dwarikadhish and the city of Dwarika. And there is a stream which meets the sea that is known as the Gomti stream. And the ancient literature also mentioned that Dwarika was located where river Gomti meets the sea. So we selected this area of the confluence of Gomti with the sea to investigate, means to find out these remains. All that small survey boat which could go to very close to the shore, and this is INS Nirdeshak, again another survey ship, which was equipped with the all survey uh, tools to study and analyze the remains there. All this data was captured and it was stored on the computer. Wherever any anomalies was found, they were divers were sent down to study them physically also for the verification. And this area that was around 2 nautical mile by 1 nautical mile was studied in great detail using multi-beam sonar and the side scan sonar. Many profiles very close to each other were made so that not even a single inch of area can be missed. And after that, we prepared a bathymetric map giving a difference of few centimeters. So these colors which you are seeing is actually the numbers giving the depth of the bottom there. And these different depths are given different numbers, which shows that the bathymetry of this area. And this feature, what you are seeing, is a paleo channel of the river Gomti. As on date, the river Gomti is flowing here, but in the past it was flowing somewhere here. So it has shifted northward. And then we also made a three-dimensional model to study the bottom of the sea and to find out the probability of finding more remains underwater. And then after doing the preliminary survey, then the diving was carried out. The important reason or areas was identified. We initially started in 200 meter, uh, 200 square meter, and then we narrowed it down to 50 square meter for detailed study and excavation. So when you dive, you find that everything is covered with the thick vegetation. You cannot differentiate natural rock or a structure by seeing them. So that vegetation have to be cleaned by mechanical methods. And once you clean the vegetation, and then you just uh, get the idea what remains are lying there. And here you can see these structural, these remains of structures. These are beautifully, properly cut blocks in different shapes, square or a rectangular, and even you have wedged shape. These structure means fragments which might have been used for circular structures there. All these remains which were found there, again documented systematically with the help of photography and drawings. All details were captured and proper drawings were prepared, measure drawings. And here you can see the visibility. Sometimes visibility is so poor that you can see a very limited area. So that your work time and area becomes very restricted. So these are the three main important excavations where you can have a feel that how an underwater archaeologist work on the bottom of the sea. When we talk about now for the future, or we look for the future, let's talk about this decade, because now there is again a fresh thrust on this field on underwater archaeology. There is no doubt that there is a great responsibility on the organizations which are concerned with the cultural heritage. And we have to have a permanent system in place so that the subject or the studies continues. And for that, we need to have to strengthen underwater archaeology wing. At the same time, we also need to have the regional units. It is not only that the center has to do everything, but even all the coastal states, and not only the coastal states because they have a large coastal line and they have a vast water area and a very rich underwater cultural heritage, but also the uh, states which are having the water bodies or the inland state, they also can play an important role in that. We have to also focus on the UNESCO Convention and its implementation, ratification, and also international cooperation so that we know it is not only that they can come and work with us, but also that we can go and work with them on their projects. Niti Aayog in its report has mentioned that the underwater archaeology need to be strengthened and developed in the country in this decade of 21 to 30. That UNESCO Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development is a opportunity that we focus and do more dedicated work in the field of underwater archaeology. I know that a large number of young, particularly youth, young girls and boys, they are very keen to work in this field, and we have to create possibilities for them or the facilities for them to learn diving and underwater activities so that they can be trained and can go and work in the field and can do the means they can search and preserve the underwater cultural heritage. I won't use word retrieve because the philosophy is that the underwater cultural heritage should be preserved where it is or in situ, what we do on the land, that we preserve the sites and monuments where they are. We don't lift them, we don't shift them. The same thing is to be done underwater. So wherever the heritage is, it should be preferably preserved there, unless it is it is necessary for their preservation or for scientific studies to retrieve them. So they should not be retrieved, they should be preserved there. So now for way ahead, we need to have functional centers in coastal states that will help a lot in generating the awareness about the cultural heritage and for the preservation of underwater cultural heritage. Regular training is a must because we have got a huge water area and there is a requirement of a large number of underwater archaeologists or enthusiasts and heritage lovers who can assist and help in the search and preservation of underwater cultural heritage. A heritage means a legislation related to underwater cultural heritage will definitely help in regulating all such activities and preservation of cultural heritage. And the sharing of information and resources will definitely create awareness about it, and the awareness is the first step towards the preservation of cultural heritage. So I stop with this brief introduction to underwater archaeological investigations in India with this news item which says there is a tremendous scope to explore underwater archaeology, and that is definitely undisputed. So if you have any question or additional information, if you want to have on this, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to reply.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now, thank you, Professor Alok Tripathi. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Now, I am extremely thankful to Professor Alok Tripathi for this very interesting illustrated lecture on the topic, very interesting topic, underwater archaeological investigations in India. In fact, he has given a very interesting overview of the work carried out under particularly this new subject. New subject in the means new discipline, which people are hardly know much about it. And he had made it so simple, and so everybody could get what exactly underwater archaeology means. But then he has certainly, before I will comment on this lecture, I would like to ask the floor or anybody from the audience to have any question or clarification on the talk which he has given. Please ask. You introduce first and then ask the question to Professor Alok Tripathi. The organizers and myself and Professor Alok Tripathi would be very thankful to you for asking questions to make it more lively. Please come forward.
Hello.
Yes.
This is Dr. Asma from Pakistan. Hello, Alok, and thank you for very informative lecture, and I really enjoyed it. And you know that one of my subjects is to start underwater archaeology in Pakistan. So my question from you would be that how do you preserve these structures underwater when you leave them there? Because mostly in Pakistan, in our delta area, we have sandstone structures, and with the salinity, they get destroyed very quickly. So these remains are actually endangered. So just explain a little bit more that how do you preserve them under the water?
Okay. See, the thing is, these structures which are now depends that what is the nature of the area. Means there are many factors which affect these remains. One has to see if they are buried. In many cases, they are preserved, and since they are lying underwater for a long period, maybe few centuries or for thousands of years, they develop a sort of a equilibrium there. And unless somebody, maybe the means I'm talking somebody when I say the natural factors or some human activities are disturbing them, they remain preserved there. As we found in our excavation of the shipwreck, that certain wooden parts which were exposed on the surface, they were eaten by the wood borers. But the other objects which were buried in the sand, they were in a mint fresh condition. So if you are not disturbing them, not digging them, not moving them, and you leave them as they are there, uh, there is no danger as such. But if there are certain human activities like dredging is there, or the fishermen nets and all which destroy them, that create a problem. As far as sandstone structures you are talking, I am not sure you are talking about the coastal structure or the structures which are underwater, because even if they are underwater, then after some time they get a calcareous deposit on them, and this deposit is so strong, and one way it works as a protective coating. So unless it is removed, uh, there is no much harm to these structures, though the stone may be soft, because we have found the limestone objects there, we have found the sandstone objects, and they were in quite good condition, uh, and didn't need any additional requirement. But if needed, then there are ways by which you can cover them and you can bury them so that there is not much damage to these structures.
Okay, thank you. Most of them are actually like fortresses in the Indus Delta area, so they are submerged from time to time, and you can only see them in few days of a month and few hours actually. So they are exposed, although we have documented them, but then they're submerged in the water. Like there was a very nice mosque, Thambanwari Mosque. It was on the surface, but now it's almost gone because of the sandstone structure. So that is what my question was. But I understand what do you mean. Like we still don't have any way to preserve them. So
So there are ways. There are ways, but even see, water itself means water is a good preservative also, because if the conditions are good, you may find even the organic material preserved underwater for thousands of years, which you cannot find on the in a dry or the land conditions. It depends that what is the nature, means one has to study each site in its own way and find out that what can be the best way to preserve them. And there are ways which can be used there for preserving them. If there is a danger from a particular, first you have to identify that what is the factor which is affecting them, and then only it can be suggested.
Okay, thank you. I'll be in touch with you.
Please.
I'll write to
Yeah,
you anyway.
we shall
Okay.
Thank
discuss. We shall
you.
discuss.
Thank you.
Anybody has any question or any clarification? Okay, then let me do my job because as a chairperson, it was my great pleasure to be here when Professor Alok Tripathi was talking about, because we have a very fair uh, understanding right from the beginning because of his career until since he has in ASI earlier, then went to Silchar and then again come back, and then we have seen the progress he has done and the achievements archaeologically he has done, and particularly he is a man who, from the topic itself, you would know that underwater archaeology was not much known. And initially, he established or started the department of underwater archaeology wing in ASI. And when he was there, quite good work was carried out, as he was explaining. But then, after he left ASI, the department always become defunct. But now I am request Professor Alok Tripathi, since he has joined the ASI and he has a lot of responsibilities, and there is a potentiality to work on under archaeology. So he should take the lead to establish the department and make it more active, and we will expect some much more work as he guideline what we are now expecting and what we are looking for. With the recent developments, with recent publications and understanding and the equipments we have, one could have certainly go for major projects which was not known earlier. But then he talked a lot about the legal aspects of this underwater archaeology. Then 2001 convention, what it was, how it was important. Then training, where one could get training or who could get training. Then uh, public engagement, how people are responsible, because it is not only the government or people, but everyone is responsible for preserving our cultural heritage. Then publication. Now we have, now as he says that there is a lot of publication now. People earlier were not aware about what is new archaeology, and we have now a clear idea what is the functions of new archaeology, what are the benefits, and how it is a major source for understanding history. Then he also talked about the collaborations. It is not only one department, but there are various university departments, state government, central government, and this National Institute of Oceanography at Goa and others. So everybody can combine and have a collaborative work for. Then he also talked about the intangible heritage, what intangible heritage we mean, and also the what experimental archaeology does here. We have certain hypotheses to prove that we have to do some experimental archaeology, whether we could do or it is true or not. And so also later on he gave a very illustrative talk on the work he carried out, particularly the sites like in Indian Ocean of Dwarka, Mahabalipuram, then Bangaram Islands, and Elephanta, and recent work in Laktak Lake in Tripura. So now he gave a very clear understanding what role underwater archaeology does, and then what is now to be done. So I think he has we have given heard the information as a first-hand information from the person who did all this, who was involved in this underwater archaeological projects. And let us hope now he is having a responsible position holding in SI, and we look forward another Miss active department of underwater archaeology wing there under his leadership. He can promote some of his officers there, and with his able administration or underguiding, I think we look forward some better achievements which it was lacking for some time in between. So I am extremely thankful to you, Professor Alok, and for a very interesting, illustrious lecture, and also the organizers for asking me to preside over this particularly session when Alokji was presenting a paper. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the observers who gathered or listening online from different parts of the country and outside India, particularly from I could see the people from Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and other neighboring areas. So once again, I thank you all. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Professor V.H. Sonawane, sir, for chair the session, and Professor Alok Tripathi, sir, for delivering a very important talk on underwater archaeology. Thank you, sir, for giving your time in this international webinar. Thank you. Now, next talk, our eminent speaker, Dr. Uzma Khan, Madam, River Dolphin Rivers Initiative, Asia Coordinator, WWF, Pakistan. Welcome, Madam. Our chairperson, Dr. Lala Ashwani Kumar Singh, retired Senior Research Officer, Wildlife, Forest Department of Odisha, India. Welcome, sir. Oh,
Namaste.
Dr. Lala Ashwani Kumar Singh ji, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Uzma Khan.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Uzma Khan, who will be talking to us regarding protected areas management for river dolphins. Dr. Khan is a wildlife biologist and nature conservationist, primarily from WWF, Pakistan. Okay. And she has a very long academic history. October 2010 to May 2015, she was educated at the University of Siena, Italy.
Hello, good morning, please tell me.
Hello? Yeah, for PhD on leopard ecology in Western Himalayas in Pakistan. By 1997, Dr. Uzma Khan completed her BSc and MSc in Pakistan. October 2000, she was at University of Edinburgh, UK, and applied animal behavior and welfare, scholarships, distinctions, and academic projects also. March 2004 to July 2004, she was with the very famous University of Kent and Dorrell Wildlife Conservation Trust, UK. From 2004, Dr. Khan has coordinated the Indus River Dolphin Conservation in various capacities. 2002 to 2004, she was in overall management of Lahore Zoo education programs. And she has a long list of publication, work experience and accomplishments, as I said. And she served as technical advisor and consultant for various conservation programs. Dr. Khan is a member of the IUCN SSC specialist groups dealing with the conservation breeding CBSG, which is now renamed as Conservation Planning Specialist Group, and the Vulture Group, Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, SPCA. And interestingly, she is a specialist in wildlife legal frameworks. That's a very rare combination with biologists having biological background as well as legal background. So Dr. Uzma Khan is working with rivers and river dolphins through the initiatives of WWF International and WWF Pakistan from December 2017 onwards. She has developed the global river dolphin strategy. That's wonderful. And she is also leading the process of implementation of the conservation priorities across Asia. Now, let's be ready to listen to Dr. Khan regarding the protected areas management for river dolphins. Welcome, Dr. Khan. Please carry on.
Thank you very much for this flattering introduction. It's an honor to be here. I'll just share my screen and I hope everything works well. Okay. So can you see my screen? If you could please confirm.
It's coming up. Oh, okay.
Is it all right? Can everyone see my screen? Okay, perfect.
I can see.
Right. It means everyone can see. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and I'll be talking about river dolphins and some of the protected areas and their management for your little bit of information. It's a wide subject, so I'll try to do justice to this in maybe 20-30 minutes. Okay. So globally, because I don't know the background of people here, so I'll just introduce that there are 6 freshwater cetaceans in the world. These are those dolphins and porpoises that only live in freshwater, and they cannot live outside. So you see their pictures here. 2 of them, actually the one which is in the middle, like pink looking, is the Amazon river dolphin. And the one which is the smaller one in this corner on the left side is Takushi. These 2 dolphins can only live in freshwater, and they are found in South America. So in the Amazon River Basin and in Orinoco River Basin. The other 4 that you see are from Asia. So this one in this corner, this is the Ganges River dolphin. In the middle here down is the Indus. This one is here at the bottom right corner is the Irrawaddy dolphin, which is in 3 river basins. I'll show you a map. And then this top one is in the left corner is the Yangtze finless porpoise. So there are 6, and 2 of them are critically endangered, the Irrawaddy river dolphin populations and the porpoise. The others are all 4 endangered categories. So, you can well imagine that if all of them are either endangered or critically endangered, it means that there's something really serious happening to them and they require conservation efforts. Now, the main issue is that if you see in Asia, the countries where river dolphins are found are all the countries with massive human population. And this means that we have a huge water footprint. And I've seen it translate into the economies which are reliant on water. So we have either really big agriculture or we have textiles. So those two industries predominant the rivers. And so there is a lot of abstraction of water from the rivers for these two purposes. Industries, you know that they use a lot of water, especially textiles. So leather and textiles is quite big in our region. And you see that this is taking a toll on river dolphins in our region. So now this leads me to the threats. Now you see all these red dots are those water infrastructure that are operational. So this is the map of Asia, and you see all the red dots. These are some one or the other, but water infrastructure, which is either barrages or dams or navigational project or something or the other. This has really shrunken the habitat of river dolphins. Obviously, if you develop a river in any way or take out water from it, it's going to impact the dolphins and their food, which are various fish species. The other thing which is slightly different, which is happening in countries like Indonesia, where palm oil plantation is growing, it is clearing the land, which is the natural forest growth, and converting it into palm oil plantations, and that is increasing the sediment load in the rivers because of erosion. And what is the increase of sediment load is shrinking the habitat, and actually now the dolphin, Irrawaddy dolphin, which is found there in Indonesia, right at the bottom, you see Mahakam in the Mahakam River. The stretch is now, where it was found is now less. So the range is shrinking. Range shrinkage is happening to all the species. It's not just, let's say, where we have a lot of infrastructure, but it is shrinking. And infrastructure or sediment or loss of forest is we have seen as the leading causes. So this is the map of the Asian freshwater species. And I'll begin from here. So in this corner, you see the Indus Basin, and all the red lines are the river sections where the Indus River dolphin has it's gone from there. So, it's extinct from the red lines. Where it's left is the mainstream Indus River. And you see this tiny blue dot, which is coming in India, is the section of Bias River, where there's a small population of the Indus dolphin. And then we move to the other species. So initially, Indus and Ganges were one species, which was labeled as South Asian dolphin. Just over a year ago, extensive genetic testing proved that they are two different species. So now IUCN Red List recognizes them as two different species. And even this is the map from a publication of, I think it's Professor Mishra, which shows the decline. And you see in some of the river tributaries, the species has gone. Then we come to the third species, which is the Irrawaddy dolphin populations in Asia. There are three. So one is in Irrawaddy River in Myanmar. And then the second population of the same species is in the Mekong River in Cambodia. And the third population is right below Mahakam River in Indonesia. So they are very small, altogether less than 300 Irrawaddy dolphins. Yangtze River, unfortunately, already lost a river dolphin species. It was a huge loss to this world. It was the Yangtze River dolphin, also commonly known as baiji. So baiji became extinct from the Yangtze River And now we have Yancy finless porpoise here. There are only about 1,000 left. And again, you see there are small patches where it has disappeared. But a lot of protection efforts are underway in China to protect the remaining populations. So this is the situation with river dolphins in Asia. I'll quickly show you the Indus River dolphin because I'll be talking a lot about it. So let me show you. This is a drone footage of Indus dolphin near a small place which is called Tonsa. So it's a very tiny clip to just give you a glimpse. And Ganges dolphins more or less look the same, at least physically. Now, this is a distribution map of the Indus dolphin. Now, you see from the it says 1870s, and then so on as the time has progressed. So it was found, all the blue lines show the river system, the basin, and you see the dolphins were everywhere.
Not visible.
So
not
sorry?
visible. Not visible.
You can't see it?
It's a blank screen. Oh, okay, okay. Now it has come.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe
okay,
a
it has
large
come. You can see it now? Okay.
Right.
So you see the years. Please interrupt anytime there's a problem because I can only see my screen, and which is working fine. So if you see 1870s and onwards, there's a timeline which is given at the top. All the blue lines indicate the distribution of Indus dolphin. And initially in 1870s, the distribution was about 3,500 kilometers of the river. And then you see the progression, you see the black dots coming up. And these black dots are all barrages. And this is the same situation in India. So because, the British developed the rivers extensively, and then we went on doing the same. So you see the black dots, and they keep emerging, and we have seen the reduction in the range. And now the situation is this. So we have the mainstream Indus River. You have about 2,000 dolphins. We regularly do surveys. Every 5 years, WWF leads the survey. And we are monitoring this population very closely. We have seen an increase in the last about 20 years. We have seen that population has doubled. We followed the same methodology, same time of the year, but we have seen an increase in the population. And then we must not forget a very small population in the Bias River, which is it's obviously cut off, and then it's there. It's between, the last survey showed between 5 to 11 dolphins. So very, very small population, but the area is very effectively conserved by the government of Punjab in India. So really effective measures. It's also declared as a Ramsar site. So very extensive efforts are underway. So now you see at the end, at the bottom, it's written 6 subpopulations remain. And we have seen 80% decline in the range. So 6 populations, 5 of them are in Pakistan, and this tiny one is in India. But overall, overall, the population is still very small. Having animals around 2,000, anyone who has a little bit of understanding would know that it is a very small number. So these are the barrages, and the same one exists in India as well, and Bangladesh and the entire subcontinent. So we have these barrages, and obviously they are built to divert water into irrigation canals. This is the one barrage I'm showing you, the satellite image of Sakhar barrage. And you see the river is coming, and it's diverted into canals, and look at the water situation downstream a barrage. So obviously, if you're taking water, then you are having an impact on the dolphins because they are completely dependent. They can't survive outside the rivers, the water. Now, when they are in smaller range, smaller habitats, you see that they are more vulnerable to mortalities in fishing nets. So there are various type of, you'll see somewhere I give the numbers, somewhere I give the percentages, depending on how the papers have been published. So Pakistan, because I'm involved in this very closely, we in a small stretch we have seen 80 dolphins. These are reported, but a lot of them are not reported, and fishermen don't report them because they know that it is illegal. If a dolphin is killed in their nets, and they can get punishments. And also, this is what we know, but I'm sure there's a lot more. And then there is a paper published from India which says that every year about 5 to 7% of Ganges dolphins die in fishing nets. And the population is around 3,500 for the Ganges River dolphin. So it is also a small population. In Cambodia, the mortality rate has been quite high. So you see the stats on my screen, but the population in Cambodia is very small. It's around 80 animals. So they have shown slight increase, but still the population is too small. And I'll talk about it later, but the issues are that the calves die very quickly. So they show high calf mortality. And then if a population, in a population where young are dying, then it means that it is an aging population, which is also a big concern for the Irrawaddy dolphin in Cambodia. In the Mahakam River, the mortality of dolphins, 66% is related to gill nets. So controlling fishing nets, improving fishing practices is one of the key factors when it comes to protected area management or management of dolphins anywhere in the world. In Bangladesh as well, in fact, in a recent meeting, the stats which were shown by a government representative were even higher than this. So I had pulled 67 from a paper, but he was reporting even higher. So this is a concern. But in a nutshell, gill net mortalities is a big concern, and which we can deal with. Okay, we have barrages that were built 100 years ago. Some of them, we can't do much about them, but this is something that we can really control. And this has been the focus of a lot of conservation efforts. Now, you see the stats here. I don't have to repeat myself, but gill nets again have shown that this is something which is not just restricted to freshwater dolphins, but also marine dolphins, and even more serious maybe. And then Baiji, the Yangtze River dolphins decline was also attributed to gill net mortalities. Even in Yangtze finless porpoise, the decline we have seen, there were 2,500 dolphins back in 1991, and this population was reduced to half by 2017. So now there's another survey which is underway. So we'll see, hopefully the population has increased now, but we have seen that it halved because of gill net mortalities. The problem is the same. And that's where our initiative that we have as WWF tries to connect everyone, is that we have the same problems. The problems are that we have legal framework is weak, or in one place it's different, and another province, from province to province, it's different. And the enforcement is very, very poor. And some of the legal net size are actually killing dolphins. So, we really need to address this problem. And we have taken some measures. So if we look at the protected areas, these are some stats. All countries have their national action plans for dolphins. So India has one, Pakistan has one, Bangladesh approved one last year, so did Nepal, and other countries, so on and so forth. So all have really good national action plans. But then it comes down to, how you implement them. Do you have the right budgets to do this? Do you have enough government support? All these questions are important. And as I was joining, the Dr. Saab who was concluding said collaboration is very important. Different departments need to talk to each other. It's critical. So in Asia, we have 31 protected areas. But some of the protected areas are there because they are either a really important habitat for tigers or they are really important habitat for rhinos, and river just happens to be there. So, this is important that we have protected areas that are focused, developed for river dolphins and are protected for that too. And we have some great examples in the region. So it's not that all have a landscape approach, but some are excellent. But when it comes to protected areas, then some protected areas don't have management plans. We have really good national level strategy, but then when it comes to actual management of PAs, most of them don't have. Then again, I'll reiterate that departments need to work together. So somebody will say, no, fisheries department has to manage the illegal fisheries. Wildlife department, which is responsible for dolphins, cannot take an action for an illegal net. They can only come in the action if a dolphin is dead. So some protected areas also allow fishing. So this is like, I can talk about it for hours, the issues, but really the lack of coordination between different departments is also an issue which should be listed as a huge threat because we need to work together. That is where the protected areas that I know of are located. I know this needs to be updated, but well, in a snapshot, you'll know. And some of them are also Ramsar sites, so they are also protected through an international convention, which is a great added advantage. In Pakistan, when it comes to management, I can tell you that we have an emergency rescue program, which is a program that rescues dolphins that accidentally get trapped in irrigation canals. So they have to be manually lifted and translocated. So we have a very good program led by a government department. They have very good success. They are rescued. And sometimes they are occasional, they are neonates, so completely dependent on their moms, but they are small, a few cases. Sometimes dolphins, they can die of capture myopathy. So as soon as you hold it, it just collapses. So that has also happened, and it has been seen in other species as well. So we need to improve something that the program is good. What we are now working on is that this is an opportunity that can help you in getting good data, like health assessments. You can do quick CT scans, and so you can learn a lot about it. And this is what we are working now in coordination with the National Marine Mammal Foundation. We have just started this project to strengthen this program. We have been doing satellite tagging. This is also something new. We were always reluctant because we thought the dorsal fin is very small, and a tag will not last much. Because I remember putting a tag which was a VHF tag about 10 years ago, and it only worked for 2 weeks, and then we lost the tag, or lost the dolphin, or whatever. I don't know, but we got very little data, and for a long time we didn't do much. And then this year in January, we tagged 3 dolphins. So this is me. And so I tagged 3 dolphins, and it's important that I share this sort of information because Ganges dolphin is is more or less the same. So you can also tag it in India. So we always thought, as I said, that the dorsal fin is tiny and maybe a tag will not last, and this is what our experience taught us. So finally, we decided let's try again, and this is the Argos tag that I'm putting. This tag lasted 3 months, which is great. It gave us so much information about the movement that we never knew. So, for example, one of the dolphins moved 45 kilometers in less than a week. It went up 45 kilometers and it came back, and so I guess its home range was 45 kilometers. So it was moving a lot, which we never knew and we never expected. We thought they'll just stay in their small groups where they are, but it gave us so much information. The other dolphin, these were 2 females. The other dolphin's home range was smaller, but the other one had really big home range. So we are now going to be tagging at least 2 or 3 dolphins every year, and we were able to fundraise for this as well. The other interesting thing is that I talked a lot about mortalities in fishing nets. So we need to find a solution, right? So now we are testing this red thing that you see is called a pinger. In pingers, they produce sounds that dolphins don't like because the frequency is such. We don't hear the sound, but dolphins hear them, and they don't like them, so they leave that area. And it has been successfully tested in Pakistan on barrages, because we want to stop them from, not barrages, from canal gates. We want to stop them from swimming into canal gates. So we tried these, and dolphins were staying at least 30 meters away, which is great. And we use these red ones. They are yellow pingers as well, and red pingers. Red pingers means they produce really loud sounds. And we chose these ones because there's a lot of noise when it is near the barrage or water is gushing through the canal gates. So that's why we chose the loud ones. Pingers have been tested successfully in Indonesia. Actually, in Indonesia, this stat that you see, Irrawaddy dolphins stayed 10 meters away when the pingers are active. This is from the Mahakam River. They stayed away from the pingers, and it actually helped in improving the fish catches for fishermen. And now fishermen love pingers and they want to have them. So we raised money to give fishermen pingers. So we reduced the mortalities of dolphins in fishing nets, while fishermen are also happy. And it's a win-win situation for both. So this is what the program is. And then we have tried them, as I said, in 4 countries altogether. And in South America, the results were different in Takushi compared to the Amazon River dolphins. So Takushi showed better responses than Amazon River dolphin. But we have seen really good responses in Pakistan and India. I know that Wildlife Institute of India has also done pingers trials, and they are also thinking of scaling up, which is great. So yes, pingers are very important to reduce fishing-related mortalities or stopping dolphins from swimming into irrigation canals. And now this has been proven in various countries, and this can really help in reducing mortalities and improving protected area management. So I'll close Indus by showing this slide. This is, I showed you before, there's a tiny population, and I thought I should put this slide because predominantly the participants here are from India. So this is Beas Conservation Reserve has dolphins in India, Indus dolphin. So I'm not talking about Ganges, I'm talking about Indus dolphin. And this is the Punjab aquatic animal. and it's a restricted to really small stretch, but this is very well protected because now you have mitras, like community-led programs, and you're releasing gharials in that area, which gives an additional advantage, more motivation to protect this. So I really hope this population survives. And the good news is that they have calves as well. So it's excellent that there's hope for future. I'll talk a little bit about another species so that you understand what's happening in Asia, in other countries. So Mekong River Dolphin Protected Area, Mekong River Protected Area is for the Irrawaddy dolphin. You see the picture. All these blue dots that you see are actually the deep pools that you have in lower Mekong River. And these deep pools are where these dolphins are found. So as I said, around 80 dolphins. They are
Excuse me,
very
ma'am.
well. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. This presentation is not visible. I don't know.
Now
It's
it's come.
only
It has
in
come.
my.
It has come. No. It is visible now. It came late because of the size of the slide, maybe.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so. I have so many. The problem with good presentation, like pretty presentations, is that they take some time in loading. So now you can see?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just saying that these blue dots are the deep pools. And this is a stretch of, if I remember correctly, about 180 kilometers where the dolphins are. So this is very well protected. There are 72 river guards. And some of them are from communities, some of them are from the government and police, and their job is to patrol the area and control illegal fishing activities. Although fishing is banned here, but illegal fishing is extremely serious. So when I was talking earlier about calf mortality, the calf mortality is also because of the gill nets. So we need to understand why it's happening, but one of the causes that we do understand is that there are gill nets which are causing mortalities, and those are all illegal nets. And there's a lot of concern over this population, as I was explaining before. If your population is losing the calves, then it means that the population is growing old, and this is what's happening. They know all of this because they are photographing. So there's very strict monitoring of this population, and the fins are photographed. So actually there's like whole catalog of dolphins that, okay, this is this animal, this is they know all the individuals. So they have been tracking these dolphins through the photographs. So they know exactly who is who, and when an animal dies, they know that possibly it was this old because it was first photographed in that year. So, this is really important database, and it can't work in all the species. So I must say that for example, it cannot work on Indus and Ganges because our dorsal fin is very tiny. And it was tried by one of the scientists in Bangladesh, and you may know his name, Brian Smith. But he took a lot of photographs and he says that no, it didn't work. But anyway, it works for a species like Irrawaddy dolphin because their fin is bigger and you see different notches and different scars, and you can understand the population really well. Okay, I'll be coming to the last few slides. So because I'm talking about dolphins, and sorry, I don't know if other people are talking about dolphins as well, so I thought I should touch upon other species, and that's why I put like different species here. There is a concerted action led by the government of India, which is for Ganges river dolphin and Irrawaddy river dolphin. This was approved under Convention of Migratory Species, so which is really great that governments are leading in a lot of ways for regional efforts. So this, the objective is to conserve transboundary dolphin distribution, their habitat, conserve the species and their habitat through transboundary initiatives, and have research, which is priority research that needs to be done. So this is led by the Government of India. There is a conservation management plan on the Amazon river dolphin, which is led by Cambodia for South America, which is also great. It's connecting the countries working together. And because there's one species, Amazon dolphin, is moving through different countries because the basins are huge. We don't have that in Asia, except for the Ganges dolphin. Our basins are very much separate. But for Amazon, this works really well. Some of the other actions that are taken by the government, these are just examples, and there are obviously a lot more. Cambodia has banned fishing in this 180-kilometer stretch, which overlaps with the Irrawaddy dolphin distribution in the Mekong River. China put a ban on fishing in the entire Yangtze River, which is a 10-year ban for the revival of fisheries and to protect the Yangtze porpoise. Pakistan has banned fishing in the Indus River in one of the provinces. It's also a very bold step because, when communities are dependent on livelihoods, then it's quite crucial. And so what China has done is that they have given, via their social security, alternate options to the people, the fishermen that were dependent. Pakistan has allowed community-based fisheries, which they are looking into because it's quite recent. So we still have to work out. But at least it gives us, the government of Pakistan, time to improve the legislation, because some of the things, as I was saying, consistent in all the countries, are the net size are not good. Even legal practices are detrimental to dolphins. Now, which is maybe somebody in this group knows about CATS, which is Conservation Assured Tiger Standards. Conservation Assured Tiger Standards really help in improving protected area management for tigers, which really helped in improving the population in many countries, including India and Nepal. So they have worked really well. And now we have, in the last 2 years, we were working on conservation assured river dolphin standards. And we thought, if something has really worked for tigers, which means you have really species specific standards, you set them not just general standard for a protected area, but you think of a species, think of its threats, how you can address it, and then, set the standards accordingly. So we have done this. Now we have the standards for river dolphins. And they, as I said, if you know that if you're managing a protected area, you know where you need to reach. So your protected area can be assessed according to these standards, which is something that worked, as I said before, worked really well for tigers in our region. So they are, as it was done before, for tigers, we have the same sort of document, where you have pillars. You look at, this is just one example, but there are lots of, it's a whole document, whole manual. So you think of the site design and you then assign different standards and how you assess it. So you do this, and then you know where your site stands and how you need to improve it. And for example, one of the things in these standards is that you are monitoring the population, so you know the trends and you're monitoring it. Then one of the things is that you know that your mortality through fishing nets, and there are measures in place to reduce the mortalities. Then there are other standards which are based on capacity building. So you have to, when you're assessing the site, you know exactly what you're looking for. So now this document is ready and ready to roll out. We have made a software, so when somebody is assessing, you can put in information in a software and you know your weak areas. So every 6 months, when you are assessed again, you know that how you have improved and where you have reached, and then there's scoring. It's very interesting, and we can have a completely another session on cards only. So it's very interesting, and Tigers have done it really well. So we have developed a software, as I said. We have done some trainings of river dolphin countries. And now we want to, if you see in the last, on the right-hand side, we want to implement it in a few sites. So I know that Cambodia is interested. They are raising funds for implementation of these standards in the Cambodian side. I know that Pakistan has raised funds for one of their protected areas, and they want to implement these standards and want to assess a river dolphin protected area according to these standards. And I know Bolivia in South America is doing it. So it's just picking up. It has just started, and it's extreme. It's like the new thing, and it has just started. And let's see how it goes. But we are just starting it in a few countries. This is the last slide, if I remember. So what we are doing, I talked about fishing threats. Now, what we are doing is that we had a meeting last month where we brought together countries, Asian river dolphin countries, and then agreed on developing a conservation management plan that addresses fisheries threat. And countries agree. And this will be done under a convention which is called International Whaling Commission. And they have a really strong group of scientists that can guide the process and help in developing it. So this is what we aim to do for the Asian river dolphins. And this is another new thing, new development, and I thought I should share with you. So with this is the last. Thank you very much for having me. This is a drone picture of the Indus River with some people on the boats. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Actually, you raised the question about tiger has helped, but I must supplement you so that maybe in your next talk, you can mention about the Gharial project. See, in India, one is Project Tiger, started in 1973, after 1972 census, and after 74 census, 1974 census for crocodiles, things started for the crocodiles in 1975. And because of the crocodile conservation project, there have been a lot of ancillary beneficiaries. And the best beneficiary are the gangetic dolphins. And I was working in Chambal, and there, 1983, I started the research camp. And maybe if you look at the Academia Edu, you will find our papers there. 1984-85, I think that paper is there. First time, where are the gharials and where are the dolphins? Gharial nesting site and the dolphins. And real attention for gangetic dolphin in India started from that time onwards. We have now good population census and continuous monitoring of Chambal River on the western part. And on the eastern side, in Chilka Lake, we have some Irrawaddy dolphin in Chilka. So it's a small population, around 80 or so. Anyway, that dolphin movement has started. And I definitely compliment you because you have touched upon all the aspects, starting from the species, their distribution, the protected areas, and rescue operations using pingers. That's interesting. And this transboundary research and interdepartmental coordination, which is a real issue everywhere. And because of the growing population, their dependence on habitats shared by important biodiversity, we have similar problems everywhere. One question actually I skipped. That Ramsar site you mentioned for Indus dolphin, there is one Ramsar site. So how long of the, and what is the length of the river which is included in that Ramsar? If it is there, if you remember it.
It's 190-kilometer stretch, which is a Ramsar site. So if I don't know how to type, but it's Gudu Sakhar barrage. There are two barrages, and they have 190-kilometer stretch, which is called the Indus Dolphin Reserve. It's a Ramsar site, but it's not just one. There are others. There is Tonsa Wildlife Sanctuary on Punjab side, which is also a Ramsar site. So at least two of them where dolphins are, and they are Ramsar wetlands. But Ramsar, I feel is, it's effective if you apply the Ramsar tools and you monitor it. If you're not doing all of that, then, which we are not doing, to be honest, then Ramsar does not really help.
Yeah, they want you to, okay, they expect a lot of administrative activities, protections, and all these things. They, I feel, are linked with more tourism side. And so, anyway, but it gives international attention. And we feel proud that it is a Ramsar site. It's a Ramsar site. We sell that name.
Yes.
Any question from the audience? Okay, if there is nothing, then I would actually request you to look at our Chambal papers. And because of those initiations, Gangetic dolphin has become the national aquatic animal in 2010. So a lot of work is going on, yeah.
No, certainly, because I was also, I know about a few. I will put I'll put the link. We have a website that we put together. So there was a lot of effort that went into this. So please do visit this. It covers all the species, and I work for the Asian region. I work a lot with WWF India. And recently we developed a project for them that we won. So there's a lot of Pingers work that's going to start in India. So it's the Darwin Innovation Fund grant. So we got it it was a joint project of India, Pakistan. They don't have to, teams don't have to work together, but the project document has them together. So they'll pick up their sites. Our team is working with Wildlife Institute of India to decide which sites can be good for Pingers trials. But you see this website, you will see a lot of information on even the research, the satellite tagging research that I was talking about. That paper is also there. Then in Indonesian trials on Pingers, that is also there. So you can find a lot of literature and good stories of dolphin conservation on this website. And Gharial, yeah. So I read a lot on Indian protected areas, Vikramshala Wildlife Sanctuary. And yeah, that's how I know about Bias conservation, where I think Gavial reintroduction has given it a boost as well. And by the way, India has also announced the dolphin project. So it's not just the
Yes.
Tiger Project or Gharial. They have announced, your Prime Minister announced the Dolphin Project, which is a great step forward. We have to follow it closely to see, what exactly is delivered. But I know that there is a huge network of Ram Ganga Mitras, which they want to engage with to monitor the health of Ram Ganga. So this is excellent. There are few very concrete things that are happening.
Yeah, but this Chambal project is actually more academic, long-term ecological studies. There have been a lot of beneficiaries from the Gharial conservation project. Lot of dolphin is one, freshwater turtles, then these large birds, migratory birds. So we have been doing there from 1983 continuously till 2016. So more than 35 so years.
Excellent.
I personally, at this stage, I have retired since 2010, and at this stage, I feel very happy about the contribution which Chambal made to other beneficiaries. And because of Chambal work, attention was given to dolphins. Okay, thank you very much. Probably there is no questions. It was really enlightening. I was personally very interested to this.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here and meeting you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Ozma Madam, given a nice talk in this webinar series, and Dr. Ashwani Kumar Singh sir, chair the session. Thank you, both of you, sir. Thank you. Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. H.N. Datta sir, Vice Chancellor, the Global Open University, Nagaland, Dimapur, Nagaland. Chairperson, Dr. Shivakant Bajpayee, Superintendent Archaeologist, Archaeological Survey of India, Jabalpur, and co-chairperson, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of History, ICB College, Guwahati, India. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. H.N. Datta, sir. Sir, one request to Masood Imran, sir. Dr. Masood Imran, sir. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir. Welcome. And because our this session chairperson some busy in some meeting, so please chair this session, and Dr. Indrani introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. H.N. Datta sir, Vice Chancellor, the Global Open University, Nagaland, Dimapur. So, yes, sir. Indrani?
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Hi. Namaste. Please introduce our eminent speaker and Dr. Masood Imran chair the session.
Yes, sir. Masood Sirji, namaste at the first beginning. And I welcome and invited Dr. H.N. Datta, at present with Vice Chancellor, Global University, Nagaland, Dimapur, and his biographical work also. Dr. Datta sir, he was one of the eminent scholars from Northeast and archaeologist. He has edited several publications of the Directorate of Archaeology Assam. There are the Directorates of Archaeology Assam since inception in 2012, Ambari Archaeology Site, an interim report 2006, a report of conservation archaeology site monuments in Assam under the 11th Finance Commission Award 2007, Assam Archaeology 2003 for a review, a report excavation, Kagla Tech Archaeological Site, Golvalkar District 2010, a guidebook on archaeological sites monuments listed by the Director of Archaeology Assam. A few inscriptional discoveries of Assam. River Brahmaputra in Cultural Region in Assam, 2010, Assam Archaeologist, 2005 to 10, a review. His Assamese travel, Assam, Switzerland script, Patishavi, 2016, being right worldly cultural outline of similar cultural traditional practice in Switzerland and Assam. With Dr. Socio-Cultural, he has jointly edited Eastern Himalayan domestic architecture with special reference to Northeast India, 2017. He has been invited as an honorary guest of Swiss Foundation of Archaeological Research abroad to attend international seminar on Asian Archaeological organized by Zurich University in Switzerland in 2005 to present a research paper on his work on importance of art and archaeology of the Doyang Hansiri Valley, on his history and art of Assam. And an honorary guest, Dr. H.M. Datta, was Switzerland for 10 days and had the opportunity to travel widely, archaeological institution, museum, university, foreign countries in different parts of the world. By excavating up Ambari archaeological site in 2009 in collaboration with the Govt Circle, Archaeological Survey of India, Dr. H.N. Datta has pushed back the date of the ancient history Assam to Sunga to Kushana period of ancient history. Dr. Datta has been awarded the Tilottama Borua Trust Award in 2007 by the Assam Sahitya Sabha at Golvalkar for his long-drawn contribution in the sphere of archaeological field of work in Northeast, for his ardent interest and for his devotion in the field of archaeology in both field work and research, Directorate of Archaeology in Assam. He has been confined titled Kanawatta Pran and Jorhat Jatiya Vidyalaya, Jorhat in 2016 for his contribution in the field of art and culture and education. The Confederation of Indian University, New Delhi, has conferred upon his lifetime achievement award in 2000. At present, Dr. Golvalkar is working in Vice Chancellor as a Vice Chancellor with Global University, Nagaland, Dimapur. His present topic would be the Kingdom of Dabaka in the northeastern region of India for his Dayang Hansiri Valley. Now I hand over my paper to our chairman, sir, to give some
वर्तमान में थोड़ा चेयरपर्सन सर का आपको परिचय दे दूं। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मोहम्मद मसूद इमरान, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी, जहांगीरनगर यूनिवर्सिटी टावर, ढाका, बांग्लादेश।
Okay, thank you very much. So I found myself as a sudden chairperson. So welcome to this session. I'm just replacing Dr. Shivakant Bajpayee and is not available now. So, okay. I think this is a very interesting paper going to present Dr. H.N. Datta, and he is the Vice Chancellor, the Global Open University, Nagaland. So I would like to invite him to join with his presentation. Dr. H.N. Datta, please proceed with your presentation slides.
Namaste. Respected chairperson of today's webinar organized by the Government MS Golvalkar College of Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, learned scholars participating from different organizations and different countries of the world, and Professor S.K. Mishra, who cordially invite requested me to to take part in this webinar. So now I would like to invite your attention to the northeastern region of India. Northeastern region of India, this about the growth of a regional kingdom during the reign of the Gupta emperors. In my paper, I will read also in PowerPoint presentation, and some slides I shall explain also. And any observation I will always welcome, and any question answers also I will try to answer. So, am I audible now, please?
I think it's quite okay. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. The slides, is it visible?
Not yet. Not yet.
Slide visible?
No.
No.
Not yet.
No.
So, is it now visible?
No, not yet.
No, sir.
I think your share is okay, but just activate your PowerPoint. Activate your PowerPoint slide. Just activate that one.
The PowerPoint is open.
You should have to activate that particular slides. Then it will be visible. You already shared that one, but it's not visible here. We found a very black screen which is shared. It showed a black screen.
What? Last time, how does one do that? Is it now visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
So, kindly continue me like this. Now, slightly, I have changed the words in the subject of my research paper. I made it a Northeast Indian Kingdom of Dabaka flourished in Ryangdhansri Valley of Assam, a historical perspective of Gupta Empire. So, this is my own research finding. research finding, and this is India in Asia, and this is particularly the northeastern region of India. And we all know the northeastern region of India is more close to China and Southeast Asia, linguistically, culturally, religiously, socially, ethnically. So it is more closer to China and Southeast Asia than the rest part of India. It is surrounded by hilly region, and only the Brahmaputra Valley, River Brahmaputra, is connecting the northeastern region of India with the mainland of India. And since ancient time, this river Brahmaputra has been communicating through this river Brahmaputra, the message of Indian culture was propagating into the valley of this northeastern region of India. As a result of which some political developments which emerged in the mainland of India also is reflected in this part of the country. So this is the northeastern of India, and here this is Assam. And today we will discuss development of one ancient kingdom in covering this northeastern region of India, which the capital of which was in the river Dhansiri. Now, river Dhansiri means this is the region where river Dhansiri flows, and on the bank of this river Dhansiri, we found a large number of archaeological sites. And a study on these materials, archaeological materials, which we explored in this river valley, it gave us numerous archaeological, cultural, social, historical evidences or inputs. And with help of this, I am presenting this paper covering the political aspect of this development of this kingdom of Devaka covering the northeastern region of India. Now, this is the river Dhansiri, and here we find many of the archaeological sites which I am listing here. But out of these, the main principal archaeological sites I will discuss in this presentation. One thing I need to draw our attention that this river Dhansiri is very conspicuous. It is said it is the most conspicuous river in the world, and because of this, it facilitated human settlement from ancient time. Now, one of that site is Rodhala Pukuri, where we find a unit of 3 water tanks, 2 of which are interconnected. We find there heaps of iron slags spread over the entire area of the tank covering 1.5 square kilometer. One water stream called Loa Dam is associated with this site, which is connected to a substream of the Brahmaputra. The term Loa Dam, meaning iron associated with water stream, indicates its remote antiquity, since Dong is an ancient Ostic term. Globular bodied terracotta picture Dhekiolia color, locally called, with elongated neck, found only in this region, seem to have associated with iron smelting activities. Now, these are the tanks which are connected with one another, and we found heaps of iron slags which were lying in this locality. And it indicates some iron smelting activities were popular in this region. And these are the iron slags with a high density and embedded with some clay, also found in this locality of Rodhala Pukuri. And these are one of the variety of terracotta pot which has been found only in that locality, now used of course for other purpose, but this is also called very traditionally manufactured this pottery in that locality. Another site is Duborani on the bank of this river Dhansiri. It is just on the river Dhansiri. It is a fortified archaeological site on the river Dhansari. It covers around 5 square kilometer area. Archaeological evidence of stone sculptures, wooden sculptures, epigraphical records, metallic equipments, brick structural remains located here are found within the fortification of ditches and ramparts. The site is laid as per the principle of ancient Silpashastras. The site is duly connected with river Dhansari by a system of porikha, which also served as canals that facilitated navigation. Epigraphical records of individual Brahmi scripts datable to 4th-5th century AD. The Duborani stone slab inscription datable to 4th-5th century AD bearing the name of Sri Ratna Brahmana found here. Now this is the Duborani site. It is all water porikhas are here. These water ditches, which are all navigable, as well as they also served as fortifications. And these all water ditches, which is duly connected to the river Dhansari. This is river Dhansari flowing by the side of this Duborani. And here, big evidences, epigraphs have been found by us. And from this water fortification and some earthen ramparts found here, it indicates that this site was laid as per the principle of ancient Silpashastras. Now this is the inscription which we discovered at Duborani. Here it is written Akshaya Datti Utsishta Sri Vasundhara Brahmana. So the Akshaya Datti Utsishta land inscription, it is engraved in Brahmi datable to 4th-5th century AD, and it is found on the trident with here it is signifying to art. That means this 5 elements of gross creation, which was according to Indian culture, this representing this art, this circular emblem. Again, this one horizontal mark representing water. Again, this X. Again, this trident, and this Order Chandra of Lord Shiva. So this is the carving of this trident indicates that Sri Vasundhara Brahmana was a Saivite. And Akshaya Datti means the river side. So Datti is a term not found in Sanskrit. So Datti is therefore it is called local Assamese words, which was engraved in this inscription. And Akshaya means imperishable. That means a imperishable river wharf was created by Sri Vasundhara Brahmana. And by this inscription, we may try to extract the meaning of this, and I shall later on discuss about this creation of the river wharf. Now, this is actually in Duborani. What we observe is that we get numerous mounds, earthen mounds. This is a painting of a local situation, a pencil drawing, and these mounds contains the evidence of some brick structures, particularly in Duborani area. And such one mound, when we excavated, found structural evidence. We found structural evidence. 2 of these brick mounds exposed 2 ground planes of brick-built temples datable to 6th-7th century AD. One of these exposed the square ground plan with a Govt and the production of a temple. Another mound exposed here ground plan of a brick-built temple. The length of is 14.30 meter wide, with wide 11.5 meter, laid with a Govt, a Mukhamandapa, a porch or entrance with a production of datable to 6th-7th century AD. The Govt of this temple is found with a Manusha Linga and a stone votive object in hemispherical nature. So this is the temple we excavated. This is the outer wall, and this is the inner wall, and here it is the Govt. When we excavated, we discovered in this position. Now, another mound in the same site which was also covered under art, under mound, we find this brick architectural evidence. When we expose it fully, we found this evidence of brick Garbhagriha of the brick temple with a Mukha Mandapa, and there's a Shivalinga in the Garbhagriha of the temple, datable to 6th, 7th century, we discovered. This is the Shivalinga carved in the form of Manusalinga, has been found in the Garbhagriha of the temple. Now this is the conjectural view of the excavated brick-built temple at Dubarani, which I have just described. It has the outer wall and the entrance, and it is a Ardha Mandapa, and through this one could go and worship, and coming out they could make a production of the temple, or they could make production of the temple. Now at Dubarani, what is very interesting is that we find a wooden sculpture of Vishnu datable to 6th, 7th century AD. Also, this type of sculptures we found at Dubarani on the bank of the river Dhansari. This stylistically, which is very similar to the sculptures we observe or we find in Benares Hindu University from on the or UP. That means the artistical similarity of the sculptures which were carved in Doyang Dhansari Valley, bearing its similar artistic tradition with those found in Ganga Valley, indicates that certain cultural influence or social contact was in existence during that period. This wooden Vishnu, Chaturabhuja wooden Vishnu, is stylistically similar with, this is of course sculpture of Subja from Varanasi. So it's all similar. Artistically, existence of similar type of stone sculpture within of Doyang Dhansari Valley and Ganga Valley, it indicates existence of ancient cultural relation with this Doyang Dhansari Valley in Assam and the Ganga Valley in Uttar Pradesh. Now, another thing is this Gupta architect plummet, which I have found. I collected this from this gentleman who found while digging a pit for putting betel nut. So this metallic architect plummet resembles to those the Gupta architects used during their construction of brick or stone temple architecture. So this also directly indicates that some Gupta influence on the development of art and architecture was flourishing in Doyang Dhansari Valley. Now, Alisiga Tengani archaeological site is such another site where we find a fortified commercial port, a patana or harbor, which is square in ground plan and laid as per the principle of ancient Silpa Shastra found here. Central embankment of this port has been found with remains of brick, which is fortified by square ditches or porika. Only two entrances led to enter the principal embankment of the port. The site is duly connected to river Dhansari by canal. The clay seal of Sri Vasundhara Brahmana found at this site. It has a dock for anchoring fleets, a fleet of boats. A small fortification has brick remains wherefrom the Alisega Tangani stone inscription with human footprints is recovered. So, like Dubarani, like Raudala Pukuri, Alisega Tangani is a archaeological site which is very contiguous to Dubarani archaeological site, which has been found is evidence of existence of a river port or patana, and which has been found with a epigraphical record also. Now this is the region of Dubarani which I have explained just before, and this is Alisega Tangani with this fortified by water is found at Alisega Tangani. Now this region, both the regions are duly connected with the river Dhansari. with river Dhansari, and I will explain elaborately about this this river port of Alisega Tengani, which is found at Alisega Tengani and duly connected with the river Dhansari. Now this is Alisega Tengani is a this sketch if we see here, this is water fortification is here. This is also water fortification, and only the two entrance passages are here. And inner part of this water fortified embankment, we find brick architectural evidence. And this is a dock which is connected to the river Dhansari, and this river Dhansari is still living. This is a small water fortification. Here we find one stone inscription with human footprints. Among the brick remains found at that fortification. Now this area located in Alisega Tengani was built following the principle of water fortification or Jaladurga, as we find in Arthashastra Kautilya. It is we are terming it as Setubanda Port, Pattanakam Pleasure Garden, Arama on the Dhansari at Alisega Tengani. So this is datable to this. Here we find two inscriptions. One inscription as I tell we find here, and another clay seal of Sri Bosundara Varmana we have found in this area of this at Alisega Tengani. Now this is the Alisega Tengani is a colored map of the site. As I said, this is the water surrounded by water body, and here we find epigraphical evidence, a terracotta clay cell and a stone inscription with human footprints datable to 4th, 5th century AD, both engraved in Brahmi script. And discovery of the terracotta clay cell indicates that some royal authority signifying this region as its administrative headquarters was implied by discovery of the terracotta seal in this site. Now this is the terracotta seal which was found in Alisega Tengani. It is written Akshaya Britti Khandastam Sri Bosundara Varmana. So Sri Bosundara Varmana, the local name was Sri Bosundara Varmana, and this is this clay seal, and it is datable to 4th, 5th century AD, engraved in early Brahmi. The other inscription found at Alisega Tengani, that smaller water fortification, is it's carved in one edge of the inscription. In the top, we find the human footprints, two pairs of human footprints, and here in the 4th line, we found the name Sri Ratna Brahmana. Sri Ratna Brahmana's name we find engraved here. Here in this inscription, a verse of epic Mahabharata has been found engraved. That particular verse is from the Bokakatha. Bokakatha, that when Pancha Pandava was went to drink water from a pond, then Jaksha was asking Pancha Pandavas some questions which they could not apply, but only Yudhishthira could apply about that particular verse, that who is supreme in one's life, that in one's life parents is supreme. So that particular verse is written here. And on the basis of it, we may believe that these two pair of footprints may be of Ratnavarman and his wife queen, and maybe these were engraved by his son Bosundara Varmana, whose clay seal also we find nearby in the same location of Alisiga Tengani. We find a similar inscription at the Shariatun rock inscription at Java, engraving a pair of human footprints. A spider-shaped design form of is a line of ornamental inscription possibly containing the king's name, and a four-line Sanskrit inscription in Pallava Grantha script derived from Brahmi of about 4th century AD. As we know, during the period of Mauryas and the Guptas, the Southeast Asian countries had their Hindu kings came up, Hindu culture was flourishing, and being the young Dhansiri really could be also connected through present Manipur state and Nagaland state to with these Southeast Asian countries. There is a possibility that some influence of some communication with the trade port of this Alisiga Tengani was with Southeast Asian region also. Now, this is one inscription found in the Dhansiri Valley is here. It is in Brahmi of 4th, 5th century AD. Here it is written Magha Masasya Varnasham Bam Sri Ratna Brahmana Putra Sri. From Sri, it is fragment. The full inscription could not be recovered, but from this, that Ratna Brahmana Putra Sri means in the broken part there should have been the name, ought to have been the name, could have been the name of Sri Vasundhara Brahmana. Now, from this inscription, from the findings of these new two names, Ratna Brahmana and Vasundhara Brahmana, means that this region was both the rulers were ruling this valley during 4th, 5th century AD. Another inscription, Gonkore fragmentary rock inscription dateable to 7th century AD, which was found in the year 2015, records the genealogy of the kings of Kamarupa kingdom, and it also records the visit of the kingdom visit of the king of Golvalkar Burma of Dayang Dhansiri Valley to the kingdom of Kamarupa. It indicates that Kamarupa kingdom was different from the kingdom of which flourished in the Dayang Dhansiri Valley. Now, some scholars, earlier scholars of Assam like K.L. Borua, P.C. Chaudhary, M.M. Sharma, E.A. Gate, B.N. Mukherjee, and all other scholars believe that entire valley of Assam was within the kingdom of Kamarupa. Some scholars believe that the capital of this Kamarupa was at Phulbari in Meghalaya border. Some believe that it was in North Guwahati. But as per our archaeological excavation conducted in Ambari archaeological site of Guwahati, where we come across a brick-built Pushkarini and a terracotta plaque of Sunga Kusana period. From these discoveries, we could take Ambari archaeological site as the capital of Kamarupa kingdom. But scholars of Assam history, following this earlier, believe that this Kamarupa kingdom was traced in Nidhanpura grants. This Maharaja Golvalkar Burman or Jibara or all the names of other kings which have been found in Dayang Dhansiri Valley also, they wanted to put in the same genealogical list of the Kamarupa kingdom without describing them in other genealogical list. But the Parvatiya copper plate of Bonamala Brahman of Assam, it indicates that while Bhagadatta ruled Kamarupa, his brother Brajadatta ruled from Uparipattana. That means the Uparipattana was a different political entity which has been confirmed by the Parvatiya copper plates of Bonamala Brahman, which is datable to 9th century AD. This inscription is important because it indicates Kamarupa and Upariportana were two different political entities of ancient Assam, and that besides Kamarupa, there also existed another kingdom in ancient Assam. Although the location of kingdom of Kamarupa has been identified in some manner, but the identification of the location of Upariportana baffled earlier scholars. This became an issue while tracing true picture of the political history of ancient Assam, because based upon the assumption that the Kamarupa kingdom comprised of the entire region of ancient Assam, the scholars discussed the extent of the Kamarupa kingdom covering entire Assam and Upariportana as a region located within the Kamarupa kingdom. So while doing this, a separate political identity which Upariportana could have given to us was not attempted. Now, the location of Upariportana, on this location of Upariportana, earlier scholars discussed it in several manners. Dharmeshwar Sutia, Dr. Dharmeshwar Sutia identified as associated with the kingdom of Banasur. Dimbeswar Sharma associated with the kingdom of Banasur, who is to be guarded by a naval fleet. M.M. Sharma held it Upariportana to be the town above, forming the northern boundary of Kamarupa. Dharmeshwar Suti identifies Upariportana as the region of Upper Assam or Ujoni Ahom, with its headquarters at Doboka in Nagaon district. Dr. Dharmeshwar Suti and several other scholars even today believe that Doboka in Nagaon district was the ancient headquarters of the kingdom of Dabako. But nowhere in Dabako in Nagaon district evidence either of a capital of a kingdom or a Pottana has been explored. Now, Upariportana at Alisega Tengani. To discuss Upariportana, we must know what is a Pottana. We all know that a Pottana is a port or harbor on the bank of river or sea constructed for trade activities for maintaining trade relations with distant countries or departures through river system since ancient times. Thus, a Pottana is a harbor situated on riverfront and directly related with the trade activities with distant countries. The Alisega Tengani archaeological site discussed above is the ancient Pottana or harbor on the bank of Dhansari at Borbotar, which was a river port or harbor historically attached with its additionally Upori annexed Ujoni region of Assam, that is the Ujoni Ahom or Upper Assam region. It means this Alisega Tengani water fortification which has been found connected to the river could be the Upariportana, which has been discussed by earlier scholars in describing its location in different other areas within the Kamarupa kingdom. Now, the fortified Pottana at Alisega Tengani, the fortified commercial port, Pottana or harbor, square in ground plan is found laid as per the principle of ancient Silpa Sastras. Central embankment of the port is fortified by square ditches. Porikkha has brick remains. Only two entrances lead to the principal embankment of the port. This site is duly connected to river Dhansari by a canal. The clay seal of Sri Bosundara Brahmana found at this site. It has a dock for anchoring fleet of boats. The small water fortification has brick remains wherefrom the Alisega Tengani stored inscription with engraved name of Sri Ratna Brahmana and with two pairs of human footprints has been recovered. Now, this is one inscription. It is very interesting. It is found at Doyang Dhansari Valley. It is found with numerical figures of 2, 3, 1, 2, 7, 8, which indicates the development of mathematics in this region, development of mathematics or numerical figures, use of these numerical figures in this region, which may be related with the trade and some calculation which had flourished in Doyang Dhansari Valley. Besides, at Duborani, we find some individual scripts, Lesu or A, which in individual scripts found at Dubrovnik, datable to 4th, 5th century AD. Now, we know the individual scripts Brahmi, when we find like a tablets or it is a very smooth surface, from it could have been used as some seal or impression in trade or commercial activities. And we also know that from Kotomo, from our in 25 letters in Brahmi are indicative of numerical figures. The term Su means Su indicates 1000. So in this way, from the smooth surface of the individual scripts which were discovered in Dubrovnik indicate that some sort of trade activity was developing at Dubrovnik or at the Yangtze Valley, as there is evidence of a river port or harbor or a potana has been also found at Alisiga Tengani. So this is the Alisiga Tengani harbor or port we have already described. And this is, we all know this, that there in ancient time, during the rule of the Guptas and also Gupta period particularly, the Indo-Burma trade route was connecting Patliputra and Burma was in existence. And this trade route was crossed just the Dhonsari Valley, touching the river Dhonsari, and reaches Burma through hill tracks of Nagaland and Manipur, etc. So this indicates that some sort of trade activities was popular, flourished in the Dhonsari Valley, and for maintaining the trade activities, the Guptas actually developed the political influence in this region, and the growth of this kingdom of the Boka in this way emerged in this Dhonsari Valley, with its capital at Dubrovnik and with its adjacent commercial harbor at Alisiga Tengani. This is true inscription. On surface, one inscription, and at its edge, two inscriptions are found engraved again in Brahmi. But this inscription is found in northern bank of the river Brahmaputra, while Dhonsari Valley is in the southern bank of the Brahmaputra. The inscription was found in the northern bank of the Brahmaputra, indicating that at the time river Brahmaputra, which was not so large in today's context, that region in Upper Assam was also controlled politically from the Dhonsari Valley. And here the name of Digilokar Burma is engraved, and of the same name Digilokar Burma in Dhonsari Valley, that means in the southern bank of Brahmaputra, we find numerous inscriptions. The one which I had just discovered, that Digilokar Burma went to the kingdom of Kamarupa, had also the Digilokar Burma's name has been engraved in this inscription. Now, while Dhonsari Valley is here, this inscription of Digilokar Burma in Lakhimpur was found in this area. So this indicates that the entire Upper Assam region was under the control of the kingdom which flourished in the Dhonsari Valley on the bank of this river Dhonsari, from the capital of Dubrovnik and its commercial harbor at Alisiga Tengani. Now we can think that such a large kingdom, large political area, which was developed during 4th, 5th century AD, could have been no other than the kingdom of Dabaka, which has been found mentioned in the epigraphical records of Allahabad Pelar Prasuti of Samudragupta. Now, this is the Gupta Empire, and these violet color areas have been administered under as Patanto Desas, and all bordering states of Gupta Empire was Patanto Desas. In eastern India, Kamarupa, Dabaka formed two political units as per the Allahabad stone pillar inscription of Samudragupta. So on the basis of this, we can identify the kingdom which developed in the Dhyangjansiri Valley as the kingdom of Dabako, because the rulers of Kamarupa kingdom, the Pushya Varmana, we find the earliest king of the ruler of Kamarupa kingdom, and here we find Ratna Varmana as one ruler who ruled the kingdom of Dabaka in the Dhyangjansiri Valley. So these new rulers, Basundara Varman, Digilaka Varman, Jivara, these rulers, the names of which we have found in epigraphical records found from Dhyangjansiri Valley, seems to be the rulers of the kingdom of Dabaka, which flourished, its capital flourished on the Dhyangjansiri Valley. Now, we all know about the extent of the Gupta Empire, that the imperial Guptas from Hooghly in the east to Jamuna or Sambal in the west, and from the foot of Himalayas of the northern India to the Narmada in south was the empire, Gupta Empire. And beyond this, the frontier kingdoms of eastern India and the Gangetic Delta, as well as those on the southern slope of the Himalayas, were attached to the empire by bonds of subordinate alliance as Pratyanta Desas for promotion of trade and commerce. Therefore, Kamarupa, Dabaka, Samatatra, Nepal, or Kattipura were the frontier kingdoms of the Gupta emperors, who maintained commercial contact with far distant countries through these kingdoms. The rulers of kingdom of Dhyangjansiri Valley or the kingdom of Dabaka, therefore, instead of imperial title, wrote Sri before their names to mean their subordinate status. All the inscriptions which we have found in Dhyangjansiri Valley, for example, Sri Ratnavarmana, Sri Basundara Varmana, they are not found using imperialistic title like Maharaja Dhiraja. During the Gupta period, during 4th, 5th century AD, they were using only the Sri as their title. Later, during 7th century, Maharaja Dhiraja title was used same by King Digalekha Brahma, Maharaja Dhiraja Digalekha Brahmana, that high title was used, but at the time, the Gupta Empire was disintegrated. Perhaps the local rulers of Dhyangjansiri Valley, they assumed supreme power. Now, the Gupta Empire had maintained trade and commercial relations with Southeast Asia. The Indo-Burma trade from Pataliputra, the capital of the Gupta kingdom, ran to Burma in Southeast Asia through Dhyangjansiri Valley. Archaeological evidence confirmed that this trade route, following the course of the river Brahmaputra, had developed. Its centers at Pragjyotispur, continuing further east, reached Mahadevsal near Raha. Continuing further, it passed through the river Dhansiri and advanced further to Dhyangjansiri, to Duborani and Alisere Tengani, which was the capital of the kingdom of Dabaka that flourished in the Dhyangjansiri Valley. So from Duborani, this trade route further continued and reached Dimapur, where from it undertook its eastern direction, following hilly tracks towards Burma via Nagaland and Manipur. This indicates that Duborani and Alisega Tengani was the capital of the vast kingdom of Dabaka of the Gupta period, which was flourished in the Dhyangjansiri Valley. The capital and the river port Patana at Alisega Tengani virtually was situated on the ancient Indo-Burma trade route and had played a crucial role in the development of trade and commerce during the Gupta period of the ancient history of India. The vast archaeological potential exists in the Dhyangjansiri Valley confirm these historical facts. Now this is reference. These are the reference, remember? And some of the books which I consulted. So this is my submission about the kingdom of Dabaka, which flourished in northeastern region of India during the Gupta period.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor H. N. Datta, for your very interesting presentation and very detailed and well articulated. And I uh, uh, I found it so interesting. So now I would like to open the floor. Please, anybody join uh, with your question to the presenter. Anybody can join. Anyone ask to anything else to the presenter in this house? Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
okay. Anyone? Okay, I didn't find that much people, but your paper is very very interesting. And when I got the title, your title made me very interested to join your session. In fact, and as a Bangladesh, we are very neighboring with your land. So that land. In fact, as a Bangladeshi archaeologist, I don't have uh, that much experience, or we don't know that much about this land and what is going on, what is the archaeological findings. But your paper enlightened me a lot in that sector. But I'm very much curious when you showed that trade route, and in the trade route, you showed a map. So that map, which time that map denoted? Is the Gupta times river course you are showing that, or present river course you are showing in that map? So could you please make it a little
This,
elaborate? So
it could be,
and trade route.
since Pataliputra was the capital of the Mauryas, Pataliputra was also capital of the Guptas. And just on the bank of river Brahmaputra, as I discussed in the Ambari archaeological site, we have found a clay seal, inscribed clay seal, trade seal rather,
The other part
and
of India.
also a Pushkarini, a brick-built tank, and some other evidence
Yeah.
which are datable to Sunga Kusana period. Now, it seems possible that trade relation with this Dayang Dhansribili with the Maurya kings, and since the time of Maurya was popular here, because
Okay.
from other sources I have found that elephants from Assam uh, was sold out or collected by the Maurya rulers for strengthening their army. So those records are there. And Deangdhan Seribili was it is thick forest, and it was an area for a thick population of elephants. That is one matter. And another thing we all know, the Thermolipti, Ghantasala, then this, and where the trade ports in as you have said near Bangladesh or Kolkata on the Bay of Bengal, and from those areas trade with this Chinese seas, then Indian Ocean, where at one time it was popular. So as from Dhansi River, from the point of the Alisega Tengani River port, it is very near to the river, very near to river Dhansi, river Brahmaputra. And from Brahmaputra, definitely the trade activity with Bangladesh area or this Bay of Bengal through the Thermolipti and other areas were existing at the time. And that is why this at Alisega Tengani, that river port has been developed, and the king Busundara Brahman engraved that inscription that Akshaya Datti Utsishta Sri Busundara Brahman. That means it might be possible that the king Bosundara Brahmana constructed that river port on the bank of this river Dhansiri, keeping its duly connection with the river Dhansiri.
Namaste, Assalamu alaikum. I'm thankful to
this
the
region of
organizers of this
was
event
also definitely
for
communicated
inviting
with
me
Burma
to be with you.
through the state of Nagaland and Manipur. Because to Burma from Dimapur, it is only 374 kilometers. And this trade road must have
discuss
been continued during
the
ancient time.
funerary architecture of Sen
Otherwise, development
from
of a
14th century
Patana on the bank
province
of
of
Dhansiri
Sen.
at Dhansiri
In
at
addition
Bogota
to
or
that,
Aliseketni was not at all necessary.
Namaste,
So these are some
Assalamu
of the
alaikum.
areas which
I'm
we can
thankful
think
to
further and we can
the
work further
organizers of
about the
this
development
event
of trade road, how it developed as per the political necessity on that area. We have scope for further studies.
Thank you, Professor, for your nice reply. So I did. In anybody wants to ask anything else, or do you have any queries to the presenter? You can open your mic regarding that things. So I think people enjoyed your paper and they find it curious, very thing. So I would like to close this session. So thank you very much for your very articulated paper presentation, and it is very, very, very much articulated, and I like it very much. Thank you for presenting your paper in this session, and thanks to all for joining this session. So I would like to back to the organizer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, Professor Mashood Imran Saab, chair the session, and Professor Dr. H.N. Datta Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Nagaland Global University, given a nice talk on Northeast. Actually, in this webinar series, Northeast region only one or two talk. Dr. H.N. Datta sir and Madam Indrani. So this is a very important talk, and Dr. Datta is actually his busy schedule, but as a academician, he is giving me time for this talk and today delivered talk. Sir, very, very thankful to on the behalf of our audience and some other now. So thank you, and thank you, Dr. Indrani, for co-chair the session. All of you, thank you. One, sir, important information. One important talk, video talk of Dr. Lesari, who is chairperson of Mohenjo-daro Technical Consultative Committee. Just I am start this video talk, and then Dr. Lesari joined the session, and Dr. Nambirajan, Dr. M. Nambirajan, Joint Director, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, as a chairperson. Welcome, sir. And I am requested to all participants, please join this session. And now I am start the Dr. Lesari talk.
Namaste, Assalamu alaikum. I'm thankful to the organizers of this event for inviting me to be with you.
You're muted, sir. You're muted.
And discuss
Good afternoon,
the
everybody.
funerary architecture of
talk on
Sindh
funerary architecture of
from
Sindh,
14th
Pakistan
century
region
up to the 19th century.
was programmed yesterday,
When we call
but due to some
funerary architecture,
power
that
issue,
means
the
any
video on the
embellishment
talk
which
could not be
is
shown.
rendered to the
And
place
so
of
now
burial.
Dr. Stan
It
Mishra
can
has
possibly be a
programmed it
building,
today.
can be a
We
tomb,
had an introduction talk
and can
on
possibly
this
be
subject
a
by Professor
chhatri
Kalimullah
or
yesterday.
canopy, a
Now
pavilion,
there will be a
maybe a
video
platform
on the
or
monuments
a compound
located
wall.
in Sindh region of Pakistan. I am happy and eager to have a look at the
By
video to
14th
understand the
century
funerary
Sindh,
architecture
we
of the
mean
Sindh
the
Pakistan
areas
region.
which are included
Now I invite
in
Professor
the
Kalimullah
present
Lashari
day administrative
to show us the video.
province
Professor
of Sindh.
Kalimullah.
In addition to that, the areas of Balochistan on the northwest
Dr.
of
Stan Mishra, can
Sindh
you show the
up to
videography?
Dare Bulan and Sibi, and also the areas which are
स्क्रीन पे आ रहा
in
है
the
सर आपके?
northeast of the Sindh province
नहीं आ रहा है.
up to
हाँ,
Uch
अभी पावर
in
पॉइंट
the
आ रहा है.
present day
हाँ नहीं,
province
पावर
of
पॉइंट के
Punjab.
साथ ही ये पूरा चलेगा सर. बीच में टॉक है
And in
और
the south,
पावर पॉइंट भी है.
the district of Las Pela is also included in Sindh because all these areas were culturally part of Sindh and
उनका
had been
वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है,
under
शायद म्यूट
the
किया है.
influence of
प्रोफेसर कलीमुल्लाह, you are
the
on mute.
events which took place in mainland Sindh. For our study,
Professor.
we see Sindh is divided into 3 administrative units
स्तान मिश्रा साहब.
under the Sultanate of Delhi.
हाँ सर, एक्चुअली ये वीडियो
The
टाक की है
upper part
उनकी
of Sindh
और हाँ हाँ
and
वो
the
पूरी
central
वीडियो
part of
टाक की
Sindh.
है. वो अभी
The third one
थोड़ी देर
is
बाद
the southern Sindh,
जी.
which
you are mute
extends
पे है,
up to the
कलीमुल्लाह.
shore of Indian Ocean. The period which we are talking about is the period when the Tughlaqs were
इनका वो हो रहा सर, मैं कर रहा
trying
हूँ जो
to
चला रहे
consolidate
हैं
their
जो सेटिंग
grips
का. Just मैं
over the
बात कर रहा हूँ.
subcontinent of India. And these were the times when the ill administration of last Khilji rulers had rendered the center somewhat weaker. In this background, we see that Muhammad Shah Tughlaq, in order to consolidate his power, attacked Sindh, and it was here that he died of fever and Feroz Shah Tughlaq took over. Subsequent to him, Feroz Shah rendered his rule in a some benevolent manner that he was able to extend his writ to most of the areas which were earlier claimed by the Khiljis. But after the Tughlaqs, the center, the power of Delhi went weaker and weaker. This was the times when the Sayyids and after them the Lodhis were ruling at Delhi, but Sindh was exercising some sort of autonomy. But after that, we see that Arghuns and Tarkhans from Khurasan came and occupied most of the parts of Balochistan and Sindh. At the end of the 16th century, Akbar came and attacked Thatta and claimed Thatta as part of his Mughal empire. In the 18th century, Nadir Shah came and attacked Delhi. He, under an arrangement with Muhammad Shah, Mughal, got Sindh under his control. His brief rule came to an end when he was murdered, and subsequent to that, the Mughals reclaimed Sindh, but their rule over Sindh this time was very brief, and Ahmad Shah Abdali, again under the arrangements with the Muhammad Shah, got control over Sindh. The Afghan rule over Sindh came to some sort of a halt in the beginning of the 19th century, and Talpurs exercised a degree of autonomy for a very brief period when they were under the agreement and arrangements with the British, lost their autonomy and were taken as prisoners, first to Bombay, then to Calcutta, and to their ultimate space where they were kept prisoners. The British rule continued, and it was mid of the 20th century that the Britishers left subcontinent and Sindh became the part of Pakistan. Why the funerary architecture comes into existence? It is because, as a simple reason, it is because that the people who were related to the person gone, in order to the memory of the loved ones, the elders, they create the tombs, tomb buildings, create platforms to make the burial prominent, and they gave compounds to that. It is in order to preserve the memory. Second thing is that the funerary structure is an indicator of power. It is indicator of some sort of greatness attached to the person who is buried. It may come as a token of respect. As we see, most of the religious people, the people having some spiritual claims, are often found buried under the dome buildings. So, token of respect. And further to it, this can prove to be the marker for territorial claims. Further down in the talk, we'll discuss about how this territorial claim was furthered by the tribal people at various junctures of history of Sindh. Coming back to the architecture and its styles, during 13th to 14th centuries, we found that the normal flat roof squarish tombs were in practice, and we see these in Uch and also Multan and some parts of Sindh, the modern day Sindh. These are normally having the roof supported by the timber columns. Somehow it is a weaker sort of a structure and requires lots of maintenance. Another type is the brick built buildings with the roof of smaller domes. And also there are certain cut brick
Hello.
buildings
Hello.
with the high
Hello, sir.
domes, extraordinarily high
सर
domes.
ये आप
And
आपने
also
यहाँ
we
किया,
see
लेकिन
that
मेन
there
सिस्टम
are
में तो
chhatris
आवाज
or
आ रही है,
canopies
लेकिन
or
जो यहाँ
the
पे है दूसरे
pavilions, as
सिस्टम
you may
में
say,
वो नहीं आ पा रही है।
and
वहाँ
these
जो मेन
are
सिस्टम
also
जिसमें हम चला
found
रहे हैं
during
उसमें
the
आवाज है
earlier
और यहाँ ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही है।
centuries
तो
within
हम
ये
लोग
the
सुन
जो
नहीं पा रहे हैं।
हाँ वही
area of our
आवाज
study.
नहीं आ रही, सब लोग सुन नहीं
Some
पा
of
रहे
these
हैं।
structures with a
इवन मैं
flat
भी नहीं
roof
सुन पा रहा हूँ, उससे जो है इसमें
having the
आवाज नहीं आ रही। जो सेकंड
wooden
हमारा ही सिस्टम है उसमें से ट्रांसफर नहीं
columns
हो रही।
supporting the roof
और
ठीक
इसको
है।
हम
are
ग्रुप में
even available
दो बार कोशिश
presently,
किए, लेकिन
could be
अब इसको
seen
हम
and
ग्रुप में डाल
enjoyed
देंगे वीडियो को।
in Uch
जो
ठीक है।
मेरा
and the adjoining
वेबिनार ग्रुप
regions.
है उसमें हम आज डाल देंगे, तो सब लोग उसको
For example, the
जी
tomb building of
हाँ।
तो आप
Jahani
क्लोज
and
कर रहे हैं क्या?
Jahangasht, tomb of
अब थोड़ा क्लोज
Abu
क्लोज
कर
कर
Hanifa,
देंगे,
दीजिए।
वो यदि हो जाएगा तो
etc.
ठीक है। वो जो हमारे कंप्यूटर वाले हैं
The
वो कोशिश कर
cut
रहे
brick
हैं
type
और
high
शेयर तो
dome
हो रहा है, लेकिन आवाज
tomb
शेयर नहीं हो
buildings
रही है।
are
उसमें आवाज भी आ
found
रहा
in
है और फोटो
Road
भी आ रही है। तो कहिए तो
and
सर
also
ये
in the area of
जो
Laspil.
मतलब आवाज तो नहीं है, लेकिन
These
जो
are
दिख
very
रहा
much
है
there, and
जो
their
हाँ
prototypes are
उसको
also found in their
चलाते
Ajad.
हैं
ठीक है, ठीक है।
जी।
And these are also present in southern
जो
part of
इसका प्रेजेंटेशन
Balochistan,
है वो चलता
which
रहेगा,
is
आवाज
in
वहां से
the
ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही।
upper area of Sindh. Another type which is seen during the 14th to 15th centuries is the cenotaph. Cenotaph is a monolith, a stone monolith, a longer piece which has the carving over it, decorative motifs from simple one to the very intricate ones. And these cenotaphs have actually developed, evolved to become the most beautiful pieces of work of art. And also during the earlier part of the 15th century, we see also emergence of assemblage of carved stone graves,
नाम राजन साहब,
which are
हेलो।
having a typical
हाँ बोलिए।
style
हाँ ये सर
and
यूट्यूब
having the
में आ
distinct
रही है आवाज।
identity,
ठीक है,
and
ठीक है।
the
वो
tribal
लिंक शेयर कर
people
दीजिए, हम
have
सब देख लेंगे।
preferred this sort
हाँ
of
ये यूट्यूब है, यूट्यूब में आ रही, जैसे वो चल
stone
रहा है तो यूट्यूब में
indicators
आ
for
रही है
them.
आवाज।
It may have 1 to 4
हाँ
steps, and it may even have
हाँ
a chamber. These are found in Lasbela and the old Dadu district, in Karachi and Thatta district. Besides that, the old type of the chhatris and canopies were also given the four walls. So it rendered the look of sanctity, privacy to these buildings, and somehow the tribals thought that it is equivalent to the dome building, which is constructed with the bricks or the stones. The stone carved graves are mostly popular during the 15th century, and during the 16th century they achieve a marked distinction in style, which came to stay for a couple of centuries further down the road. These platform graves, these monoliths or the cenotaphs, have the very humble beginning, but still they can be seen asserting their aesthetic force through the careful making of it. These can be found in district of Thatta and an old site of Pir Patto. Platform graves were also becoming popular during the earlier centuries, 14th to 15th century, when they had specifically sized bricks to be implied, and they built the pyramidical style of the platform graves, which were very prominent, and with the careful selection of cut brick decoration could become the point of attention. We see that this 14th and 15th century period has some wonderful dome buildings which are coming up in the area of Uch and also down within the region of Sindh Baluchistan. These dome buildings have their majesty, but incidentally all these dome buildings are associated with the people who have some sort of spiritual relevance or presence. These are hardly to be found
Sound is not
associated
clear.
with any administrative personality or anybody who was actually assigned chieftaincy of this region. At the beginning of 16th century, we see a dome building, a real beautiful tomb adoring the burial place of Jam Nizamuddin, the ruler of Sindh. Jam Nizamuddin's claim to the history is that he consolidated the position of Sindh and he was the one who actually wriggled out of the grip of the Delhi Sultanate, and he was exercising some amount of autonomy despite the fact that the Timurids on its west side were having claims to the India, and they had never relinquished their claim on India. Jam's tomb building is beautiful. It is an amalgam of the stone carvers craft which is very much present in Gujarat, and also it is having some local relevance when it is an squarish building, high and having embellishment with the holy text and also the flora and fauna which is depicted on its walls with intricate carving. In this picture you can see the 14th century canopy of the Jam Tamachi, another famous person
हाँ सर, ये
who
actually
was
इससे
taken
नहीं आ
away
रहा, मैं
from
YouTube लिंक शेयर
Thatta
कर दिया हूँ ग्रुप में
to Delhi and
और
remain in
इसमें
subjugation there for
ये
a year
मिश्रा
or
साहब अब
so,
इस
and
पे भी
then
आने लगा,
on the
अब आने
conditionalities
लगा है।
he was
आने लगा है
made to
हाँ हाँ
return
सुनाई दे रहा है,
back to
विजिबल
exercise
भी है और
his
सुनाई भी दे रहा है।
control
अच्छा
over Thatta for Delhi Sultanate.
मैं नहीं सुन रहा हूँ।
During the earlier part of 16th century, we saw
नहीं आ रहा, सुनने में नहीं आ
the
रहा।
coming up of the tribal graves, the graves which are made out of the carved stones, to achieve
chairperson sir,
a sort of classical
बोलिए।
standards, which then became hallmark of the commemorative graves for the tribal people who were actually living on the brinks of the Sindh on its western and southern borders. Darya Khan's grave is one such structure which became standard and was followed all along during subsequent centuries. On the other hand, the tribal people did try to evolve some sort of designs and styles which are there and could be seen and enjoyed. As you see the variety of
जोशी जी
the
आ
work.
रहा है आप वाले में?
And these are the 15th and
Hello?
16th century structure.
नहीं आ रहा है.
हमारे
During
में सुनाई दे
16th
रहा है ये
century,
16th
we
सेंचुरी
see that
ट्राइबल टॉम वगैरह
Thatta,
सब सुनाई दे
नहीं
Karachi
वीडियो
and
16th
Lasbela
सेंचुरी
are
का
very
अच्छा
prominent
उसमें से
with the outstanding
साउंड भी सुनाई दे रहा
stone
साउंड
carved graves.
ये आपका क्या इसमें
Additionally,
है
we
लैपटॉप में?
see some of the
नहीं मोबाइल में
structures,
अच्छा
but
मोबाइल
not
में
so
यूट्यूब आप देख रहे
beautiful
हैं क्या कि ये वाला?
within the
नहीं
Piedmont of
टीम
Kirtha
गूगल टीम
in the present day districts of Jamshoro and Dadar.
अच्छा तो सर डेस्कटॉप में दिक्कत है.
Now, when
किसी एक चीज में दिक्कत हो
we see that lack of the built buildings dedicated to the burial place of the chiefs, we see hardly there is any such structure during this period when the influences exercised by Delhi Sultanate. It is always the king and it's his privilege to allow anyone to erect a dome building over the burial place. So the area under our study has never been so much in the favors of the Sultanate, the monarch there, the king there. And this was the reason that the petty chiefs here and the chiefs which were assigned to regulate the area, the region for Sultanate, were not allowed this fanfare. During the earlier part of 16th century, we saw the arrival of Arghons and Tarkhans. Now this breakaway people from the Herati king claimed their area within the upper part of, within the lower Balochistan and Sindh. They started having certain fanciful ideas, but yet they were having the fear of the Timurid princes, and they were not having that much discretion at their place that they could go for the high dome buildings over the graves. So we see that they have been actually erecting the graves on the platforms, and also they were having the enclave walls, but no dome building for the graves. Later on, when the Arghons bowed out of Sindh, because the last Arghun, Shah Hussain, died without a successor, the power was taken over by the Tarkhans, who were long associated with the Arghons. And then one of the Tarkhan structure, which is remarkable and which has the high dome, was actually built over a child who died prematurely. So it was a fatherly love, a token of the very much paternal affinity shown by the father. Isa Khan Tarkhan one built mausoleum over Sultan Ibrahim.
इसको हम चला के सर YouTube में रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं.
So it was not over some administrator or some governor or some person having the sort of claim to royalty. The late 16th century saw tomb buildings coming up in Makli, Bakha, and also cenotaphs, which were also in the lower Sindh and also in the upper part of Sindh, and also another enlargement of Qalandar's tomb we saw in the middle of Sindh, and it was done by Jani Beg, who had the love for the saint, where he went and he actually replaced the similar tomb building which was erected under the orders of Feroz Shah Tughlaq. So he gave the Gumbad-e-Kalan, replacing the 6 similar domes over the tomb building. So this was a transformation of the building and the way it was dealt by the later builders. 17th century saw some of the remarkable buildings to come up under the Mughal aristocracy, and these buildings were again spread all over to the upper part of Sindh and the central part of Sindh and also the southern end of it. And here we see that the cenotaphs were much in practice, and these cenotaphs formed the basis of the marker of the burial place, and these were not necessarily given an independent building, but there were platforms most of the times where these were put. The burials were also taking place in some of the mosques associated with certain personalities. So one can see that still the people resisted from going for dome buildings because it was out of protocol.
ये YouTube link सभी के उसमें डाल रहे हैं.
Building erected over the grave without the consent of the king. The Qazi of Bakha, Abul Baki Purani, was buried in his mosque, Madarsa, and Abul Qasim Namkeen, who was the aristocrat under Jahangir, was buried on the platform which he had built for his evenings. And likewise, Shah Mahmud, the last Subedar, or the controller or the administrator of Bakar region, was also buried on a platform which was open to sky. Likewise, we see that the assemblage of carved stone graves were also spread all over, and remarkable tomb buildings or tombs were built within the lower part of Sindh and also some in the central part of Sindh. These cenotaphs were given beautiful calligraphy which had the funeral statement, and they gave the fact of the date of the death likewise, and it also recited some poetry. The proud carved stone graves are remarkable and are spread over larger area in the southern part of Sindh. These are basically the marks of pride for the tribal people who were always trying to rule their life under the principles of chivalry. That was the call of the day for them. And these were the times for the urban people to have the platforms for their graves, and there were the different type of platforms. Nevertheless, sometimes these graves were having also the pavilions over these. Mir Masum's family graveyard is one remarkable site where we have the cenotaphs and we have the pavilions or chhatris. And these graveyards are marked by the buildings which are not necessarily attached to any burial, but these are the token buildings which are built for the relief
मेन
of the
ट्यूब में तो
visitors,
आवाज आती है, उससे ये आवाज
for the
ट्रांसफर नहीं
resting
होती है,
place,
बल्कि
and
यूट्यूब में आ रही
one
है।
such structure which is
जो यूट्यूब हम बना रहे हैं
inspiring,
उसको
but
उसमें
in
आ रही है।
another way the
लेकिन
curious structure
वो जो मुख्य से
called
लैपटॉप में या
Masum
लैपटॉप
Shah's
सिस्टम में
Manara,
नहीं आ
but
पा
it's
रही है।
not
मतलब
associated with the
कहने
funerary
मतलब कि
practices.
यूट्यूब से तो ट्रांसफर हो रही है, लेकिन जो गूगल मीट से
Isa Khan
आवाज
Tarkhan
ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही।
was
वो
a
कुछ
Mughal official,
इधर का नहीं है,
and
कुछ
he was
हमारे टेक्निकल
appointed
उसमें जो है
most of the part
हमारे वो
in
लगे हुए
different
हैं।
areas other
तो
than
वहाँ से
Thatta
अपने
itself.
को चित्र तो दिखाई दे रहे हैं,
Thatta being
लेकिन
his
आवाज
native place, but
आ रहा है,
he was
स्लाइड आ रही है,
serving
लेकिन आवाज ट्रांसफर
the
नहीं हो
king
रही है वहाँ से।
in
मेन
various
सिस्टम में
different
चल
parts
रहा
of
है
the
और
Mughal
उससे
Empire.
यूट्यूब में जा रही है। हाँ,
He
यदि आप
started
यूट्यूब देखें, यूट्यूब की
building
लिंक हमने भेजा है आपको।
a stone pavilion
हाँ, तो उसमें
which
चल
was
रही है,
quite
आवाज भी आ रही
large,
है।
extraordinarily large.
तो मैं इसको ट्रांसफर कर
And
दूंगा अपने सभी
once
जो
when he died,
पार्टिसिपेंट
he
हैं
was buried there.
और अपना ग्रुप है, उसमें सबको मैं यूट्यूब ट्रांसफर कर
This
रहा
is a
हूँ, तो उससे वो
remarkable
लोग देख
structure,
लेंगे और कायदे से।
unique in sin, and
वो है
its
कि
study
प्रेजेंटेशन में ये
gives
पूरे
us
चित्र तो
the
देखिए आ रहे
insight
हैं,
that
लेकिन आवाज
he
ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही
had
है।
been
ये हमारा
influenced
सिस्टम
by
वाला है, तो आवाज नहीं है। मेन
the
से उधर वो
structures
यूट्यूब बन
within
रहा है, उसमें
the
उसमें आ
larger
रही है
Gujarat area where he happened to have been serving.
हाँ, मतलब लोगों तक पहुंच
Another
जाएगी।
official who was buried at Makli,
लोगों तक
and
पूरा
he
कायदे से
had
पहुंच
the
रहा है।
honor to
इसीलिए अभी
have
हम
the dome
यूट्यूब
building
बना रहे हैं, इसके आधार पे यूट्यूब
over
बना रहे हैं
his grave
और यूट्यूब लाइव भी चल
was
यूट्यूब
the
लाइव भी चल
famous
रही है।
Sharif Khan,
अच्छा चलिए ये भी ठीक है,
who
तो हम
during the
यूट्यूब
days
पे
of
चले जाते हैं।
Jahangir did really made the bad treatment to Shah Jahan, who was at that time rebelling against the king. So there are certain incidents for which Sharif Khan became infamous. When he died while serving, he died at Thatta and he is buried there. The other dome buildings were basically for the religious figures, and you can see that during 17th century there were quite a large number of such tomb buildings available all around in Sindh. Similarly, the 17th century and earlier part of 18th century saw the very many chhatris to be there.
ये Day-9 लिखा हुआ है।
अच्छा।
One interesting incident happened when the Mughal armies, when they were coming to chastise a tribal leader, was ambushed and its general,
जो मेरे
two
लेक्चर में भी
generals
प्रॉब्लम हुआ था तो
were
मैंने
killed.
आईटी डिपार्टमेंट से भी
The
कंसल्ट किया
locals,
था।
fearing
एक्चुअली
the
हम लोगों ने कभी गूगल मीट यूज
wrath of
नहीं
the
किया है,
king,
तो इसकी बैक एंड पे कुछ
hurriedly
टिक
built
लगाने होते हैं
tomb
कि
buildings.
ये हमने करना है, तो वो
Out of
करने की
these two
जरूरत है।
generals,
और
one
आई
was
थिंक आज
Baji Singh
संडे है, तो
Rajput,
लसाड़ी साहब को भी कोई ऑफिस
and
वाला नहीं मिल
his
रहा होगा।
dedicated
आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है
tomb
मिश्रा
building
साहब?
was decorated with the
मैडम ये हम लोग अपने
scenes
यहाँ से
from
चला रहे हैं। लसारी साहब ने
अच्छा जी
अपने
जी
invasion of Lanka,
YouTube
where
का
the
प्रेजेंटेशन
prominent
हमको भेजा
role
था,
was
और
played
ये
by
हम लोग चला रहे हैं,
Hanuman
तो हमारे YouTube में तो जा
and
रही
his
है
army.
आवाज,
ओह अच्छा
लेकिन क्या है कि मेन में हमारे आ रही है आवाज, जो मेन
So these were the times
अब
when the
उससे
tribal
YouTube में भी जा
elders
रही,
took liberties because
लेकिन
the
डेस्क
18th
ये हम लोगों
century
के लैपटॉप में नहीं
received
आ रही है, जो मतलब
the power of Mughal
कहने
kingdom
का
was
मतलब ये कि
waning,
गूगल मीट में जो हम दो चीज
and
बना रहे हैं
another
लाइव, एक तो गूगल मीट और
power
दूसरा
vacuum
यूट्यूब।
was created
तो
by the
गूगल
invasion
मीट
of
में
Nader
आवाज ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही है,
and the
यूट्यूब
murder
में हो
of
रही है।
Nader and the subsequent events. So these
मेरे साथ हुआ था
all
ना, ये
along the
याद है
18th century we see lot
लेक्चर
of
में, फिर वो मेरे
dome
आईटी वाले ने
buildings
पीछे
now
से कुछ
coming
टिक
up,
लगाए थे
not for
गूगल
the
मीट में। हमने
only
कभी ये
religious
यूज नहीं
people
किया ना पाकिस्तान
but
में।
for
हाँ,
the
हमारे यहाँ
local
यूज होता
chiefs
है,
and
लेकिन क्या है
elders.
मैडम कि वो जो हमारा सिस्टम वाला है, वो हमारे यहाँ का फैकल्टी मेंबर है,
And
वो
these were
उसकी
spread
पोस्टिंग
over
दूसरी जगह हो रही, तो वो वहां
to
से इस सिस्टम को
every
चला
area
रहा
of
है।
Sindh.
अच्छा
These were for the
कोशिश वो
religious
किया है
people
ज्यादातर
and
आपको
also
हमारी तरफ से ही
for
हो
the
रहा होगा,
people who were
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से
administering
प्रॉब्लम,
Sindh
बिकॉज सबके साथ
नहीं
कुछ ना
for
कुछ
नहीं,
है।
वहां से
the
कोई वो नहीं,
Mughals.
हम तो यहाँ से कर रहे हैं
अच्छा
ना।
The
हम
Al
आपके
Mohammed
यहाँ से
Stone
नहीं,
building in
ये
Dadu
अच्छा
district
मैं
हमारे
is
सिस्टम का
wonderful,
प्रॉब्लम है।
remarkable
और
structure.
लेकिन यूट्यूब में जा रहा मैडम,
Likewise,
मतलब
another
कहने का मतलब ये
Kalhoda
पार्टिसिपेंट को हम
administrator
सभी यूट्यूब ट्रांसफर
who
करते हैं,
died
ग्रुप
at
में हमने डाल
Hyderabad,
रखा है
his tomb
यूट्यूब
building
पर
is
डे।
again
जी जी हाँ, वो तो
very
मैंने
जो
देखा
impressive.
है।
अपना ग्रुप है पूरा जो बनाए हुए हैं, उसमें हम
And
ट्रांसफर
the
करते हैं, और पहले के भी जो हमारे
sub
ग्रुप
high
हैं,
ranking
वो
and
जो
low ranking people were
व्हाट्सएप
also
ग्रुप
having the
रजिस्ट्रेशन में हमने दिया है,
similar
उनमें भी हम
structures
सब
over
में जो
them.
6-7 ग्रुप है हमारे,
These were
क्योंकि
the
7
time when the
वेबिनार
tribal
कर
people
चुके हैं,
were also
तो
having the
उसमें
platform
करीब
graves
2000
and
लोग
also
ग्रुप में
the
जुड़े हैं, तो सब हम ट्रांसफर
pavilions
कर
and
देते हैं, तो
chhatris
उनको जो
erected over
चाहेगा
their
वो अपना
graves.
देख ले।
अच्छा वेरी नाइस, 2000
So it
पीपल,
were
दैट्स
found
अ
all
बिग
over
ग्रुप।
Karachi
ये
district,
हाँ
Lasbela, and
ये
also
एक्चुअली मैं जनवरी से कर रहा
even in
हूँ ना, तो ये तो
the
आर्कियोलॉजी
central of
वाला अभी
Sindh
लास्ट में लिया
and
हमने।
7
पहले
region
हमने
there
पूरे
were so many
इंडिया
such
के नेशनल कराते थे,
remarkable
तो इंडिया के
pavilions
हमने
which were
जो
built.
यहाँ 18 बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व है, तो पर
Now
सभी बायो में करीब
late 18th
3-3
century
4-4
saw
पेपर
the
हुए हैं, वाइल्ड
shift
लाइफ का
in
अलग,
power.
प्लांट का अलग,
The
कम्युनिटी का
Kalodas were
अलग। उसके
replaced by
बाद
Talpurs,
यहाँ के जो
and
50
Talpurs were
इम्पोर्टेंट नेशनल
at
पार्क
that time really
उनको हमने
asserting
कवर किया
themselves
है,
fully
और
well,
टाइगर रिजर्व को कवर किया
and
है,
their
करीब 35
power
टाइगर रिजर्व हैं
actually
हमारे
showed,
रीजन
दिस इज
में ही 30
अमेजिंग,
टाइगर रिजर्व
and
हैं।
वेरी नाइस।
और
तो
they
आपके पास तो
happened
बड़ा
to
अच्छा डाटा
wriggle
जमा हो
out of
गया
the
होगा।
हाँ
grips
पूरा
of
डाटा है, और ये हम
the
बुक भी बना
Afghan
रहे हैं, एक
kings.
बुक हमारी जो अच्छा 25 हमने बॉटेनिकल गार्डन कवर किए हैं, जो नेशनल
The
बॉटेनिकल
platform
गार्डन और
graves
यूनिवर्सिटी बॉटेनिकल गार्डन दोनों में,
having the pavilion over
और
it
करीब
could be seen
18 जो
throughout
है हमने
this region
जूलॉजिकल पार्क कवर किए हैं,
during the
और
Talpur period
वाइल्ड
also,
लाइफ और प्लांट की अलग से, जो
and also
बायोडाइवर्सिटी में
the dome buildings
वाइल्ड लाइफ
on
का
the
अलग और प्लांट का अलग,
remarkable
वो
and
करीब हमने
outstanding
50 से ऊपर टाक
personalities,
कर रहे हैं, मतलब हमारे
whether
पास
religious or
हाँ,
political. So all types of structures were dedicated to the construction of the tomb, whether be by the bricks or be these with the stones. In every case, these were given beautiful carving or beautiful fresco paintings. With the inception of British, the British started with documenting the local revenue positions. So they had offered the locals that if they are submitting to the British power, they will be allowed to retain their properties, their land, their leases. So this was the time that they started asserting, the local chiefs, the local elders, and the people who were the landed gentry had the time to actually go ahead with making their claims. So now the verification is started, and the elders felt that when the inspectors would come to their area, so they would see what. So they started constructing dome buildings over the graves of their elders. So this was a hurried exercise which was supported by the builders from Marwar, and we saw emergence of many such buildings all around Sindh, and these were such buildings which were constructed on low budget, and they were built within a very little time frame. So we saw these as the signs of reclaiming their area of influence. And Kalmatis, Jokias, Bulfats, Lagaris, Mari, Jamalis, all these tribal elders were associated with this exercise. These little tomb buildings were decorated from interior with the fresco paintings. These showed flora and fauna, and also depicted the folklores. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Decorated from interior with the fresco. These showed flora and fauna, and also folklore associated with this exercise. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Decorated from interior with the fresco. These showed flora and fauna, and also folklore associated with this exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Decorated from interior with the fresco. These showed flora and fauna, and also folklore associated with this exercise. Decorated from interior with the
अरे जी सर, आवाज आ रही है हमारी?
जनाब जनाब बिल्कुल आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ, ये एक्चुअली ये अभी हमने चलाया था जो, उसमें गड़बड़ ये है कि वो जो मेन सिस्टम तो चल रहा है, लेकिन जो गूगल मीट के थ्रू दूसरे सिस्टम में आवाज नहीं जा रही है, और क्योंकि यूट्यूब उसी से बन रहा है तो यूट्यूब में आ रही है, ये है। तो ये इसको हम फिर से एक बार और चलाएंगे, आज नहीं, मतलब आज तो अब तो चला सकते हैं, हाँ, तो हम चला के फिर से अगले उसमें हम YouTube के इसमें जो लिंक है उसमें डाल देंगे, तो YouTube जो हमारा रहेगा वो बन जाएगा।
जी मुनासिब
जी
जी जी बिल्कुल ठीक, बिल्कुल ठीक।
हालांकि आज जुड़ गया है आज वाले में, लेकिन क्योंकि बीच बीच में हम ही लोग बात कर रहे थे इस सिस्टम को ठीक करने के लिए, तो वो YouTube में कहीं ना कहीं डिस्टरबेंस YouTube में भी है। आवाज आ गई है, अतिरिक्त आवाज आ गई है। अब इसको हम
जी
फिर से एक बार चला करके और साइलेंट मोड में, जिससे केवल उसकी जो वीडियो बना है केवल उसी की आवाज आए वहां पे, और चित्र आए तो आ ही गए हैं, लेकिन आवाज के कारण कुछ डिस्टरबेंस है।
और ये इतने दिनों से कभी नहीं हुआ डॉक्टर साहब, इट इज हैपनिंग फर्स्ट
नहीं,
टाइम है।
वो एक्चुअली क्या है कि हम लोग भी अभी नए थे, अभी तक डायरेक्ट टॉक चल रही थी ना। हेलो।
जी 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 जी
हाँ,
जी।
जो अभी आपको दिख रहे हैं डॉक्टर कलीमुल्ला रसारी साहब आप हैं जो
अच्छा अच्छा।
हाँ, और वहाँ के पाकिस्तान के माने हुए एक्सपर्ट हैं, और कई टेम्पल्स का, और आपने जो है वहाँ के बहुत कंजर्वेशन का काम भी किया है। अभी आसमा मैडम एक दिन पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रही थी, तो उसमें भी उन्होंने जिक्र किया था इसका। तो वो आपकी टाक है सर की।
जी
और जी, अभी कल जब कल का टाइम था ये, तो सर आए भी थे, तो उस समय पे ये पावर कट हो गया था लाइट की वजह से। तो
हाँ हुआ था ना कल जी।
हाँ, तो फिर सर ने थोड़ा सा लेक्चर दिया था, लेकिन चूंकि पूरे जो स्लाइड और फोटोज हैं वो वीडियो में थे, तो वीडियो चल नहीं पाया था। तो आज मैं दूसरी बार ये वीडियो चलाया, तो लेकिन फिर से टेक्निकल वो खामी ये आ गई कि उससे आवाज ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रही।
हाँ हाँ, सराउंडिंग की आवाज भी आ रही है।
हाँ, नहीं, सराउंडिंग की आवाज तो आई, क्योंकि अभी हम लोग सिस्टम को ठीक कर रहे थे, तो उसी की आवाज आ रही थी हम ही लोगों की।
बिल्कुल।
तो अब कल उसको हम समझ गए हैं, तो कल उसको साइलेंट मोड में चलाएंगे, जिससे कोई अतिरिक्त आवाज ना हो, और फिर से वो जो कल के वीडियो में उसको हम फिर से जो हमारा यूट्यूब बनता है उसमें हम सम्मिलित करेंगे।
राइट राइट।
हाँ, बहुत अच्छी टाक है, और वहाँ के आर्किटेक्चर का पूरा बहुत अच्छा वो है। कल मैंने थोड़ा सा घर में भी रात को देखा था उसको, करीब 15-20 मिनट सुना था, और उसमें जो वीडियो है और यूट्यूब है वो दोनों में आवाज आ रही।
राइट
जी सर, हमारे मित्र हैं आप जोशी साहब, और एग्रीकल्चर यहाँ जो रीवा में एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज है उसमें आप इसमें वैज्ञानिक हैं सर। क्या है इस समय, तो प्रमोशन भी मिल गया है।
हाँ, हम लोग प्रोफेसर कम प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट है सर।
हाँ,
एंड आई एम वर्किंग विद द इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च, particularly on the small millets which are from the ancient time, kodo, kutki, ragi, all these crops.
जी जी, ये तो बहुत ही अहम काम कर रहे हैं आप जोशी साहब।
और इसके साथ एडिशनल एक और है सर, ये यहाँ के अच्छे ज्योतिषी में माने जाते हैं।
कलीमुल्ला साहब, इल्मे नजूमी मैं शाम को करता हूँ, and I used to do it very scientifically without charging neither in cash nor in kind. Professor Ajay Shankar Pandey is also listening, and he is also known to me.
आप हमारे यहाँ जो प्रोफेसर अजय शंकर पांडे सर, ये TRS कॉलेज जो यहाँ का पुराना 150 साल पुराना कॉलेज है, वहाँ पर सर हिस्ट्री के हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट है।
नमस्ते सर।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
जी, आप
आदाब है।
वो झारखंड से जुड़े हुए हैं, बॉटनी के प्रोफेसर हैं। तो हाँ, ये पिछले सर जनवरी 21 से चल रहा है ये कार्यक्रम, कोरोना के बाद। तो इसमें सभी पूरे इंडिया के लोग जो है करीब 2 साल हो गए, तो हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं आपस में। तो अभी बता रहे थे आत्मा मैडम से कि करीब हमारे जो ग्रुप है वो 2000 लोगों का हो गया है, जो एकेडमिक ग्रुप है। उसमें प्रोफेसर्स भी हैं, NGOs भी के लोग भी हैं, और अदर जो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है वहाँ के साइंटिस्ट हैं, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हैं। ये पूरा करीब 2000 लोगों का ग्रुप है।
जी, मैंने डॉक्टर अस्मा के कमेंट सुने थे, उन्होंने बड़ी तारीफ फरमाई है आपके प्रोग्राम की। ये बड़ा बढ़िया प्रोग्राम है, और मिश्रा साहब, ये आपको बड़ा क्रेडिट जाता है कि आपने इतना सारा जम्मे गफीर ऐसे अजीम लोगों का जमा कर दिया है जो अपनी अपनी फील्ड में मुस्तकिल काम कर रहे हैं, और उन्होंने अपने काम के मुतालिक जो शिक्षा दी है उससे बड़ा फर्क पड़ता है चीज़ों की कम्युनिकेशन में, और जो कुछ वहाँ पड़ोस में हो रहा है वो भी हमारे लिए इंस्पायरेशन है कि हम भी अपने मुख्तलिफ फील्ड में जो काम करने वाले हैं उनको भी इस किस्म का प्लेटफॉर्म दे दें ताकि बात जो है वो कही भी जाए और सुने भी जाए।
ये सर जो हमने नेशनल प्रोग्राम किया, तो जैसे हमें इंडिया के सभी स्टेट से अच्छा कोऑपरेशन मिला, वैसे ही इस इंटरनेशनल प्रोग्राम में भी कई कंट्रीज का आपके यहाँ से और लंका से, नेपाल से करीब हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में 10 टाक हुई, श्रीलंका से 15 टाक हुई, आपके यहाँ से 20 से ऊपर टाक जो है वो हो रही है पर डे। जो है अभी तक हम आज नहीं, कार्यक्रम का आज 9वां दिन है, तो 6 से 7 8 किसी दिन 7 होती हैं, किसी दिन 8 टाक होती हैं, और लगभग हर कंट्री की 1-1 2-2 टाक होती हैं, तो इस तरह से 6-7 टाक पर डे। और अभी एक दिन हमने बढ़ा दिया है इसको, क्योंकि 15 तक में पूरी टाक कवर नहीं हो पा रही थी। अभी कल ही डॉक्टर आसमा मैडम ने 2 एक्सपर्ट आपके यहाँ से भी हमको और मिले हैं। एक तो शौकत साहब, डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर शौकत साहब जो लाहौर यूनिवर्सिटी में हैं, तो सिख मॉन्यूमेंट के लिए कल उनका हमको कंसेंट मिल गई, उनका टाइटल भी मिल गया है। और एक और उन्हें सिद्दीक ने दिया है, साइदा सिद्दीक करके हैं आपके यहाँ, तो उनने दिया है मोहन राज करके।
अच्छा, हाँ, मोहन देवराज।
हाँ, मोहन देवराज, तो उनका मिला है। और एक साहब का, एक मुमताज साहब का आज हमने अभी इनविटेशन भेजा है, मैडम ने दिया था नंबर मुमताज साहब के लिए भी। तो हाँ, ऐसा करके, और बांग्लादेश से भी 3-4 टाक हुई हैं। अभी आज चेयरपर्सन के रूप में मसूद साहब थे, जहांगीर नगर यूनिवर्सिटी जो वहाँ ढाका में है, उसमें आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट के हेड हैं वो। और 2 वाइल्ड लाइफ पर हुई हैं, वहाँ के जो फॉरेस्ट के ऑफिसर हैं 2 लोग, एक एलिफेंट पर दिया, एक ने एक प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया पर हुई।
अच्छा, बहुत ही अच्छा।
और सर 3-4 टाक ये एक कंबोडिया से हुई, 2 वियतनाम से, और एक मलेशिया से, एक थाईलैंड से, और एक भूटान से। तो ऐसा करके मतलब लगभग जो हमने वो किया था कि हम फोकस करेंगे ये अपने ये साउथ ईस्ट कंट्रीज का, तो उनका भी जो है प्रतिनिधित्व हो गया है। और अपने यहाँ का भारत, पाकिस्तान, श्रीलंका और नेपाल का तो बहुत बढ़िया प्रतिनिधित्व हुआ। हाँ, जैसे आपके यहाँ से सिंध से भी हुआ, पंजाब से भी हुआ, पेशावर से रीजन से भी हुआ, तो ऐसा करके लगभग सभी प्रोविंसेस से कुछ न कुछ टाक हुई, मतलब सबका वो रहा। और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग भी जुड़े, पेशावर यूनिवर्सिटी से भी टाक हुई, आपके इस्लामाबाद से भी हुई, लाहौर से भी हुई, मतलब जो बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी हैं, हजारा यूनिवर्सिटी है, वहाँ के प्रोफेसर ने दिया। तो ऐसा करके इंडिया में भी लगभग सभी स्टेट से फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर और आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, लगभग हर स्टेट के, मतलब इवन हमने सर 5-6 टाक थोड़ा दूर पड़ता है और थोड़ा रिमोट भी है, अंडमान निकोबार, वहां से भी हमने कराई।
जी, अच्छा।
हाँ, 6 टाक हुई वहां से, अंडमान निकोबार से, क्योंकि एक सर वहां पे बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व है, ग्रेट निकोबार।
जी जी जी।
और इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा नेशनल पार्क वही है सर।
अच्छा।
जो टोटल, और कई तो बड़े अच्छे नेशनल, जैसे मैराइन नेशनल पार्क है, एक यहाँ पे अपने मणिपुर साइड में जो है वो फ्लोटिंग नेशनल पार्क है, पूरा उसकी जो वह है वो तैरती रहती है। अब जैसे आपके यहाँ एक बहुत खूबसूरत नेशनल पार्क है, वैसा हमको लगता है एशिया में कोई नेशनल पार्क नहीं है, हिंगोल नेशनल पार्क।
जी 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 जी,
उसकी विशेषता बिल्कुल अलग टाइप का है, और वो अकेले हमारे पूरे सेमिनार की थीम को कवर करता है। मतलब वहाँ नेचुरल भी है,
अच्छा,
नेचुरल भी है, कल्चरल भी है, और सोशियोलॉजिकल भी है। वहाँ पे मैंने पूरा का पूरा, और आर्कियोलॉजी है ही है वहाँ पर, हिंगलाज मंदिर है जैसे, फिर
जी
उधर
जी
वो
जी
समुद्र
जी।
का किनारा है तो वो भी है, बहुत अच्छी वाइल्ड लाइफ भी है। तो मतलब बड़ा पिक्यूलियर नेशनल पार्क, हमको तो उसको हम पढ़े तो बहुत अच्छा लगा।
आपके प्रोग्राम में तो माशाल्लाह बहुत कुछ जमा हो गया।
जी पूरी लगभग यूट्यूब बनी हुई है सर। स्टूडेंट्स को हम लोग पूरा गूगल में भी है वो, और इसके अलावा अच्छा बुक भी बना रहे हैं सर। लगभग हमारे पास 100 स्क्रिप्ट मिल गई हैं, तो 50 की एक बुक तो बन गई है जो बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व और बॉटेनिकल गार्डन के ऊपर है, और दूसरी बुक जो है नेशनल पार्क और टाइगर रिजर्व पर इसके प्रोग्राम के बाद हम शुरू करेंगे उसको बनाने का। हमारे पास 100 स्क्रिप्ट आ गई हैं। आर्कियोलॉजी में भी करीब अभी 10-12 आई थी, हमने सोचा कि अलग से और भी कुछ आ जाए 20-25, तो फिर आर्कियोलॉजी का अलग वॉल्यूम निकालेंगे।
अच्छा इरादा है
जी,
बहुत अच्छा इरादा है।
जैसे खजुराहो हमारे यहाँ से पास में है, तो वहाँ पे 3-4 टाक अच्छी हुई हैं, हम्पी है, ऐसे मतलब करके जो है, जो बाकी टाक तो सब जगह से हुई। टाक तो हमने आर्कियोलॉजी में भी 100 टाक पूरी हो गई आर्कियोलॉजी इस बार के बाद।
बहुत ही आला,
हाँ,
बहुत ही अच्छा किया है आपने।
और उसमें भी इम्पोर्टेंट प्लेस तो हमने छोड़े ही नहीं है। इम्पोर्टेंट प्लेस तो लगभग सभी कवर हुए, जैसे आपके यहाँ से भी जो हमने लिए, तक्षशिला है, मोहनजोदारो है, सिख मॉन्यूमेंट हो गया, इस्लामिक मॉन्यूमेंट हो गया, हिंदू टेम्पल्स हो गए हैं, उधर आपका स्वाट वैली पर भी है, और ये जो कैलाश वैली पे हुआ, तो ऐसा करके, और म्यूजियम 3-4 कवर हो गए, जैसे तक्षशिला हो गया, मोहनजोदारो हो गया, तो ऐसा करके काफी कुछ आर्कियोलॉजी का भी वो हुआ। अभी आपके यहाँ का पूरा नेशनल पार्क का WWF पर के जो साइंटिस्ट है उनने दिया टोटल। फिर ये जो बहावलपुर का नेशनल पार्क है, उसमें कल जाहिद साहब का हुआ, जो यूनिवर्सिटी में लाहौर में विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर हैं। और आज ये जो सिंध इसमें इंडस सिंध नदी में जो इसका एक साइंटिस्ट हैं WWF की, उनने लेक्चर दिया, उज़मा मैडम।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
हाँ,
जी
हम्माद
जी।
साहब ने काफी मदद की वहाँ पे, जो हम डॉक्टर हम्माद नकी जो डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं आपके यहाँ WWF लाहौर में, मुख्य जो हेड ऑफिस में। तो ऐसा करके 6-7 टाक वाइल्ड लाइफ पर, और लाहौर के बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, जो यूनिवर्सिटी बॉटेनिकल गार्डन है लाहौर का, तो वहाँ के प्रोफेसर साहब ने दिया।
भाई हम तो आपकी तारीफ कर रहे हैं,
तो
बढ़िया
तारीफ
प्रोग्राम
की बात
किया
नहीं,
है
सब
जी।
बच्चों को मिल रहा है। अब हम लोगों का तो ये है कि पढ़ाई का अब रिटायरमेंट के सोपान में सभी लोग हैं धीरे धीरे।
जी 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 ये तो है।
हाँ, 4-6 साल बाद पर यह है कि अपने को संतुष्टि मिलती है, यही हम लोगों का वो है, एकेडमिक लाइन से जुड़े हैं तो।
जी हाँ यही तो बात तो असल तो यही है ना, जिस चीज के लिए सारी उम्र कोशिश की है, आप उसी चीज को ही आगे बढ़ाना है।
हाँ जी जी। और इसमें कुछ जैसे कोरोना के बाद ये हमने शुरू किया सर। पहले हम नेशनल वो कॉन्फ्रेंस कराते थे, तो उसमें उतने एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं मिल पाते थे, कुछ ना कुछ कारण बन जाता था, कभी आने जाने का ही, और हर कुछ मतलब कोई ना कोई आ जाता था। इसमें ये एक प्लस पॉइंट हुआ। थोड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी का जरूर नेगेटिव है, जैसे अब आज थोड़ा सा डिस्टर्ब हो गया टेक्नोलॉजी के वजह से, ये जो अपना तकनीकी के वजह से, लेकिन बाकी जो है इससे भी फायदे हुए, लोग जो है खूब जुड़े इससे भी। अभी
जनाब बस आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहिए, धन्यवाद आपको। और फिर प्रोग्राम में फिर कल भी इंशाल्लाह बात होती है।
जी जी बिल्कुल। तो अभी तो है प्रोग्राम, 16 तक प्रोग्राम है सर। और
जी जी
हाँ,
जी,
और मैं इसके बारे में भी अभी कोशिश करूंगा। मैं अभी ये काम तो करूंगा ही यूट्यूब में, पर मैं कुछ और एक्सपर्ट को जोड़ूंगा कि शायद ये मिल जाए, ये फिर से डायरेक्ट रिले हो, जैसे ये सब टॉक हो रही हैं। अभी मैं कोशिश करूंगा 3-4 दिन में, और नहीं तो यूट्यूब में तो मैं इसको कायदे से डाल के दूंगा, ऐसा वो है। हाँ
चलिए जनाब, इजाजत हो।
हाँ सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
बहुत
जी।